douchebag.
Yeah, welcome everybody. PulpMX show presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing and Decal Works. Coming at you. It's Monday, April 10th, 5 p.m. Pacific. Thanks for watching. Thank you for listening. We had a week off last Monday, but we are back because the Supercross is back at Glendale. Triple Crown just happened. 7-point swing in the title chase in 450 class. So lots to get into when it comes to Glendale and more. With MXGP as well happening on a Monday. That was weird. But we certainly have lots to talk about when it comes to tonight. Really good lineup of guests as well. Justin Brayton will be calling in. Benny Bloss. Carson Mumford all calling in to talk Glendale and more. JB10 was there doing some live announcing even. So looking forward to getting his take on that and more. Brayton, Bloss, Mumphy, all on the show tonight. 702-586-7857. We can take your calls. 702-586-7857. If you want to call, we got some prizes to give away too. Works Connection guys are giving us another Pro Launch Start device to give away because they won again with the Pro Launch Start device. That's all the Works Connection guys do is do that. And also, we have 2 tickets to the Paula National. Yeah, Paula National. So looking forward to giving those away. We'll tell you how to win them later on in the show, 702-586-7857. If you want to talk some Supercross or more. Don't forget, everybody, the Privateer Yamaha LCQ Challenge race is Friday before Denver. And we are lining up the participants now. We have a super cool raffle going on. So it's basically $30. You get a chance to win a 2023 YZ450 or like 19 other great prizes. Thanks to the folks at Yamaha for that and everybody that's donated, including the Fly Racing guys and Renthal and FXR and lots of people stepping in for that. So check that out on PulpMX.com to save there and help the Privateers. All the money goes to the 22 riders in the race. And thanks to Feld for giving me this race again. That's awesome. Really, really cool of those guys to do that. And Denver live show Friday night. After the LCQ race, we're going to have a live show in Denver. So please, tickets are available on PulpMX.com. So go there and figure that out, and we'll see you there, all right? With me in studio here from Keefer Rank Testing, from Racer X, among other things, it's Kris Keefer. What's up, buddy? How are you?
How are you, Steve? Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
Lots to get into tonight.
A lot.
A lot to get into tonight.
Yes.
You changed your shirt before the show.
I did.
Pookie was not happy with that shirt.
My attire that I was wearing, not just my shirt.
Yeah.
It wasn't acceptable for Pookie, so I went in the other room and, swapped it out. It was too young, I guess 12 years old.
Who knew that she was such a fashion critique, right?
What's funny is I asked her and I go, is it look all right? She's like, and the pause was the answer. I was like, shit.
No, that's it. Thank you, Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, Race Tech Suspension and Engines, X-Brand Goggles, Renthal, Michelin Motorcycle Tires, Acerbis, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, Pro Filter, Renegade Racing Fuels, ORW, OGO Power Sports, Atlas Neck Brace, Guts Racing, FMF, Works Connection, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Get Data, WUSA, Ride Engineering, Intense Cycles, Wiseco Piston, EVS, all on board with us tonight. We have the X-Brand Goggle, Tear-Offs, Motorsport.com, tweet at Tits segment, and the Race Tech Rant as well. Working the cameras over there, figuring things out. The Travis Marks. What's up, Marks?
Steven, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm rejuvenated after a week off.
Yeah,
so I'm
see?
just excited to be here.
Did you actually come here on Monday and knock on the door and wait, or no?
Cannot confirm nor deny it. I would never incriminate myself.
Okay.
So
All right.
You got a camera here. You can find out real quick.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, absolutely. I need to go look at
Research.
it. Marks is just bang, 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 bang.
there's some banging going on.
Open.
Also taking your phone calls over there in the corner. He is back in.
Frappy
Pete.
Frappy Pete.
The Tits Legendary. Tits, what's up?
Hello.
What's going on?
Glad to be here. Thank you.
What's happening?
Just another beautiful day.
Sucking down that frap is what's going on back there.
Big,
Extra caramel.
big frappy guy.
Extra delicious.
Oh, you're going to be hearing back to just grind his teeth with sugar.
We also got a Millville Ride Day coming up in October. We've talked about that a little bit. I'll give you some more information on that.
Dude.
What?
Do you know how many emails I get about this fucking ride day?
Marks, where do they got to go?
Email rideday@pulpmx.com.
No, they want in. So like, hey
buddy.
can I get in?
Mm-hmm.
Here's my dilemma. Or they'll just send me some story like, hey man,
Yeah,
I've got a brother.
Yeah,
I get him too. I get him too.
I'm like, holy crap! Can you talk to Steve? Because I know Steve ain't gonna read this. You will, Kris. Steve won't.
Listen, we're doing 150 people on Saturday. It's wide open on Sunday, so those people can come wide open on Sunday.
But Saturday's the day.
It is, but we'll be there Sunday too. We'll hang out.
All right.
Right? Don't you feel like you'll ride both days?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It's Millville.
So, right.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll be there.
But it's special.
Well,
for
listen, I love it. I got a text from a friend of mine who's like, "Hey, can I get in?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'll let you in." He's like, "Well, I'm bringing 2 other buddies." No, it doesn't work like that. Like, I'll let you in, but then if everybody brings 2 buddies, then that 150 spots get taken up pretty
You
quickly.
know that's a normal thing for ride days, right? Because no one rides by themselves.
You're gonna
Hey,
have to,
man,
you're
I'm
gonna have to
bringing
make
a
a
dude.
choice here. You know, so. But thanks to Troll Train for making that happen, and really looking forward to that as well. So good things are going to go on with that. Again, 702-586-PULP if you want to call and talk some Glendale or more. So this is Lifeswap, the beginning of Lifeswap. We've been talking about this for a long time.
I feel sick to my stomach.
We,
I'm so nervous.
we planned it earlier this year. It didn't work out.
No.
So we postponed it.
Yeah.
And it's this week.
Ugh.
Well, you're going to Atlanta. I'm going to take Aiden to a race, but unfortunately,
I don't know what to say.
we're not doing it. We're not doing it.
People are gonna be like, "Oh, you're joking." No, we're not joking.
it's-
Well, look here's the deal. I brought everything is loaded up in my truck.
Listen, don't try to just throw it out of me.
No, I'm not.
Oh,
I'm not. I'm just telling. I'm painting the picture, thinking that we weren't doing this. This was all Tony. He's back.
Tony's
I'm gonna keep playing it. You're just gonna have to ignore it.
yeah.
Showed up, got bicycles, bags, my shit's loaded down. I walk into the front door. The house is empty, and then I see Steve come around the corner, and he just looks at me, and I look at him. There was no words. There was no words spoken, and I just go, "Are we doing this?" And he's like, "I guess." I didn't want to do it.
I mean, look, I have no
Look it.
great comeback.
Right.
If you want to rip me on social media,
Oh, that's
I guess I deserve it. We deserve it. It's not my decision. It's not your decision. It's mutual.
a collective
agreement. Pookie's pissed a little bit. She's just like, you guys can't do this.
Yeah.
But to be fair, big race for Aiden this weekend at Glen Helen. Heather's a little uneasy
Right.
with you
This
not
is all
being there.
truth too, by the way.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
isn't-
No. Heather's a little uneasy with me not with you not being there for this race. It's
And for those of you saying, "Oh, you guys already knew this," yes, we did know this. But as things get closer,
reality.
if you have a girl or you have a wife, you get a little bit more pressure as it gets closer. It wasn't no pressure. There wasn't an ultimatum or anything.
No.
It's just
You can't do that.
it's a
dude.
big deal for Aiden, right? And Heather is a little bit overwhelmed without me there because usually I'm there for everything. So, it would have been fine, but it's a little bit extra at ease if I'm there.
And to be fair, I was on vacation for 6 days. I got back. I had 15 hours at home.
You started out wrong. They're not going to give you sympathy.
No, and then I had to go to Phoenix, and then I came back from that, and now I had to leave again. Like, I have a bunch of shit going on too that I'm trying to figure out.
And to be
Or if
real,
you're a little bitch.
that's a good one. That's legit. To be straight up honest, like I lost some sleep last night. I woke up at 3 a.m.
That's funny to me. I didn't lose any sleep.
I don't know how Steve wanted to take this week, but I wanted to take it serious. I wanted to do a great job for all you listeners. I didn't want it to sound like shit. I didn't want to fuck up and go straight dark side on the thing. Like I wanted to do it good,
no,
you know?
No offense, Dark Side.
No offense, dark side. But like
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure that everything was handled. So I get here, I learned how to work with everything, which I think I would have been fine. We would have got through it.
I mean, I think you would have, but you seemed rather.
No, I just put pressure on myself to do well.
Right.
So I was genuinely worried about you. Not staying at my house or anything, just the overall week of how much there is to do. And it's not like I'm working my balls off more than you. It was never that way. It's just like you don't ride as much as me. And there's going to be a lot of riding this week. A lot.
Yeah.
And then you would have to turn around and be there on the weekend to race and race and take care of Aiden, because that's what I would do, right? So
You're fucked.
it's just how it is, right?
I mean, so
This is unbelievable.
Mark's is
I feel like a toaster cat. I'm burnt. I'm betrayed.
Mark's is not happy.
Were you you looking forward to it?
I was, yeah.
You're
And I know
looking
a
forward to
lot of-
your phone blowing up for me of all the
No,
questions
I was
I
going
had?
to put you on silent for sure. But I was looking forward to hearing how it went. I think a lot of other people were looking forward to it. I mean, YouTube is pretty upset right now.
I'm not even going on
your
there.
guys' mentions on Twitter here in a minute, and I'm just going to start posting them.
Listen,
It's
I mean,
brutal.
Yeah, it's
I
we don't
get
have
it.
anything to like.
I get it.
It was happening
Well,
Until it wasn't.
until it wasn't.
we can't. We would say like let's postpone it until the. I
Because
don't.
you ain't gonna believe us anyway.
Right. So let's.
let's not say that.
Right. Let's just not give them another date. But, it's.
The week was planned out. I have my whole schedule right here in front of me. What I was supposed to do. I had guests lined up for Re-Raceables. I had guests lined up for Privateer Island podcast. Yep.
You can get fucked.
That's what you're telling all of Pulp Nation right now.
Randy Richardson.
Oh, am I on the line now?
Yeah, you are.
Give it to him, Randy.
Hello.
I'm going to tell you what. I you know the old saying, the old dad saying. I'm not mad. I'm disappointed. Well,
Yep.
Tell you what. I'm both. I'm both right now.
That's worse.
I
I'm
mean,
mad. I'm disappointed. Hey, Lou, how far are we into the show? We're 10 minutes into the show here, and we've already got a Race Tech Randy on the line with my rant. This is pathetic, and it's pathetic, and it's inexcusable. It's a complete failure and a letdown for Pulp Nation, and I think I speak on behalf of all of us. When I don't know, I have two people in the world, two people who've been married to beautiful women for a long time, who are very committed to the sport, committed to the passion for the sport, but yet you can't commit to doing this. I don't even know if there's.
I mean, Randy,
I'm at a loss for words, which I'm typically not.
Yeah,
right?
you're
typically
not. And
Let's enjoy the silence.
we don't.
Depeche Mode
I
style.
mean, we don't have a great comeback, Randy. I understand your feelings of rage, and anger and sadness. And I mean, Heather has a point about being there without.
And if you don't believe us, she can come on the line
Okay,
later.
God forbid.
No.
God forbid. No. God forbid. Heather trust Aiden to a former factory mechanic.
Well, that's what I think.
Right? You know what I'm saying? God forbid.
You know what? If we could look at it like this,
to greatness.
Randy, we could look at it like this. I might have saved Pulp Nation because the amount of writing Mathis would have had to do this week, we could have lost him this week, and then we would have no Pulp. So actually, I'm giving you guys something right now.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, you're giving me a heart attack right now. That's how upset I am.
I mean, look, Randy, we'll do it later. We'll come up later.
No, we'll do it. Yeah. We'll Lifeswap. The next time we go out and hear music together, we'll just sit with each other's wives and pretend.
That's life.
Why don't you do
This
that?
is a life swap.
Yeah.
This is a life swap, not a wife swap.
Well, I understand that. Well, then you'll listen to one another's music at dinner, or sit at the other side of the table, or let your wives order for you, because apparently that's what they're doing. Is just.
I just think this is like this is just one. I don't think everybody's mad. I think it's just Randy.
Just Randy?
Yeah, it's just
okay.
Randy.
All right,
Yeah, I don't know that I'll be in studio next Monday. Then I don't know if I'll be there.
No, I'm counting on it. I'm counting on
Well,
it.
I don't. Oh, you can. Well, I don't know. I don't know if Michelin's still on board with the ride day now. I don't know if I can do that.
Wow. Wow.
This is how deep it was cut.
Yeah.
You're
He's
cut deep.
He's hurt.
Yeah,
We apologize. Will you accept our apology? Was that good enough?
it's going to take time. It's going to take time. Wounds like this don't heal overnight.
Starcross 6, stick to the track like glue.
That's right.
Get him now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh my God! I'm almost weirded out right now because it's such a foreign thing. It's like there's dead air with Randy on the phone. That's so weird.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I know it.
Yeah,
I know it. But you know why? Because I've lived my life with commitment, and luckily I was raised by my wonderful parents. When they gave me their word, I could count on them, right? So I haven't dealt with a lot of disappointment in my life, and possibly that's why I'm struggling right now.
I feel like I need a big mixing spoon in this whole show, just so when the shit starts going, I can just stir it up. Just stir that bullshit.
Listen, it just wasn't gonna work, Randy. It just wasn't gonna work.
If you
know
would,
what I did?
and it's unfortunate.
Here's what I did earlier today when Pookie, God love her, she's a beautiful woman. When she got back on Twitter and she said, "I'm back on Twitter just for a Lifeswap."
Yeah.
I went through my database of videos, and I had the video from you, Steve, starting from behind, and I started to drop that in the reply and say, Lifeswap is off to a great start, and show you crashing. But I had respect for the circumstances. I had respect for all the parties involved, and oh man, I didn't pull the trigger on that. And I was like, you know what, I'm going to respect it. I'm going to let this thing play out next week and then see how it goes. I think it's an amazing life experiment that we could all learn from.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. It's just
what we've learned is people can't keep their word. People can't keep their word.
It's bad timing. It's just bad timing, Randy.
It's bad timing. Yeah, it was bad timing the first time, and I guess it's bad timing this time. So, but you're going to do it in the future. We're going to do it in the future.
Well, listen.
we're not even going to put that out there.
Yeah, we value our audiences.
You just said that. You just said that. You just said that.
No.
Oh, we're still going to do it. Yeah, we're still going to do it.
But we're not going to nail down a date right now. We owe that to our audience to not nail down a date. Like, that's not fair.
What you owe it to your audience to keep your
What's going to come
fan
first?
base that's built that house. Yeah.
What's going to come first, Lifeswap or the PulpMX app update?
Oh boy.
Gotcha.
No.
leave Mark's out of this. The only thing. My disappointment's almost as high as those ceilings, which were paid for by the listeners, which you're pooping on right now, and that's horrible.
I mean, look, they say that the longer you wait for something, the sweeter it is.
Spit it out, Junior.
The longer you wait for something, the sweeter it is.
Ooh, I like that.
You know, and so just a
Dude,
little,
screw the Canadians.
a little while longer, and it'll happen. It'll be
A little more foreplay, Randy.
a little bit glorious.
A little bit more foreplay.
Yeah, well, you're up to like 6-play or 7-play now, as much as you keep putting this thing off. Gosh, this is pathetic. So Keefer, you're not even coming to Atlanta now.
No.
Oh wow. Okay. Fair enough.
I mean, I don't know who's more upset, Marks or Randy.
Right. You should have seen Mark's when I had my bag in the bedroom, and then I'm rolling my OGO. I only brought one OGO, by the way.
Yeah.
And I'm rolling it back out, and he looks over. He's like,
No. Yeah, I walk in the door, and I'm walking by the island saying hi to Pookie, and then I hear a bag rolling behind me because there's a room, behind. And I turn around, and there's Keefer rolling his bag. And I said, "What are you doing? And are you going to leave your bikes in the truck?" And Keefer, what did you say?
I said, "You're not going to like what I'm about to say, Marks."
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, Marks. I feel for you too, buddy.
It's
I feel
tough
for
over
you
here.
too.
It's tough.
I've only had a couple of managers in my career that I couldn't trust.
See, I think, look, our phone lines are not even lit up. No one cares besides you, Randy.
Well, I'm getting some tweets. I'm getting some tweets.
Are they nice tweets?
No, they're not. No.
People.
No.
Well, relative to the Race Tech Rant, people are probably, and I pardon the pun, but they're probably in shock right now by this. This is actually, this is horrible. This does trump my Race Tech Rant, which I was going to have next week if I was still coming in, which now that's on the fence. My Race Tech Rant was going to be how pathetic it was that Keefer or whoever threw away Darkside's ponytail. Because that's another thing where someone, and now I'm starting to understand maybe who's at fault with this whole thing. Someone who really made a big deal about what they're going to do with something, and if we cut that ponytail, I'm going to make a case for it, I'm going to save it and keep it forever. And lo and behold, it gets dumped into a trash can, just like this whole Lifeswap idea.
Yeah.
And just like all the hearts and souls of Pulp Nation, we just all get tossed in the trash can.
Michelin, get the Starcross 6 at your local dealer. It's available in different compounds.
Soft, medium?
Yeah, medium hard.
Medium hard?
Yeah.
12.5 PSI is a great PSI for the new Starcross 6.
They work great, I tell you. Yeah, they work fantastic. Bicycle tires.
And if the Starcross 6 that you choose is not optimum for you, Just do like Kris and Steve. Just change. Change at a moment's notice and get another one.
Tate wants to talk about Lifeswap too. Tate, what's up, man?
This is absolute horseshit.
Well,
horseshit.
Yeah. Well, Randy would agree.
Yep. So there's two people.
Yep,
Okay.
Yep. So I mean, Tate, look, it's
tough, Tate.
Yeah. Tate just hung up.
Damn, Tate. That's how you're gonna do it.
Yeah. Well, Randy, we're gonna move on. We're gonna talk Glendale. You're on the.
Guess what? Guess what? I'm going to move on too. I'm just going to move on with my life.
You're on the side of being disappointed, right? I'm just checking. I just want to make sure I check this, right?
Okay.
You're not relieved.
No, I'm not relieved at all. I'm disappointed and heartbroken. I'm mad. Right now, I'm feeling some emotions I haven't felt in a long, long time, and I don't even know how to process them. But it's going to take time, and I'll work through it.
Thank you, Randy.
Look at.
Yeah.
We'll make it up to you somehow, Randy.
We'll make it up to you. All right.
Don't. You don't owe me anything. Don't worry about it. You don't owe me anything. Bye. Bye.
Why would you say we'll make it up to him?
I don't know. We got to make it up to him.
Yeah, but he's going to obviously be like, we didn't do anything to him. Like he's going to say, like, well, whatever you promise, you're not going to come through with.
I know.
So
we're just going to have to eat it for a bit. Yeah, it's like we said, we don't have any good comebacks. Like, it was just a weird. Look at 100% kiss the wife goodbye. Good luck, kid. See you next week when I get home. And it changed when we got here.
Yeah.
So that's just how it went down.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Glendale.
All right, Glendale Triple Crown. Look, it was. I said this on the review show. Like, kind of boring. Track was good, but hard to pass on because it was so hard and slick, and you needed to make a mistake by another guy to get by. So we watched 6 races of close racing, everyone close, but not able to do much, right? Whoops were tough. They can't all be masterpieces, and Glendale wasn't one of them. But Tomac will take those 7 points, Keefer. He will take those 7 points. We figured Cooper Webb would be in trouble coming in.
Why?
Well, just the hard-packed dirt. You know, bigger whoops that don't break down, like not his specialty.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's going to have to just limit the damage, and he didn't really limit it. 7 points. You know, he should have got second or third to really try to limit it. But, yeah, 7 points is big.
And I think the only upside for Coop is the next, basically the tracks that we're going to are going to be softer tracks.
Yeah, they're
maybe
better.
besides Salt Lake.
Yep.
Right? So I think
and Denver.
And he's really good in these speedways.
Mm-hmm.
Coop is, and so is Tomac. But I think the 7 points, even though on paper it looks big, I don't think he's that worried. Knowing Coop a little
really?
bit. I don't think he's
that worried. I'm not saying
worried.
he's worried, but
I don't think
points
he's
is
like
a lot, man.
Here's the deal. Let's say he wins the next 3 and
he just wins the next 3.
Well, I'm just saying, which isn't out of the question, right? Even though Tomac has 7.
I mean, Tomac has 7 wins to his 2.
Yeah.
So to just say Coop Webb's going to win the next 3.
I'm not saying he is. I'm saying let's say he does.
But that's how
quick
low,
7 points goes away.
All right. Well, I got that part. Also, if Cooper Webb just wins this week in Atlanta and Tomac crashes out, there's 25 points. I mean, it's the same way.
Right.
We can't count on the very unexpected happening.
Here's how I look at it. The way he was riding, and I will say Daniel and Ricky mentioned it on the broadcast, he did start outside for one of the motos, which I think was the second moto, which was kind of weird, and that really screwed him. As bad as that was, I felt like he limited the damage a little bit. Like, I thought it was going to be more than 7 points. After that, I was like, oh boy, it's going to be 12 to 11 points. But
well, yeah, I mean that's hard to do when you're as fast as Coop. But
it's just tough to beat Tomac, and that's what's so crazy about Tomac. You think, okay, he has a little bit of a weakness, but then he wins when it's not in his favor, right? And then he has a little neck problem. Oh, I salvaged a 5th.
Yeah.
So it's like, ugh.
Yeah, look, he's won 2 in a row now. To hold on to this thing and kind of like that neck problem at Indy. You're like, okay, like how bad was it, right? But I mean, he said it was not affected him a little bit. Then he says he's a little better at Detroit. He gets another decent finish, and then We assume the neck is better, and now he's gone 1-1. And, yeah, that's what he does. Great starts. Great starts.
Long starts are going to help him. That bike's unbelievable. Like, you watch.
Bike of the year.
I know well, you're going to say that, but you watch it. The longer the start, the better it is for that Yamaha. The shorter the starts, the better it is for that KTM, because that KTM will not wheelie. Like, you really got to screw something up for that thing to wheel. The way that power is made, it's so easy to get out of the gate good. Right. But I don't know, man. I still think, even though I do think Eli's going to take it, I still think it's going to come down the last race as far as within 3 to 4 points.
Yeah, maybe. I could see that. I think.
I don't see this thing stretching out longer.
No, I could see stretching out by 3 more points this weekend if Tomac wins again and Coop gets second or whatever. But Sexton's there, and we all know he was the one guy I talked about nobody be able to make up time. Well, he did. He could do it. He came from 10th to whatever in the first one, 10th to 4th, and then second one he stalled it. Everyone caught back up to him, and he yanked out 4 seconds again. Giselle, he's that good.
That's insane.
Yeah, it's just nuts.
Have you studied where he's better?
Corners.
But also, I think through the jumps.
You think? Yeah.
I was watching him a lot this week, and it was like hard pack, like we were talking about, and the corners were hard packed. That's some ruts in them, but like the other guys were going just as fluid through him, like Tomac and Coop. But the way he uses his legs and pushes through jumps is different than other riders that do the same thing.
I feel like Tomac does that too.
I don't think he does as good.
Yeah.
And Tomac's insane at it.
Right.
But you watch Sexton, man, and he's such a lower half body type of rider.
Right.
It's unbelievable.
Well, he was really making that first turn work for him for pass wise.
He didn't have to go as high.
Yeah.
To jump that triple onto the tabletop. He could cut in the middle and still have enough traction to get up on top.
Yeah, it was impressive. Barsha, 3rd overall, another podium from Barsha. That's 2-year deal he's going to sign with Gas. So, yeah, Bam's been good.
It's funny. Paul Parabinos, we were talking about that, and he brought up something that I was thinking too, is Barsha's got to be the most fit rider in the series. For how he doesn't fade and how crazy he rides and how much effort he puts into his riding, scrubbing, doing all the things.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he has to be in the most incredible shape.
I wrote that earlier this year in my column. His fitness is underrated.
It is.
It really is. You think about outdoors, you think about Supercross. The guy's a bicycle fiend. We talked to him on the show last when he was last here about his training, and he said he was overdoing it a little while, and then now he's got a trainer, and now he's doing an appropriate amount of workload again. But he's one of those guys. I mean, he loves the bicycle.
Who's the trainer? Did he mention it?
Yeah, he did mention it, and nobody that I knew.
Okay.
Yeah. And then he says that now he's kind of maintaining and doing the right things and feels really good. And I'm with you. He's staying out of trouble too. It's not.
I don't want to say mellowed out, but
you can't say that, right?
He's just slivered back a little bit.
Yeah.
Right.
How about when Webb hits Anderson pretty good, then they go down that rhythm lane before the whoops, and Webb just moves aside and it's just like take it, right? I slammed you and you have the inside. Now Barsha's just like, thank you, and sneaks by both of them.
Well, not only that, I think once riders know that Barsha's behind them, it's already in their head. Yeah, I think he's already set the precedent. Even though he's going to back it down, people are thinking, I'm going to get ruined, right? So they're going to be screwed up.
Yep.
So that's an advantage, Barsha.
Absolutely. Kris Keefer, brought to you by the folks at Decal Works, official graphic company of Keefer Rank Testing as well. Aiden Keefer, of course. And, PulpMX 23 is the code to save with Decal Works. Ron and the boys down there are doing great things for everybody. And they'll always throw in these little feel-goods, they call them.
Yeah.
Little stickers, little logos, stickers, that kind of stuff.
Brownie wore Decal Works over the weekend for 2-stroke race.
Oh, yeah? How did Brownie do?
5th in Open Pro, and then he won the 50 125 Pro, and then 2nd in 30 125 Pro. So 3 classes.
Who won?
Alessi won 30 125 Pro.
Okay.
And Carson Brown won the Open Pro.
Okay.
So
I saw the crash down a Star Strait.
God.
Oh, my God. That was huge.
Gnarly.
Massive. So, by the way, the code is PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. DecalMX.com. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons, bringing you Kris Keefer here tonight on the show. And the stuff is really good quality, man. It's great.
Yep.
They made me some stuff for my new project bike. It looks fantastic. So those guys nailed it. They did a great job. Sean and Ron and everybody else. Use the code PulpMX23 to save with those guys. We got a lot more to talk about when it comes to Glendale. We know the Lifeswap took up,
That's probably going to take up more of the show, I feel.
Well, Randy, do you think we lost Randy?
Honestly, he was genuinely excited because he called me about what and it's Randy, right?
Yeah.
So he already has plans.
Yeah, production. Everything's in production.
There's plans doing. So I know he's probably screwed up his plans a little bit.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
I want to thank the folks at Wiseco. Kevin Bailey from Wiseco was in here a few shows ago. Great guy. And there's a code to save with Wiseco under PulpMXShow.com, sponsored deals. Full range of performance components for dirt bikes, UTVs, ATVs, jet skis, and more. 2-stroke, 4-stroke pistons, Garage Buddy rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components. They're on the HRC bikes as well. So, the Lawrence Brothers, Sexton, Nichols, all of that using Wiseco as well. They've been manufacturing pistons right in the USA for over 80 years. They're supporting supercross and motocross racers since the beginning. They got factory Honda now. They got USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, CV4 thermal protection line. Lots of stuff at Wiseco, and the code to save with Wiseco is on PulpMXShow.com as well. They're bringing you our first guest of the night. This rider has been really good lately, really riding well, and, he qualifies good. He finishes good for the most part. He had a little bit up and down start this season, but we're happy to have him on. It's Benny Bloss. What's up, Benny? How are you, man?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
We're good, man. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it. 11-22-11 this weekend in Glendale, and I tweeted, you and Harlan had a good battle in the first one. Your teammate, Grant Harlan, you pulled away from him, and I tweeted, I'm here for more Harlan-Bloss battles, and then you both went down within 2 minutes of each other, and so there goes my tweet was a jinx to you, Benny.
We had a good battle in the first one, and I didn't pass him until 2 or 3 laps to go, and I was like he's riding really good right now.
He is, yeah.
And then that second main, I think it was lap 1, I come over the triple and then hit the triple in the rhythm section and just see him full eject off the seat straight into the net.
Yep.
I'm just like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
And then a lap later I crashed.
Yeah, you crashed one turn after that, a lap later. You look like you got the wind knocked out of you, huh?
No, so I barely fell over.
Okay.
And then it was my leg got caught under the bike as I fell, and I twisted. And so I twisted my leg up, and dude, as soon as I twisted, I puked in my mouth.
Oh.
And I was like, oh my gosh.
Wow.
This is not good. And I got up, and it was this does not feel good. And then I went back, and I had my guy, Dr. Nick, taking care of me and taped me up and everything, and my dad was like, I don't really think you should go back out. You're just taking a chance to hurt yourself. And I was like I'm here. I need to at least try to ride, right?
Yeah.
And it hurt a lot, but I ended up with 11th, which got me 14th overall, which was,
yeah.
11-22-11 is better than 11-22-22. So
yeah, no, a solid race for you for sure, and you're creeping into that top 10. You're getting closer, right? So yeah, it's good. The story for you is the same. You have tremendous skill on a dirt bike. You can qualify well. You've been top 5. You've been top 3. You've been on the pole here and there at different times. You just got to nail that consistency down. And I feel, obviously, Benny, we just talked about you crashing in the second main, but I do feel like you're getting a little better at that.
Yeah, I'm working on that.
Right.
Dude, it's so frustrating. I think there's been 4 races this year where I've crashed either on the very last lap or the second to last lap of the main.
Yeah.
And it's just what do I need to do? And so I felt like my riding was better this weekend. And qualifying, I didn't necessarily feel like I rode that well.
Mm-hmm.
And then, main event 1, I felt like I was really riding good, and main event 3 as well. Just need to try to get a better start, which has kind of been the story of my life, whole career. So,
is it more of a concentration thing, or is it a fatigue thing? Because it's last lap, second to last lap. You think it would be either one of those?
Yeah, I don't necessarily feel like it's a fatigue thing. It might be a concentration thing. Dallas, I crashed in the whoops on the very last lap, and that was because the whoops were kind of sketchy there, and that was the Triple Crown, so it was in the third main, and Wilson was right in front of me, and I came in, and I was like, I have to either Hippie's wide open or I don't have a chance at passing him. And, like, I wanted to try to beat him, and it just did not go well. And then Daytona, I think I crashed in the sand. A2, I hit a tough walk trying to get out of Sexton's way.
Yeah, that was a big one.
And then Seattle, I was behind. I don't remember who I was behind, but I framed a triple in a rhythm section and clipped a tough block, and it sent me into the other lane. That was probably more of a mental thing, but I'm working on it. I'm trying to be better, and I feel like my riding has gotten better. So
yeah, you're good, Benny. You're a good rider.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. It's just I don't know. I just need to try to find a way to get the main events better, especially in the beginning. I feel like I'm not super great in the first, 3 laps maybe, and then, at the end, up until the last lap, I guess, I feel pretty good, but I don't know. It's definitely frustrating.
So, Steve, a guy like Benny, right? Benny, where do you think you belong, right? Like, you ride well in the main, you ride how you want to. Where is that in your head?
That's tough. I feel like I should be battling with Dean.
Okay.
Maybe around there.
So 8 to 10
he's riding
in there?
good right now. So 8 to 12 I feel like is where I probably should be. But
so as a guy like Benny,
the class is gnarly too. So
right.
It's 8th place that's really good.
So that's my question. As a guy like Benny, you're an 8 to 12 guy and you're gnarly. Where do you go? Like, okay, I'm getting 8th. Is someone going to pick Benny up, or is Benny just going to live where he lives?
Well,
that's what sucks about our sport right now, because there's so many guys, right?
Yeah.
And Benny's going to kill it. Like, he gets an 8. How many teams out there are noticing that and being like, okay, we need to do something about this and get him over here?
Well,
I feel like not a lot of teams are looking for an 8th place guy.
Right. So this is what this gray area I think about a lot for you guys is like, sure, personally, you kill it and you're happy, you go home. I achieved what I wanted to, but as the broad spectrum is to get a ride and make money, correct?
Yeah, no, definitely. And it's like, I kind of talked about it last year. It was almost like I needed to be either a good bit better, or it's like I almost needed to be worse, because it's like I've been given chances, right? So
yeah, that's a good thing. I didn't even talk about it. You're in that little middle part where you're not quite good enough to get paid a good amount of money, but you're too good to be like the other side of the money where these guys are making these privateer money, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So it's frustrating. And especially it's like the bikes. I'm not saying my bike's bad, but mostly just like the resources that those teams have is crazy compared to like Grant and I are on pretty much stock motorcycles. Like I don't know how much stuff he has done to his bike, but I finally got an ECU, I have a pipe, I've got suspension, and that's it. And so I feel like maybe if we put some more money into the bike, it could be better, but it's so expensive.
How is that new Get ECU? Keefer tried it too.
Yeah.
I tell you what, the ECU is awesome. Like, it was immediately, I was like, this is good, and I want to race with it. And Dan was like,
Dan was mad at you. Dan was really mad at you because you didn't have the right bracket.
Yeah, he's like, we don't have a bracket for it, so no. And then, honestly, I think maybe so I didn't race with it that first weekend, and then I raced with it the next weekend, and I still didn't have the bracket. And, like, Saturday on race day, my dad wasn't there, and he had called me during the day, and he was like, he had mentioned something. He's like, it just sucks you don't have the ECU. And I was like, what do you mean? And he's like, are you running it? And I was like, yeah. He's like, I talked to Dan on the phone like earlier today, and he said you're not running it. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, no, I guess I'm not.
Yeah, Dan's like, yeah, he's just zip tying it. I told him not to do. He's just zip tying it.
I would have to concur. Like, Benny threw a little, Instagram story out because I was waiting for mine, right?
Yeah, you got Dan in trouble, Benny.
Okay, no. I want to make something clear right now with that, because someone told me that on Track Walk that Dan had said that I wasn't supposed to post anything. Dan's in the shop, right? And I was like, hey, can I post something? And he goes, yeah. tag Keefer and A-Ray. And I said, okay. Because I never would have thought to tag you or A-Ray. Maybe A-Ray, because he'd been kind of complaining that he didn't have one. But
yeah, I just was been bugging Dan about one because I know how good an ECU can be on that bike because I had a Vortex on last year, and then Dan wanted me to try the Get, and he did send it to me, and I concur with Benny. It's a huge difference, and it makes the power so much more usable. And then now I'm at where Benny is. I'm pissed because Dan wanted it back, so now I'm back to a stock ECU.
Oh, Dan wanted it back?
I had to send it back to him, so now I'm like waiting. I'm just waiting to get mine back again because that's how good it is.
Did he say he's getting you one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
see, thankfully I've been able to continue riding and racing with it.
With your zip tied bracket. With your zip ties.
With my zip tied bracket. I think we have a bracket now. I don't really know, if I'm being completely honest with you. It's more of a mechanic.
I think you do because he told me he made one for you.
If somebody wants a deal from the Get, guys, email us using the contact form on Pulp, and I'll pass it on to Dan. He'll give you a Pulp Show listener discount. But I do think that was funny that Dan was like, he raced with it? I'm like, that's what he told me in the post-race interview. And he's just like, oh, my God. So, but it worked, Benny, so that's good. Hey, let's talk about Harlan. Like, seriously, we know you've been fast, and we've seen you on Butler Brothers and different teams lay down some hell of a lap times and run in the top 3, and we know you're fast. But Harlan has really taken a step up a lot this year. Obviously, he's been a 250 guy for most of his career. Keefer, you lent him your bike for Paula last year.
Yeah.
He's ridden He's ridden some 450s, but not a lot. And now he's full-time 450 Supercross. And, dude, the guy's doing great.
No, dude, he's killing it. He'd never. I don't think he'd ever done any 450 Supercross.
No, I thought he did two. I thought he did 2 Supercross. Okay, maybe not. Oh, anyway.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's like he started out good, made the main at A1, and then he kind of had like a couple races there where he didn't necessarily kill it. And honestly, in Oakland, he was just like super negative, which the track was super sketchy, so I completely understand it.
Yeah.
And like just not having a good day, and I think maybe Arlington was the next race, which was his home race, and like he killed it there, qualified into the Triple Crown from qualifying, and then Daytona's like his high, right? That's like his place. He's good there. He's good on outdoors.
Yeah, he's an outdoor guy. Yeah.
And he's just been like on a string where he's been riding good, like qualifying a lot better.
Yeah.
He's killing it right now.
Yeah, good for him. For sure.
Yeah, no, and he's good outdoors too.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, he's good outdoors.
And you guys get along great, it seems like. Over there. Like,
it's been fun. I think it was Arlington. I shaved his head after practice for the races, which was pretty funny. But
and Keefer, I don't know if you probably know this, Keefer, but he's on a 22. Harlan's not on a 23.
Right.
So interesting over there too.
Honestly, it's not a bad move.
I think he's going to race a 23 for outdoors. I'm not positive.
Okay.
But I think. Dude, I mean, the 23 is so good.
It's bike of the year.
But did you ride a 22 much, Benny?
I rode a 22 in October and November on Supercross, and I guess December as well.
So that's what I'm saying. It's quite a bit different feel.
Yeah, but I honestly, like day one on the 23 on Supercross, I was like, this is better. Like it is. I haven't really ridden the 23 on outdoors, which I haven't ridden the 22 much on outdoors either, but. I mean, I feel like if we were on another brand, I might not be able to race so stock up as stock as my bike is.
Yep, I agree with that.
I think the only reason we're getting away with that is because that's how good the bike is. Like,
I think the 23, all the changes they made for the 23 tell me that it's a Supercross induced changes. All of that stuff, from the lightweight power to the turning to the
concur with that.
To the front end to everything. To me, when I rode it, I'm like, this is going to be a better Supercross bike. That's just immediately what I thought of. Benny, are you doing outdoors?
I mean, right now the plan is to do the outdoors, yes.
Okay. I got a question about
outdoors and the SMX races.
I got a question about your program a little bit. So, obviously, Rock River's been around a long time. Christina and Chris Denny did a great job running that thing for a long time. What is your program right now? Like, just the team takes your truck your bike to the races. You're responsible for travel. You're responsible for parts on your bike. Like, you can kind of run your HGS exhaust and like kind of tell our listeners what your program is right now.
So they take care of all the transport, take the bikes, all that stuff. Obviously, a place to pit, graphics, all that. I have like there's team sponsors. Not everything for the bike is team sponsor wise, but like I have HGS pipes. I'm the only one on the team with those right now. But like ODI bars, that's a team deal.
Okay.
But then, so like suspension, I provide my own suspension. If I want motor work done, I provide that, which I'm not doing. I got some W wheels this past week for Glendale and the future. But
so if
the travel and all that,
okay.
I have to provide that.
Mechanic
as well.
Yeah.
How old are you, Benny?
I am 26.
26.
And an FXR team deal or your own deal?
No, FXR is my own deal.
Okay,
so all my gear, head to toe stuff is myself.
Mm-hmm. Okay, got it.
I got a deal with FXR, and then maybe like a couple weeks later, they got a team deal done with them.
Right. So so Rock River doing a good job, but paying the truck gas and fuel, driver, and so giving you some parts.
Yeah.
Right.
And
so
bikes, huge part as well.
Yeah, bikes as well, but not yours to keep, right? You got they get the
No.
Right.
Give the bike back.
Right.
Rock River owns bikes.
I'm just trying to give again, and I'm not trying to disparage Rock River here, but this is Benny and Harlan are more privateers than you think. As far as they look from the outside, you'd be like, oh, they're on Team Rock River. Probably getting travel paid for, maybe a small salary. Not that way.
I think the difference, and Benny can correct me if I'm wrong, but like some of these rigs, right, which are helping these riders, maybe with the travel of the motorcycle, maybe the motorcycle. So in essence, you're not having to pay to drive yourself to each race. Maybe you don't have to pay for your own motorcycle because you're on a loaner program, and then that is basically all that is different to me versus a guy in the back of his pickup doing it on his own, right? Because Benny made his own gear deal. He's kind of doing this. And all it is the rig, and then here's your motorcycle.
Basically, yes. And,
kind of.
And opposed to Ted Parks where you pay Ted to take your bike with you around.
Right, but this isn't like that.
No, I know. And then there's that. So there's Benny's level, which is good for the upper tier, private tier guys. Then there's Ted Parks that you pay, and he takes your bike around for you, and you can do whatever you want.
Right.
And then there's the guys, Nagy's in his van. Then there's Nagy in his van.
I feel we need to build a flow chart of privateer
support
levels.
Right.
All I can say is that Grant and I are both privateer enough that we should be in the damn privateer race.
No, you're not understanding.
You're privateer 1.
Sick of this.
You and Harlan are yelling at me in the pits. There's a point structure here to get in my race, and you guys are too fast for my race.
Did you see my Instagram story?
No.
On Saturday, after you left our truck, I posted a picture of my bike and said, I'm very happy to announce.
Oh, yeah, I did see that, yeah.
Yeah.
Just to stir the pot.
Tons of people replying, saying, yeah, you're a privateer. You should be.
Yeah, but the race is not just open for privateers. It's open to people who qualify via not making main events. That's how it's open.
I feel like this is a great story for PulpMX. I'm going to do this.
Okay.
I'm going to rank these privateers. You have privateer 1, which is Benny level. A privateer 2, which is like a mid-level, like a Teddy Parks.
Yeah.
Right? And then privateer 3 is like, I'm doing everything on my own.
Nagy.
I'm putting Pop-Tarts in my van.
There's just Nagy level.
Yeah. I can't pass sound. That's privateer 3.
Right. So Benny, after you get 11th overall or 12th overall, and after you pay your travel and your mechanic, what are you taking home? Contingency and purse. Like what's your profit?
I mean, it's not a lot. Thankfully, my main sponsor, Truck Central, which is obviously my parents.
I'm familiar with that company, yeah.
Yeah, they are paying for the travel and the mechanic.
Okay. All right.
So pretty much I'm making whatever I get paid from AMA or Feld, whoever it comes from. And
you get a small salary from FXR, I'm guessing?
Yeah. I have pretty good bonus deal and money from FXR as well as Arai. Those two are pretty much my two biggest. And
Yeah, I'm just trying to give
Yeah,
our
I
listeners
think
a little
that's about it.
glimpse into what goes on with it. Like Benny is fast as shit.
That's what I'm saying.
And I want our listeners to be like, hey, even though he's fast as shit, he's not crushing it money-wise.
This is what
right?
it's so crazy about our
It's
sport.
not. I'm not like. I look forward to the paycheck every month because it's like, okay. Or every Tuesday we get paid from AMA. It's like, okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Pay some more bills, and then next Tuesday pay some. Like it's.
Right.
I'm certainly not living lavishly, but thankfully my parents have helped me out a lot,
Sure.
which I'm super grateful for.
So-
obviously.
That's the question I want to ask, and this is not a negative question. How much longer do you want to do it like this?
I don't want to do it like this any longer. Pretty much, and I've said this in the past.
You have said this before.
However much, but so last year before the 2022 season, I had made an agreement with my wife and my parents, if I don't do good enough to get a ride for next year, I'm done. And I had worked with Millsaps before the season, and in the off season, I was going the fastest I'd ever gone in my life.
Yeah.
I know that I was realistically at that time, the speed that I had was probably 5 to 10-ish. And that, because of that, I was like, okay, guys, I just need one more year, right? And so pretty much made the same agreement like this. If I can't get a ride to make enough money to not need help, then there's no reason to keep doing it. So
Right.
Yeah.
And I think this is where some of these riders, like Benny, they do it. And like you said, I'm faster than I've ever been. I'm this 5 to 10 guy, which is the top 1% of our sport, right? And then they get nothing. They leave the sport in a sour taste. Like, fuck this sport, fuck this, I don't need this shit, right?
Yeah.
So then it hurts their lifestyle later on because you kind of lose track of why you started riding a dirt bike when you were little. I love riding my dirt bike. I just want to ride. And then you get a little bit better. Then you try racing. Then you get better at racing. Then you get a little help. And then you get shit on at the end of it. And then you're like, fuck this sport. I don't need it. And that's what sucks about this whole thing is Benny is fast as shit. Not only fast as shit, but has been riding the best he's ever have.
I mean, he outqualifies factory riders.
Correct.
Not all the time.
And then
but
doesn't
sometimes,
he's still scraping by or having his parents help him. And then you're just like, you know what? Screw this. I'm out. And then he doesn't ride a dirt bike for 5 to 10 years and then finds it again when he's 35. You know, that's what sucks. And I feel like that's happening a lot. There's a window where you guys just bounce out of the sport for 10 years. And then you go ride a fucking two-stroke or whatever with your homies on a Sunday. And you're like, oh, I love this shit. And then you're back.
yeah, it's definitely interesting. I feel like there's been a lot of that in the past, which obviously isn't that awesome, but I don't know. It's hard. You can't really be mad at the sport. If you're not good enough, you're not good enough. And that's kind of how they look at it. So
right. Well,
you can't really blame anyone other than yourself, but
I guess that's what I'm asking. Are you that
suck.
type of guy? Are you that type of guy okay, if it doesn't work out, are you still going to ride your dirt bike on your own for fun?
Yeah, no, I'm definitely going to ride. And I'm sure I'll take a few years off from racing, but I can definitely see myself in the future once I'm, in my 30s going back, maybe racing the vet class at Loretta's, which people like to complain about all the time. But I mean, I love riding my dirt bike, and that's why I do it.
That's cool.
It's frustrating at sometimes, but I still love it. So
Wiseco Pistons bringing you Benny Bloss on the show. Use the code on PulpMXShow.com under sponsored deals under the Wiseco logo to save with a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke piston. Factory Honda running Wiseco. And speaking of Factory Honda, Benny, what's it like riding at the 83 compound with those guys? And you got a big group there. Seems like a fun group.
Yeah, it is a fun group. I told someone this weekend. I don't know what word to use. Jet and Hunter make me feel terrible about myself. I'm going to be honest. A lot.
Right.
During the week, it's just the HEP guys came and rode with us one week, maybe a month ago. And it was so refreshing for me. I'm going to be honest. Like, it was like I'm riding with Chiz and Shane and Kenny, and it's like Kenny's a little bit faster, but he's really not that much faster, you know? And then, like, I'm riding with Chiz and Shane, and we're all pretty similar in speed. And it was like I had only been riding with, like, Jet, Hunter, and Chance. And Chance rips there, by the way. Hi, miss. And so it's like, okay, I am okay then. Like, I'm really not that slow. Because Jet goes out and goes 5 seconds a lap faster. It's like I don't even get how. Like, where are you finding the speed? So like those two brothers are ridiculous on dirt bikes.
So is Jet good on a 450, or did he lose a lot of speed moving up, Benny? Is he is he having trouble adapting to more CCs?
It was like their break, right? The first week that he rode 450 on Supercross, someone asked me that next weekend. They were like, so, like, first day, was Jet faster than you on the 450? And, like, I'm pretty realistic with myself, right? Yeah. I'm not the best rider out there.
Right.
I feel like I am pretty good, but that kid was faster than me on the 450 2 laps into the day. Maybe 1 lap into the day.
So crazy.
Yeah.
He's good, so.
Yeah, so he'll be fine this summer then, is what you're predicting. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think he'll be battling for race wins.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no, I bet, man. Yeah, it seems like a good group down there for sure.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. The tracks are really good all the time. The outdoor track right now is so nasty and gnarly. I'm not that bummed that I'm not riding it yet, but I know by the time that I get on outdoors, it's just going to be hammered. But
so
we got the Canadian Honda guys down there.
Yeah,
here right now too.
Dylan's down there, Piccolo, right? Yeah. Is Wright up to speed yet? 2 ACLs? Is he feeling?
He's looking pretty fast.
Right.
I don't know like how fast he was going before that. I'd only really seen him at Donations, which he was riding good, but he's going pretty fast right now. And I know that like the thing is Canadians are always like super nice, and it's just that's so true. And that dude is both of those. Yeah, those guys are awesome.
Yeah, look at me.
Dude,
super nice.
Canadians.
Yeah, super nice. I'm that way.
Maybe if you let me in the pulp race, I'll
So Keefer, Benny was talking to me this weekend. They want to do something like we did. Remember me, you, and A-Ray went out to Western?
Yeah.
And we had our lit pros, and we did our timing thing?
Yep.
Well, Truman wants to bet Benny that he can stay within 45 seconds of him on 1 lap on the outdoor track. And I was telling Benny, I'm like, 45 seconds is a long time.
45 seconds is a lot. How long's the lap?
2:10.
Oh, Dan can ride.
Yeah, Dan can ride. So I was telling Benny, don't take the bet because I stayed within whatever.
Yeah, don't take the bet.
Whatever our bet was, 30 seconds or something. You know.
Yeah.
Whatever it was. Like it's a long time.
I wanted nothing to do with this bet, and then we're at the track one day, and like I think they were testing with Dylan or something, and then he's like, "We should make a bet." And I was like, okay, like, what do you want to bet? And first, like, it was golf, and then he's like, no, you're probably better than me at that. Let's do a lap time. And, like, at first, I think it was maybe, like, 25 seconds, and then he went to 35, and then now he's at 45. And I'm like, that's way too much time.
Yeah, don't do
it.
Yeah, that's a long
like,
time.
what about 20 seconds? I feel like that's a little...
Yeah.
So it's a 2-minute whatever lap. How much does Dan weigh compared to you? This is an aspect that I was looking into, by the way.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how much Dan weighs.
Because I was thinking about, I had a buddy who says, you can't lap me within a 30-minute moto. I'm like, dude, I will lap you in 30 minutes, no problem. He's like, but he weighed 240 pounds. He's like, well, you have to put a jacket on, like a weight jacket, and be 240 pounds. And then we're equal, and then you can lap. I go, I'll still lap you.
Yeah.
He's like, no, you won't. That's so much more weight.
No, you still.
I'm like, I don't give a shit.
No,
like,
you'd still.
So I know Dan's pretty big.
Yeah.
But Benny's tall, so I don't know what the difference was there.
Right.
So maybe something like that too.
We got a call for you, Benny. Nathan's on one. Nathan, thanks for calling the show. What's your question for Benny Bloss?
First off, you and Keefer really let everybody down tonight, so just so you know that.
Yeah, no, we did. Yep.
But it's all good. So, Benny, I met you briefly at Indianapolis after you died in practice, and you couldn't even hardly walk. And so props for you for lining back up that night and giving it your best. But anyhow, I got a jersey signed by you back when you were number 34 on the Rocky Mountain team.
Mm-hmm.
And you and I don't know if it was your dad, but you guys were just like, wow, that's such a badass jersey. And you kind of indicated that was one of your favorite jerseys. And I was just going to put it out there that I could get this back to you at Washougal if you don't have one.
Oh, no. You're good, man. You're good. My mom has jerseys from every year.
Yeah, your mom's a
Oh,
I
okay.
appreciate it, though.
Yeah, it kind of sounded like you were like, shit, I wish I had one of those. So I was just going to offer it up to you. It's a badass jersey, so.
That's very nice.
But
of
I
you.
was going to
Yeah.
get it back to you if you wanted it. But if you got one, cool, and keep killing it. Hopefully you get a ride one of these days.
Thanks, Nathan. Thanks, man. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Bye.
I am so looking forward to Friday night, Nashville. Jeff Bloss is coming through with his steak dinner for me. I don't know if he's made the res yet. I need to check in, but I picked the restaurant I want to eat at, and really looking forward to
Is this
Jeff.
an annual thing?
No, I won a Raider Chief game bet
okay.
with him,
Yep.
and steak dinner's coming my way, courtesy of Jeff Bloss. Can't wait, Benny.
What restaurant?
I don't know. I gave him the name of the restaurant from somebody on Instagram told me about it. It looks pricey, and that's perfect. That's perfect. So
I'm just kind of wondering if I'm going to get an invite or not.
yeah,
Probably not.
I mean, I would love to have you there. You know, it's not on me. It's up to your dad. But I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, should be great. So, all right, Benny. Atlanta Speedway. What are your thoughts on these Speedway tracks?
I mean, they're all right.
Okay. All right.
All right, let's wrap it up.
I don't know. I don't love them. I don't hate them.
Yeah.
I will say that it is very nice to have the lap times be a lot longer.
Yeah, for sure. Right?
I'm not a huge fan of when the lap times are in the 40 seconds.
Do you notice when the lap times are longer, is the track less fucked up?
Well, I don't know. The track gets pretty messed up all the time, especially like the races where the lap time's super long, Daytona, and that track gets
I guess
annihilated.
So. Yeah.
I don't feel like Atlanta has been that messed up, but it's been pretty muddy at most of them.
Atlanta has some booters too, man. Remember that? Was it last year? That
triple?
double? Or
Yeah,
the triple,
the triple that Hunter.
Yeah.
Holy crap!
Hunter
man.
died on. Right.
So I rode press Friday morning, and so we're like, my group was the first to go out, and everyone is just looking at this triple walking in, and we're just like, oh my gosh, and like I hit it like second or third lap.
Ugh.
And I was so nervous, and I greased it first lap, and I was like, okay, we're good.
Yeah.
And then I pulled in, and I was like, did everyone hit the triple? And they're like, Moran's hit it behind you, and no one else hit it.
Oh, wow.
And I was like,
yeah.
oh. And then, like, after that, everyone hit it. But then watching this, like, nobody really had an issue with it. And then watching the factory guys, like, 3 people crashed on it. And I was like, they should probably change this because can't imagine first lap having to come around and hit that.
Yeah, Phil said he'll follow Hunter over it, the run that Hunter ate it. And he was like, I'm just going to follow Hunter because he's going to do it.
Oh.
And then he said, as he came up to the ramp, he's like, that's not enough. Like he was following Hunter, and he gave it more,
really?
and he gave it more, and he cleared it.
Oh.
But he was like, yeah, I don't think that's enough, Hunter. So Phil figured it out, but yeah.
Even when I hit it good, I felt like it was just in my head where it's like, I really don't know if this is enough.
Yeah.
And there was no deck, like, right?
Yeah, no. It was steep.
The landing was
Yep,
like just
yep.
sketch.
Yeah, you had to be pretty precise. All right, Benny. Thanks for calling in, man. Appreciate it. Good job this year figuring out that consistency. You got the speed. We all know that. You and Harley, man, doing a really good job, both of you guys. So.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thank you guys for having me on. And
yeah, props to you not looking so gangly too. Like being a tall dude, your style's not like a mutant.
No,
looks pretty good.
Yeah.
You don't have to lie, Keefer.
No,
okay.
like I'm pretty critical with this. Like I ride with Travis Preston. He looks old and decrepit and mutiny, and then, but I mean, you're taller than him, and it looks decent. It looks like you have a shorter rider.
The compliment you gave him is you don't look like a mutant.
You don't look like a mutant.
Yeah. So all right, there you go, Benny. Put that.
Well, also just one more thing. Just would like to say, everyone, if you're listening, go out, get Bike of the Year, the Yamaha 450.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
The helmet of the lifetime, Arai, FXR gear.
Helmet of a lifetime.
Boots. Oakley goggles. All my sponsors, thank you.
Put on the back of your pants, not a mutant.
Not a mutant.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, there we go.
I hate watching myself ride, so appreciate it, Keefer.
All right, we got you.
All right. Thanks, Benny.
All right, thanks.
All right, that's Benny Bloss, everybody. Doing a great job this year for sure. Moving to our next guest, brought to you by the folks at Renthal. Keefer, Renthal Bars.
Mm-hmm. If it's the person that is coming on, I think he is a, God, hold on.
What is
he? 998.
Justin Brayton, are you a 998 Renthal?
Wrong, Keefer. You are wrong.
Oh.
I'll give you a second guess.
I'm okay. I'm going to go with
again.
996.
No, wrong again.
I skipped it. It's 997.
997.
It's 997. It's 997.
Damn it.
Your phone's breaking up a little bit, JB. I don't know where you are, but if you could move somewhere.
Is it?
Yeah, a little bit. Renthal, fraction of a second, a few grams, a couple of millimeters. It all counts. Welcome to the winning world of Renthal. Renthal.com. Please check them out. Factory Honda, using Renthal, Red Bull KTM, Monster Energy Kawasaki, and this gentleman as well, longtime Renthal rider, and he'll be running it once again. JB, do you agree with Keefer's talk that Benny doesn't look like a mutant?
I mean, doesn't look like a mutant. That's, I don't know. Is that a compliment? Or?
Yeah, I think
that's a compliment for tall dudes for sure, because as a tall dude, being 6'3", 6'2", whatever, chances are high you're not going to look very cool looking on a motorcycle. You're going to look gangly and like, you're monkey fucking a football. It's not going to look great, right? So I think he looks good for a tall dude.
Yeah, I agree with that. He looks good.
How was that triple in Atlanta for you?
Oh, that thing was scary.
That's saying something too.
Super scary.
Yeah, for JB to say it?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of those where you just don't even have to think about it. You better go out there and do it. Like, not the first time, but at least the second time you roll over it, because if you roll over it more than that, and I'm sure you guys have had jumps like that, if you just think about it for too long, you just might as well go back to the truck. So I did it like second lap, and
that's me at Mesquite.
I was going to say,
rolling over these jumps, being like, God damn, I should jump this.
That's 95% of every vet rider.
Yeah.
Like, if I don't do it the first 3 laps, I ain't doing it all day. I'm out.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, Keefer, you're talking to a vet rider, so that's how we roll.
Shit.
Thanks for calling in, JB. Appreciate it. Hey, look, we all know you do a good job at Race Day Live. You've really stepped in there nicely the last couple of years and done a good job. And this weekend they threw you a live announcing. Now, you were with Wygant, so that was probably, you were happy with that. But what'd you think of the live announcing?
It was a lot different, that's for sure. I mean, it was way different. You're right, me being with Weeds, that was the deciding factor for me. So got a call about a month ago. Hey, would you be interested in doing this? And I said, well, I don't know. And then he said, well, you'll be doing it with Weeds. Yep, I'm in. Absolutely. Sign me up.
Unbelievable.
Done.
Boy.
But yeah, Steve, to your point, it was a lot different. I mean, from just like obviously interviewing the riders, which was probably my favorite part. I interviewed all the race winners, so that was cool. But like sponsor reads and stuff like that was a little interesting. And then, announcing the live racing is a lot of fun. It's just sometimes you can't really hear it as a spectator in the stadium. It's really hard to hear. So that was, and then wearing the like earpiece, and I don't know, a lot of it was brand new for me and just fully got thrown into it. And but I love those situations. You got to kind of, you got to make the most of it and do the best you can. And so it was fun. I enjoyed it for sure, but I definitely like doing the like Race Day Live and stuff like that better. So.
I meant to bust your balls on the show today because you were doing a sponsor read for somebody, and I can't remember what it was now. Damn it! And you were like, like just basically reading it off a cue card, and like you were like, and then like you almost sounded like Ron Burgundy, where you ended it with a question.
Hey. I just took instructions and I followed the instructions.
Right.
Steve, so.
But honestly, like you do a great job at Race Day Live. Like I'm really impressed. You seem to be able to get into the point and out of the point articulately. You end it on a nice note. You bring the point around to something that you were talking about earlier. Like, dude, you're very. I know it sounds like I'm just buttering you up here on this show.
Gargling hard.
I know, but dude, for a racer,
I mean, this is rare, Keefer.
Right, I would take it all, JB. Take it all.
Carmichael,
I'll just sit back for a little bit.
Yep.
Carmichael had some rough moments when he started. He's better. Fro was not great and got better, and then I felt like Fro got worse as it went on. Ex-racer jumping into the booth, it's a tough deal, and JB has really impressed me, because he just raced last year. He was, just a competitive racer last year.
I'll add on. I'll tickle his nuts a little bit now.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
The best thing about JB when I watch the daytime program is how quick he knows the 3-digit guys when I'm watching.
Yes.
The other guy, and there's and then JB's like, hey, here's so-and-so, here's so-and-so. I'm like, dude, he knows the riders.
Yeah.
So that's cool. I like that.
Yeah, you're impressive, man. Keep it up. I'm glad you like it. I hope they, maybe elevate your role a little bit even in that.
Yeah, I appreciate the kind words from both of you, that's for sure. I didn't know if I would like it or not. And, all racers are kind of like, what are you going to do after?
Yep.
Broadcasting wasn't really on my list at all. I will say I used to like doing interviews and stuff, especially in certain situations. On race day is really difficult because it's such a and Steve, this is where you guys have a tough job during race day. Like, none of the racers really want to talk that much. You're never going to get that great of an interview, but in a show like this, you typically get some really good interviews, and so I like doing things like this, or I did as a racer anyways, and you can get a little more in depth. So I like talking about that on the broadcast. Like getting a little bit deeper. I don't just want to hear that Chase Sexton is fast. I want to hear why he's fast. And so now that I'm doing that, well, this is why, in my opinion, why he's fast, because he rides on his, rides standing up a lot, and he turns down and does this in the whoops and the intra-speed from the berm to the first whoop. That's where you get all your speed. Like, there's things like that I think just being a student of the sport, which you guys all know, but maybe the fan watching at home doesn't. So I've really enjoyed it. It's really evolved into something, like you said, that I really like to do. And but I'm also aware of, look, we've got 2 positions in our sport that racers can go to. I guess maybe not counting motocross, but for Supercross, you got Ricky's spot, and then you got Daniel's spot that I'll take his spot when he goes to the booth. So there's really only 2 spots that you can that we have. So I'm realistic with that, and obviously, financially, it's not like it's a huge deal either. So more so doing it for fun, and if it ever did evolve into something, it would be really fun. And I love being a part of the sport. That's another thing is I don't like when people just disappear. I think it's crazy that you just all of a sudden now you're just never going to go to races and you're never going to watch the races. Like, that to me is just mind-boggling. Like, this is my favorite thing. So anyway, I can stick around and add something to the broadcast. I think it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's good to see it. And sorry, Keefer, I get people who tell me like, hey, you're really good on your podcast or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, I've been doing it for 16 years. I hope I'm good at it. Like 16 years of reps. JB has, 8 months of reps. So not even 6 months of reps if you go back to when he was hurt or whatever. But so that's my point. Like, yeah, you've picked it up quickly.
Yeah, and I study it too, right? It's not just, I don't just do the calls during the week and then not study or anything. It's actually my favorite part, just like racing. You're constantly practicing and how I can get better and studying people. I watch the football guys now. I'm a fan of Troy Aikman and the way he delivers his message to the NFL folks. And I've really studied at it. I prepare properly. To Keeper's point about the 3-digit guys, when I would watch the broadcast years ago, and I was a 3-digit guy, right? So I couldn't stand when they didn't know somebody, because I always knew them. When I was watching at home, I knew.
I was the same way.
I just knew everybody.
Yes.
And to where now, like, I feel like that's my responsibility and my job, because that 3-digit guy's family is watching, most likely. And then if they're not watching, for sure some of his friends are watching, and then he's going to go back and watch it. So, and I just felt like when they would mess it up or didn't know them, it just, man, how would you feel if they didn't know that? But vice versa, what if I know him right away and I actually know something about him? Like, I know that he won Loretta's in 2007 or whatever, like something like that. Like, I don't know. I just think that's what adds so much to the broadcast. So try to do my part on that.
Tony Romo said when he first got into it, he's like, dude, it's work all week. I'm working all week. And he goes, it's so much meetings and studies and everything else that, like, I'm like, I don't know if everybody in our sport did that work, right? There was times where there'd be 3/4 of a lap of an LCQ and there'd be nothing. There'd be no indication of who was winning.
Well, take credit.
Like,
I led a heat race, and I led a whole fucking lap, and they didn't even know who the hell I was.
Not
like,
one
what is this dude?
Right. Like they couldn't even look at your number
like,
and match it up.
Yeah,
right.
nothing.
No, it's work. You got to work at this. You really do. And I think JT does, and
Yeah, JT's a perfect example. He absolutely does. He knows everybody, knows something about everybody, and but to your point about during the week, it's actually more than I thought, which I don't mind. I actually think it's quite fun. There's several meetings during the week, and then, to your point about the studying, I'm constantly studying what happened the year before at that venue, or what even several years before, and who's strong and who's not. And then we're reading into where's everybody at on the season, and you can't just talk about championship guys, right? There's all kinds of other guys that have storylines, and so that's actually really fun. And then they had me do a Barsha interview in Oakland, and I really enjoyed it. We did a sit-down interview on Friday. So now I've done 2 other ones. I've done I did Roxon in where was that? I forget what race that was. But, Detroit. Mm-hmm. And then I did AT this past weekend, and so that's a lot of fun. But also, I come up with my own questions and what direction I want to go with it. I mean, I get no direction really, so I come up with all of it myself. And but I love it. It's a lot of fun. Like I said earlier, I never thought that I would like it this much, or even maybe be as good as I am at it. But I'm really enjoying it, and would love for something to come up in the future.
Well, he answered my question pretty much. Like I was asking him, since you've been doing this now, do you find yourself listening in more to broadcasts and seeing what they're doing? And I love Tony Romo as well, because I'm a big fan of football, but unlike, we know everything about dirt bikes and the insides and out, I don't know that about football. And Tony kind of brings that for me about how the play breaks down, what this guy's supposed to do. I'm just watching people run around and catch balls and hand, like, that's what I know, right?
Yep.
But then when he talks, I learn something. And then when JB is on, I think the average casual fan like me for football is learning something, just like what JB said. So I guess you do watch and listen and kind of take bits and pieces from each announcer sports that you watch, right?
Yeah, for sure. And, the big thing about Tony Romo at first was he would predict the future, right? He'd predict what play they're running. And so I think about that. In our sport, it's obviously hard to predict, but it was kind of cool. This past weekend on the broadcast, I had a little Romo moment where, when they go, a lot of guys will go over the finish line and look at the tower.
Yeah.
Well, they do it, a lot of guys do it all the time, but Anderson does it more than most. And I've noticed it over the weeks. And we had a lap going, and I said, watch him go over the finish line. He's going to look over at the tower, where it just shows the top 5. And he did. It was like on cue, and looked over, and he went to like 4th or something. And then, what's the psychology behind that? If you look up and your name isn't up there, right? Because it happens a lot. You might be 7th, and it's like, oh man, it's kind of deflating. And so try to bring that in, because I've felt all that, and it's been really recent, right? And to your point, I was just racing last year. I got a couple top 5s last year racing these guys. So that's another dynamic I can bring as well.
For sure. Justin Brayton on the show, brought to you by folks at Renthal. 997. I always knew that. He went to 997. And
I knew it was tall.
He's a twin wall guy too.
And he likes his bar. His bar is like beach cruiser-ish forward.
That's right. That's right. It's just in line with the Fords, Keefer.
I don't know, man. It looks a little forward.
Right in line with the Fords. Keefer, you know why I'm 997 guy? Because 971s used to come stock on the Honda.
Yep. Same bend.
I ran 971s forever. Yeah, forever.
Yeah.
That was
like back in my day, JB. It was Honda High bend. That was the bend, right? Honda High.
Yeah.
And then that obviously phased out.
Renthal's got something cool coming too for a race coming up. I'm not supposed to talk about it, but just wait. It'll be out there soon for Renthal. All right, got some phone calls for JB as well on the line. But let's talk a little. Well, first of all, we got a note, JB. Fowler's Facts wants to know how you feel about him winning this weekend. So yeah.
Well, here's the thing about Clinton. I love Clinton. It's been so fun to have him. Obviously, all the stats in our sport are so cool, but we love to banter back and forth because he's a stat guy, right? So he just goes by the stats, and I love to challenge the stats because. And the thing is, can Sexton get back in this championship battle or back in the mix or whatever? And and look, if I'm a betting man, I would say no, right? If you're betting money, but I was challenging him like, okay, well, what if Chase wins Glendale and Coop gets like a fourth, which he did, or if Eli doesn't have a great race, because there's so many other guys that can get in between, which is unlike really the past, right? It used to be Ricky and Chad battling, or RV and Dunge, and like no other rider could really get in the mix. Where now we have Barsha and Kenny and Anderson, AP. There's so many, right? So I was thinking, what if Chase wins, Coop is off the podium, and Eli gets like a third? Is he back in it? Well, in his mind, he would be back in it, but Clinton said otherwise. And look, he was right. He let the facts get in the way of a good story, and he was right. He was right. So.
Well, listen,
I do think Chase is out of it now, though. I mean,
yeah.
I don't see him coming back from, was he 25 down?
I said it, but going into Glendale, I'm like, I think he's out of this. Not just because he can jump one guy. Something can happen to one guy, but I didn't think something could happen to two guys that have won the last two titles. But let's talk about this. Keefer and I had a little disagreement. Start of the show, like 7 points now, and Eli's 2 recent races where he didn't do that well. He told us it was a neck problem. And by winning the last 2 weeks, I'm going to take him at his word that it was a neck problem, right? He showed that he was held back physically. So assuming, nothing else happens physically, like I'm telling Keefer, these 7, it is hard to make up 7 points. Okay, so Coop wins this weekend, gets 3 on Eli because Eli's really good at speedways, but now we're back to no margin of error for Coop. So I think this weekend could prove to be pivotal, JB, in this thing.
Yeah, I thought I was going into Glendale saying it was a massive weekend for Coop because we all know how great Eli is there and just a fast track like that and the dirt. So now we're going these last 5. It's like you kind of have to go per venue, right? It's like, okay, who's good in Atlanta? Well, I think it's kind of 50-50 in Atlanta. Right. They always say, well, speedways and, he's so good in Daytona. Eli's so good in Daytona. Well, it's way different than Daytona. The soil's totally different. And I actually think Coop's great at Atlanta. And I think the geography of where these guys are from, I think is going to play into it as well. Like Coop being from North Carolina, I think he's going to be great this weekend in Atlanta. I really do. His back's against the wall. But then you fast forward to Denver and Salt Lake, and I don't see how you can favor Coop at those two. I just don't. I mean, of course, he was great at some of the Salt Lake 7s, but I favor Eli. I just do. It's because altitude and dirt, and once again, where he's from, those two are kind of home races for him. So, I don't know. And then if Coop does win, he's got to bank on the Eli not getting second, and it's possible for sure. Of course, it's absolutely possible. But to your point, that 7 points, man, that was a lot. That was a lot.
Hey, did you hear any rumors of Coop and World Supercross lining up with him?
I mean, there's always been rumors of that, right? Because he was an early OzX Open guy. I think even in 15, the first year was there, and with him last year being not doing motocross, so I think there's always talk of it, but I haven't heard anything.
Yeah, he said moto to me on this show, but I'm hearing rumblings of other things, so we'll see. World Supercross for you, though. When does that start? When does your prep go? They kick off in June or maybe July? And July 1? July 2nd? I don't know, something like that. When does that start for you? When does it ramp up?
Kind of this week. So I've actually got the Fly Racing guys coming in to do a little photo shoot this Thursday. So I'll get on the bike, start doing some riding, and I would say here soon. I don't want to time it too wrong. It's a unique schedule. It's just there's a couple in July, and then you got like 2 months off. And so typically what I would do for the Australia stuff, I would take 3 or 4 months off during the summer, and I would give myself about 6 to 8 weeks to prepare, and then that was kind of good enough. So something similar here. I may start riding motocross just to kind of get back in the swing of things, and then jump on some supercross. So I would say, here in the next 2 to 3 weeks, start ramping it up.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Are you at club doing this?
Yeah. Back at club. So I would like to catch those guys their last, few weeks of prep, just to kind of ride with them and, see the level and see where my level is, and, ride with Enzo and Jay Martin, the guys. So that would be kind of good, just to see if I can get on their level in a few weeks. I know it's asking a lot, but
I think
got
you'll be
some
all
muscle
right.
memory in there.
I think
Yeah.
you'll be all right. Yeah.
And the bike that you're going to be riding this year compared to, obviously it was different last year at World Supercross, but from the last time you were on this team, has it changed much?
It'll still be real similar to what I've had. You know, it'll be kind of my suspension program, and it'll actually be almost the exact bike I raced in Paris last year. So
Okay.
I raced Uribe's engine and stuff, and it's kind of what Kenny had came up with. Actually, what Kenny raced World Supercross on, and I know they've came up with some different engine packages for Dean now. So there's definitely some stuff to test, but honestly, at this point, Keefer, it's kind of like I've been running the same suspension setting for like the last 2.5 years.
Right.
I just want to bolt that on and give me a halfway decent engine. I'm not that picky at this point. As long as I got a good feel with my clutch and it has some good power on the bottom and comfortable with my suspension, yeah, I'm dialed.
All right, we got some phone calls for Keefer and for JB. First up, it's James on 4. James, welcome to the show. What's your question for Brayton and Keefer?
Hey guys, so my big question, I've been wondering this for a while, and you guys are the best two to ask this too. What is it that you think causes kids to come out of amateur ranks, go into the pros, do decent but not that well, and then basically kind of fall off? Like we've seen it with Nico Izzy, we've seen it with Austin Stroop, we've seen it with Lawrence, like just kind of these big name kids that are coming out of amateurs, they go into the pros, and then they either struggle or they completely fall off the map.
Well,
go ahead,
guys
JB.
you mentioned, sorry, Keefer, those guys you mentioned are different than kind of what you're saying. Those guys didn't struggle. They actually won fairly early, were making a lot of money. So there's that aspect of it. They just, I mean, imagine being 16 or 17 years old, making $500,000 or close to $1 million. Now you've got any chick basically that you want. You've got people, you know, saying yes all around you. So you're just surrounded by a bunch of yes men. And then, yeah, it's easy to fall off, you know, but the other spectrum is the guys that might come up a little bit too early or have earned a factory ride because they're winning Loretta's and such. And Keefer can probably talk to this a lot better than I can because he's kind of in that right now with Aiden. But they come out and they're 17 years old or 18 years old, and they're racing, you know, a Christian Craig in there that was last year. They're racing a RJ Hampshire. They're racing a, you know, like the guys are just so good. And then in my opinion, they don't have enough years. And when I got an opportunity to race Supercross, I was like 20 years old, 21 years old. I still wasn't even ready, like confidence-wise and all that. So I got like 3 or 4 years, which no team's going to give you guys 3 or 4 years. It's just on to the next. So a couple different scenarios there, but I think the kids that are in and out early, they need more time. And I really think as of late, there's like 5 guys I can name off the top of my head that if they just had a couple more years, if they had the team stick with him, I really think they could figure it out, but they just don't have enough time.
On my side, for me, I think the guys that you mentioned, JB nailed it. That's what I was going to say. Like, they succeeded, but also, you know, you get lost. In our sport, it's different. Parents stick around longer than other parents in other sports. So, for me, I don't use dirt bikes as a here, this is what you're going to do for a job, Aiden. I use it as a tool to help Aiden grow up to be a good human being. So, and then whatever happens from that and blossoms is awesome. So if that means he gets to get paid to ride a dirt bike, if whatever it means. So I think a lot of these parents and younger kids, they get pushed in really quick, right? Like what JB said. And there's a lot of pressure early, 1 from the team side if they get a ride, and then 2 from the parents, right? So I'm around a lot of these parents, and it's gnarly, and it gets really, really in your face. And for me, I'm just kind of the opposite of that. And how we're going to do Aiden is just we're going to slow roll Aiden into this. I'm not interested in him getting to the Supercross by he's 18 or 19. If we go ride Supercross and he's 20 years old, that's just how it is. 1, for safety reasons, because Supercross plus the pressure plus having a young kid, that's a recipe for getting injured a lot. So there's never been a kid out there that wants to win that will be like, oh, I'll just settle and I'm just going to try a little bit and just get my feet wet. No, these kids want to haul ass. They want to win. They want to look good. So it's up to the people around them to kind of slow roll this whole thing and keep them on their motorcycles. And hopefully, like JB said, you have a team that kind of understands all of that and then allows them to shine. I just don't think we have enough of those teams around to do that for our kids.
Yeah, I do feel like the teams have reacted a little bit to some failures recently and are slow rolling people and taking time a little bit, right? Do you guys feel like that?
I would say a couple. I don't say most.
Okay.
I see a couple.
Right. I had one team manager tell me, look, man, I don't want to hire a young kid for my team, put pressure on him, watch him fail, and and he said waste money, which, it may be a tough term to use, but that's what he said.
Right.
He said, why don't I just grab a kid that is sort of under the radar, like not a Jet Lawrence, not an all-timer, nobody like that, but grab a kid that's pretty solid, a couple years on some team, and grab that kid when he's ready.
Correct.
And I'm like, yeah, that's not a bad idea. You know what I mean? Like, look, this is what sucks in our sport. Don't you feel like Derek Kelly will never get a factory 250 ride?
No, I don't. I don't feel that.
Oh, you feel he will?
I feel like
okay.
Yeah, because there's already been sniffing around.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I'm wrong. I just feel like if you're a couple-year veteran and you are solid, teams are like, yeah, we don't care. We want the kid. And to me, that's asinine. Take the guy that's putting the results in right now on equipment that's not as good as yours and a program that's not as good as yours and boost him up. But so many of these dudes get overlooked.
I agree. Most of the time, you are correct.
Yes.
That's what happens.
Yeah.
Just like the Benny thing. Like, he's 26.
Yeah.
Let's say he does get a fifth
Right.
and blows people away. Ain't no one going to hire him anyway.
Yeah.
That's what sucks.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I was telling him. Is like, it doesn't matter. So why not take your time, slow cook this kid into the sport so he kind of gets his feet wet, less injuries, and maybe you can market him better for other kids that would want to do the same thing and then get parents on board with that brand. Like, there's a lot of good marketing ability if you do it like that.
Yeah, it's a tough situation. JB, we got another call for you here. It is Tyson on 2. Tyson, what's your question for Justin Brayton?
Yeah, hey guys, JB, keep doing what you're doing a great job on Race Day Live and everything. So, wanted to get your thoughts because this last week we had the split lane, and the boys talked about it on the review pod that split lanes never work. But there is actually one place where it did work, and it's where you're the king of, Daytona, because you dethroned Eli. So the split lane at Daytona, why does it work there but nowhere else? Because split lanes just never seem to work.
Well, it's a good point. They never really seem to work, and the interesting thing about the track crews, they're constantly tweaking it during the day, and it might be like, I always think it's funny when people say, oh, I've built this replica track, or, hey, Star Racing has this track. I think it was, I don't know if it's Detroit or somewhere. They have the same replica track. And, like, there's no two jumps the same. There's no two turns the same. Like, you could literally be a half a millimeter of a degree off of a takeoff of a jump, and one's going to shoot you higher than the other one. So I'm not sure the specifics of the Daytona thing. I feel like there's probably not a lot of jumps, or maybe it's just some sand turns, or, like the one they had this year, it's just the outside-inside thing, where that's easier to get right because also that track goes away. So if one lane is faster than the other, which we all know, like Steve talks about all the time, we all have dartfish, and you're going to know which way is faster before you even show up on race day because typically they rode press. And every team is there filming on press day now. So you're going to know before you show up. But with Daytona, the track conditions just go away. So if outside to inside is faster, well, everyone's going to kind of take that. Well, that line's going to go away. So on lap 10, the inside to outside is going to come around faster. And that's where I think like a Cooper Webb catches onto that stuff really fast. So, yeah, split lanes, man, they're really, really hard to get right. It's not the track crew's fault. It's just so difficult. And right when I walked the track there in Glendale, I'm like, well, you already know which way is going to be faster, because if you went all the way around that berm, and I've known just from my dartfish experience, if you just hang up in a turn for a millisecond longer, it's a tenth. So that's why you see so many guys cutting down now. If you just hang up in a berm for a long time, and then that outside would
keyed you back to the inside, which sharpened your turn to go back down the straightaway, which routes some speed. So didn't really work, but I think you could, if somebody made a mistake, you could definitely make a pass. But yeah, they're hard to get right. It's nobody's fault. It's hard to make two things the same.
Thanks for the call, man.
Sure.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Right
Yeah. They used to work back in the day, like two-stroke days, Tim Ferry days. We'd be like, I don't know, man. Just go here and I'll time it. And like it
worked because no dartfish, or worked because of
just
what?
no dartfish.
Okay.
Just nobody could quite figure it out, or there was, remember the split start, and you would come over the lane and you would decide right or left, and it was like all that stuff worked. I felt like, or at least worked in the sense of everybody taking other lanes, and trying it out, but not now.
There was like an Anaheim, I think it was the one. I think Burner led for a while on a 252 stroke or something when he was on Factory Connection. But Wyndham and I think Chad were battling for the lead, and they would go opposite like every time, and it was cool. Like they would come out neck and neck, and like I don't know, that one seemed to kind of work. But
the race that I won in the heat race,
that was a split lane.
That was a split lane. So I started on the right, and then that wasn't the preferred lane back then, but since there was a bottleneck. On that left side, I got the whole shot, right?
You were in.
What year was that, Keefer?
04 Anaheim 3.
I think would Burner have been on a two-stroke?
Yeah, I think so. I think
250.
I might have said was Burner on a Kawasaki 250?
Not yet. No, I don't think so. I think that was.
Yeah, it was when he was on a Honda 252 stroke. But it might have been that one. Yeah, it might have been that one I'm thinking about because.
Yeah, so you went over the over-under, and then you had to immediately go to the left or the right.
Right. Jake's on 4 with a question for Keefer. Jake, what's your question for Kris Keefer?
Hey, Keefer, I saw that you put out a new test on the 23 450 Honda.
Yeah.
And one of the problems I had is I only wear like a size 8 boot, but I have a problem getting under that shifter. And I've tried moving it up, and it felt weird. And then I read some other reviews that the distance between the shifter and the foot peg has changed. And I was wondering if you ran into that through testing and if you had a recommendation for a shifter.
I don't have a recommendation for a shifter. I know the length of it hasn't changed, but the rider triangle has changed in the past few years, so just slightly. So it might make for you guys that are in testing, when I was testing with Honda, we never had a rider that was under size 9 boot. But I actually did get another email about this, and I know Hammerhead sells different tips or shifters, and they do. I'm fairly certain they offer a shorter shifter.
All right, there you go.
Well, I want a longer one.
A longer one.
Yeah, because they said that it moved in like 17 millimeters, and I was like, that's quite a bit. And
so you have a size 8 foot, and it's too big.
Feels cramped.
Wow. I've never. Okay, then I'm on the opposite end of that.
You could always buy another shifter, weld an extender on there.
No one wants to do that, Steve.
I'm looking to buy welded too. So
what'd you say, JB?
Move your foot peg back like 10 mil. Don't they make a bracket for that?
Well.
You can get a peg that is offset from Raptor.
But his problem is shifter's too far in. I think.
Like too close to the peg.
Yeah.
Yeah, too close to the peg. So if you move the peg back,
that's what I'm saying.
But he's size 8. How can it be too close?
I'm
confused.
This is riveting.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Good luck, Jake. Thanks.
Jake. Sorry, Jake.
Sorry, Jake.
I never heard of it's too close. I'm a size 8. Never heard it.
No, I don't know either. Listen. By the way, motorcycleindustryjobs.com job of the week. A place in North Carolina, 10 Cycles, is looking for parts and e-commerce associate. Full-time job, 10 Cycles, JB.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's a great spot to work.
It is a great spot to work. They are looking for an enthusiastic, self-motivated, and organized parts and e-commerce associate to join the team as a parts and e-commerce associate. You will play a critical role in making available and helping our customers find the parts and accessories they need. Full-time job in Charlotte, North Carolina. Wygant's probably already applied. JB. So
I thought you were going to say they were looking for new ownership.
No, this
I thought you were.
It's an actual real
okay.
Real job.
That's such a good job.
So motorcycleindustryjobs.com, upload your resume for free. If you're looking for a job, if you're a company looking for people, you can check it out. go on there, find some people that want to look and work for you. So please check it out. Thanks to those guys. 10 Cycles, parts and e-commerce associate. So yeah, looking forward to working at 10 Cycles with Justin Brayton. Just cracking the whip every day. Every day.
That's right. I'm back in town. So
yeah, you're back.
bring some work ethic.
Renthal bringing you Justin Brayton on the show. So
hey, we got to talk about weed, Steve. We got to talk about him Friday.
Oh.
I mean, I just got to let the listeners in on our Friday together. So I get back to North Carolina. I've been living in Iowa for like 8 months or so. So my first flight out of North Carolina, I get back this week. So I fly from Charlotte to Glendale, and I get on the plane, and I'm seat 1A. Guess who's 1B? Get on. Weeds is already set up. He's 1B. So we sit next to each other. So then, I love that. That's amazing. So we bro down for a little bit, whatever. Well, then we're delayed for 2.5 hours on the runway. So tons of bro down time, and we're just like, it's unbelievable.
Oh, yeah.
Is there any silence in those 2.5 hours? It's just full talk.
Zero. No, it's just full talk. Full talk. So then we got to go back to the gate to fill up with gas because now we don't have enough fuel to get to Glendale. So anyways, it ended up being like, I don't know, 6.5 or 7 hour deal. And to your point, Keefer, he did, there was like a minute of silence and he was out. So he got his nap in. He said he had scheduled this nap and he didn't go to bed early because he knew that he had a 4.5 hour flight so he could at least sleep for the song. So he did get a little nap in.
Okay.
So we get there and then it's just full. I mean, meetings. I mean, we're doing rehearsal together. It was unbelievable. It was just a great day.
And then he made his red eye by like 7 minutes or something.
He did. Yeah.
He barely made his red eye after the race. So he.
Well, we got there to Glendale and he was timing like, all right, how far is the rental car bus? All right, now we got to take a train. He had it all timed out, and it was going to be close. So, but he made it.
He's just a disaster. I had a call from somebody that was at the Yamaha PulpMX ride day they had there for the Blue Crew, Team Blue Crew, and they said that you couldn't put graphics on a bike worse if you tried to than what Weege's bike looked like. He said if you tried to make it look bad, it wouldn't look this bad. He goes, it's unbelievable.
How can a guy this deep in the sport not know some of the basic things about dirt bikes?
He texted us a photo of oil all over the floor and all over his bike. He didn't know how to put an oil in his kid's bike, and he had no funnel. And we're just like, yeah, just use a funnel. He goes, it doesn't say anything about a funnel in the owner's manual.
Oh my God.
And then somebody's like, just make a funnel, like out of a piece of paper, like any kind of heavy set paper. You could just roll and make a. He's just unbelievable. That's your guy, JB.
That is my guy, but then put any one of those guys you're talking about, put him on the mic.
Oh, yeah.
Put him on the mic.
You're right.
Throw him on with a camera in front of him.
Yep.
No, you're right.
Snap your fingers. He's ready to rock.
Yeah.
Dude, he's just ready. Like, literally anything. He's just, like, on this side of it, the broadcasting stuff, like, he's incredible. He really is. I don't like to give him grief, but, like, yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. He is. Actually, speaking of that, we have a call about Weege here. Spencer's on 4. What's up, Spencer?
Just hanging out. JB, so when did the JB and Weege romance start? It's kind of creepy.
I don't even know. When did it start, Steve? I mean, I feel like you guys kind of started it. Or what,
yeah, he was just, you moved to North Carolina. He was in North Carolina now, right? He moved from Morgantown. And he was a fan of JGR, and you were there. And obviously, JB, you're a great dude. You're friendly. And, yeah, he just, I think he learned from Ferry and I, right? He learned. He took it. He took what I – but I actually was Ferry's mechanic. Like, we had a real tight bond.
This like 114 JB? Or
no. This was no.
Okay.
He wasn't around with 114 JB.
Okay.
But, I figured it started around then.
Transfer of Power was 2014.
Yeah.
So it was before that, right?
Yeah, I think it was before that because he was already onto that. Yeah, Transfer of Power by then. But the Phoenix thing, that's true. You're right. Yeah, so it was before then.
Yeah.
I don't know, Spencer. It's been a while, though.
So should you move to Florida with Ferry since Weege has his man friend?
Well, Ferry's in Georgia now, and he didn't even tell me. So that should tell you what kind of
you didn't know that
bromance we have.
How long did you know?
I just found out maybe 3 months ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't know. So, but yeah, I don't know, man. But then again, like it is funny, like that Weege and JB are. Weege is a JB super fan, but then like he's announcing Daytona, and Daytona is the least likely Supercross JB would ever win in his life.
Yeah,
and he wins it with Weege announcing.
Ugh.
And then they're in North Carolina, and now JB's doing things on announcing wise. It is funny. Yeah, that part is really, really ironic for sure.
Life changing, man.
Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
I will say this. Everyone loves JB right now. Like, who doesn't like JB, right? I feel like he's kind of like a shorty. Like, everyone loves JB.
Yep.
But with how much Weege talks about JB or social media with JB, I feel like it might be a jet thing where it's getting shoved down our throat too much. And I don't want to get sick of JB.
Right. Okay. All right.
So we need to tell Weege just to back it down just a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. All right. We can. Yeah,
I feel like it's almost it's kind of a joke, though, right? Like I feel like it's more of a joke at this point.
I hope people. I mean, look.
Yeah.
Like the Ferry thing. I would just be like, yeah, Tim Ferry's going to win tonight or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Like I was.
Yeah.
Obviously kidding, but I was pushing it pretty hard. By the way, last thing for you, JB, I did want to bring you up. And then we have Hunter Yoder on the phone who would like to talk about his.
Oh, and I'm glad he texted me back. Thanks a lot.
Oh wow, he didn't text you.
Dick.
Okay, all right. Anyways, last thing for you, JB, a guy that has probably made you angry and made you shake your head, but at the same time is riding really well is Justin Barcia, and he's got into this mix. He's a tick off of these dudes, but props to Justin Barcia right now. And as Keefer was saying too. Maybe one of the fittest guys in the sport. He stayed out of controversy, and he's been riding really well.
Yeah, you definitely can't deny that. And to your point, I mean, the sit-down interview I did with him, I told him straight up, like he was the least guy that I like to race. I couldn't stand racing him, and
right.
I think I speak for a lot of riders, right? But now, I mean, he just straight up has the speed. And I was asking somebody this the other day. I'm like, has Justin Barcia ever been the fastest guy? Like, there's been several main events now where he's just had the fastest lap time, and he never qualifies that well. Like, I mean, he used to qualify like outside of the top 10. Now at least he's on the board every now and again.
Mm-hmm.
But he's been straight up fastest. Like, we'll pass. It's really been unbelievable, especially his age. He just turned 31, which isn't really that big of a deal anymore. But I think it's cool. He's like kind of not reinvented himself because he's always been a guy, but I really think his speed is like, I don't know where it's came from. Like his, it's been awesome. Like it's been really fun to watch. And they're like, me and Clinton had a thing on Race Day Live at one point. They're like, is he cleaner than ever? Or why is he not taking guys out? Just simply, he's just faster. He doesn't have to anymore, where typically he would get great starts and then just have to fend guys off. And once you caught him, it was like, oh boy, here we go. Where now he hasn't got his signature great starts. He's just been faster than dudes. He's just passing them. Like he doesn't need to stuff them or put them over a burn or T-bone or meet him at the end of a berm and hit him head on. He just, hey, I'm just going to go around you right here and check out.
Dude,
so it's been really impressive.
The over-under bridge, he was floating sideways over that,
so sick.
Whipping it and getting lined up. And from the press box, it was just a thing of beauty.
The dog pissers he throws out whipped, it's unbelievable.
His gear is still too tight.
No, dude, I like the mushroom tip silhouette.
It's unacceptable to have gear that
I'm
tight.
fine with it. Like, I think it looks awesome. I talked about this in daytime. It's some of the best. I'm not even a TLD fan, but his stuff looks awesome. It looks great. The tight, I like it. He has that body where you can wear it, and it looks awesome.
Okay, well, I'm not a fan of that.
Okay.
And he is in shape, to your point.
Yep.
I mean, he's in really, really great shape. So you have to be. If you're going to ride like that and go 20 minutes plus one,
no doubt,
you're going to have to be fit, and he is. So
that's a lot of energy.
Yeah. And his effort, like, I love his effort. Like, even if his dirty riding and stuff, if you're a team owner or manager, I'd want that guy.
Yeah.
Like, I just would, because you're like, he's never going to. If he starts last, he's going to go all in till the checkered flag. If he starts first, he's going to go all in, give you everything he has. And not all guys are like that, right?
No, absolutely. You can say a lot of things about Barcia over the years, but effort and physical fitness is never to be talked about in a negative way with Justin Barcia, for sure. Anything else for JB?
No, he's doing a great job. Always like to hear him. So.
Yep. What races are you doing next, Justin? Do you know?
That was my last one.
Oh.
That was my last one. So, yep.
Wow.
Done for the year. And
okay.
Racer guy now.
Yeah.
Racer time.
Yeah.
Racer guy.
Right,
Yep. Put
big
that
heaters.
Hat back on.
Lay some heaters down, and then please keep us informed via text message on the tips that Phil will give you, because I'm always loving that. Like, you know,
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Phil
He'll be
helping
my
you
riding
with
coach at
Supercross,
least, several times before I line up. So
fantastic.
I'll give you some insight.
Yeah, please do. Thanks for the time, JB. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
See you, JB.
All right, see you. That's Justin Brayton, everybody. Brought to you by Renthal. And don't forget motorcycleindustryjobs.com. Get the job at 10 Cycles. All right, let's get to our next guest here. Unprompted. Call in. PRMX Kawasaki's Hunter Yoder. What's up, man? How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
I'm good. Thanks for calling in. You didn't text Keefer back, though. So
fudged up,
yeah,
dude.
he's not happy.
Keefer, did you text me?
Oh,
I didn't get a text.
Here we go. It says Hunter Yoder in my phone. I don't know who I texted then.
I'm just telling you that the last time we texted was
That's all right. We don't have to go through it now. We just know that you hurt my
October
feelings.
12th.
Oh, wow. Okay. October 12th.
I'm just telling you. I'm
All
just
right.
laying that out there.
Maybe he got a new number.
Maybe.
So, hey, one of the things we were going to talk about tonight was, you got a random teardown of your bike, Hunter, which was hilarious. I don't remember the last time I remember AMA doing a random teardown, but, they did. So, well, that had to make you laugh.
Yeah, I thought it was great. I mean, there were some rumors that I heard going through the pits after Seattle, that we were running a big bore, but to get torn down is even better, right? Like, sort of a compliment.
Yeah.
At least that's how I took it. Like,
No.
at least somebody's noticing, right? So
I heard it at Seattle too. They're like, oh, somebody in one of my group texts is like, that's a big bore.
I know big bores, and that's not a big bore.
Because you did have great starts, but I'm like, okay, like the kid is a good starter, and he pulled 3 of them in a row, or 2 of them. Well, 3 of them if you count the fake one. But I'm like, I'm not ready to start yelling and accusations at this point. Like, come on, I don't like that.
yeah. Also, like, even if you had a big bore, like, I think the start's all about whoever lets out the clutch first, if I'm going to be completely honest. Like, I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I feel like a stock 250 could be up front in that pack if you got a good start. Like,
Well, I'd feel like if all of you guys, let's say there's 3 dudes on the line or whatever. Let's say there's 20, and all of you guys have good technique, and you have a big bore, that's just going to help.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and it wasn't like I hole shotted by 100 feet. It was
Right.
I was up front, but nothing crazy.
So what else, man? What else is happening?
Oh, nothing much. I got caught up in a little bit of beef this weekend. I
Okay.
think we all saw that.
Saw that. Yeah, saw that.
I wanted to touch on that. Somebody sent me a clip from I think it was your race review. I don't know what you call the
race
thing.
review. Yeah.
I got a clip of that sent to me, so I just wanted to touch on that a little bit.
Sure.
Unfortunately, I had a run-in with another guy over the weekend, Cole Thompson. I do want to say, first and foremost, that definitely things got a little bit out of hand. I was a little bit heated.
just a little bit, yeah.
But on the other side of things, I think, if you're out there racing, right, like, you're probably going to be heated, especially if you're a competitor, and if you know me personally, I'm I don't like to lose one bit. So that kind of, and on top of it, I already had some things before that go down that probably got in the way of what actually happened. So that didn't help the case between the two of us. And, just got a little bit heated. But
did the AMA say anything to you about push
off?
About anything that you were doing, like waiting for him or yelling or screaming?
So I got the mostly the push they weren't happy about, which is understandable.
Right.
That was one of the things I wanted to clarify with. I don't know who's all listening that really cares, but they weren't happy. They thought I waited for him, which, if like I told, his name's Chris. He works for that team, and like I told Albrecht and
Starling. Like, if I'm going to be 100% honest with you guys, I didn't know where he was at on the track. Like, and I wasn't waiting for him.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I had heard that you were waiting for him, but okay. Yep.
No, I went around the whoops 2 times in a row in the race. But I was in like 17th. My main concern was keeping my pants on because those already came off.
Yeah.
And so one of those, like, you know, my pants were probably halfway down and I went around the whoops, like, and it wasn't like I pinned it around the whoops. Like, I pulled my pants up or whatever and then got back to doing my laps. And then I saw Jet was behind me. And so I pulled out of the way. And Thompson was right there, actually, like, coincidentally. And like I said, I wasn't waiting for him to try to take him out or anything. But I will 100% admit when I did see him, I pulled back on the track and, like I told his team guy and the AMA guys, I was like, listen, like, I'm not going to lie to you guys in the slightest. Like, I went into the corner after the finish line 100% intending to, like, you know, kind of get in his head a little bit and mess with him.
Yep.
Like, I went inside and, like, revved at him, and then he, like, turned left and, like, jumped the ruts or whatever. But I told him, like, also, you guys both got to understand, like, I probably could have broken his leg if I wanted to, you know? Like,
right.
If that was Barsha, I feel like, you know, there could have been some damage done there.
Right.
And so I just wanted to see, like, I wanted them to understand that, you know, I was pissed off and I was sorry about the shove, but, like, you got to understand, too, that, like, I had a rough night going for me. And then to be running 5th and get cleaned out. And they can say it wasn't intentional, but, you know, he was going a little bit too far left for it to be not intentional, you know? And maybe I should have let off. There's scenarios that you could go through, right?
Yep, for sure.
Maybe I don't want to justify it into I'm not coming on here to say I'm right and they're wrong, or, you know, I don't want to justify it to seem like I didn't do anything wrong, because I definitely did. And maybe I could have avoided it, but at the end of the day, it happened. And, you know, like I said, I was heated.
So my thing is, when he veered left onto that start straight, right? Was there something before that pissed you off that he did, or was that the first encounter of the night?
That was my first encounter of the season with him.
Okay.
We've been close in speed, like, but heat race, I've never been around him, I don't think. Maybe at A1, I might have raced him in the first heat race, but I was at A1. I was so nervous all day long that I think he caught up to me, and I knew I was in 6th or 7th, and like, I was literally just trying to make the main event, and he went around me, like, so it's not like I did anything wrong. In the second main event, I was catching up to him, but my bars were loose and they fell down maybe about halfway through the race, so I never caught up to him and I never got next to him. So
I mean, to me, like, I'm not a fan of Thompson, and he's done plenty of greasy things, and I've called him out for it. I didn't feel like what he did to you, like, he did block you, he did go a little bit left for sure.
Yeah.
It's funny because the angle from one end, the angle from the front, he goes left, like, there's no doubt. And then the angle from the broadcaster, from the other angle, you can't really tell. And then you're like, well, that looks okay. But if you look from the front, he goes left. But yeah, to me, Hunter, I definitely, like I said, I'd call it out if I was ready to do it. But I thought, yeah, it was greasy. But it was like, hey, I have the right of way, and I'm moving over to block you, and, you know, you didn't let off.
And I think that was almost everyone's attention when you did that right side of the lane and you went inside, is you kind of drifted out a little bit just to screw with the guy going outside, because you know he's going to have a run on you coming down that straightaway. So I only saw one angle of it, and I was like, oh, I was expecting worse. I thought it was going to be worse, honestly, because how pissed off you were. I thought, oh, shit, because I know you, and I'm like, it's not normally like you, right? So I'm like, oh, he must have did something to Yoder. But when I saw it, I'm like, oh, shit.
I do got to add, one of the reasons I was angry was because I was stuck in the rear wheel and he didn't let off.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, that'll piss me off too.
Yeah,
I get that.
Like,
That'll do
it'd be
it.
one thing if he laid me down in the dirt,
Yeah.
but like, Keefer, you know as well as I do, Steve, I don't know if you've ever had someone in your rear wheel.
No, I never have. No.
Or if you've ever been in the rear wheel.
I've never had either.
Like,
Yes, thank God.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
Oh, you there?
Somebody's there.
Oh, yeah. 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 You would know. Yeah.
He knew I was there, and he kept pinning it. And like, honestly, my first thought was I wasn't sure if my foot was okay. Like,
yeah,
it was really wrapped up. So then that was what also got me heated. Like, it just all added up. So
well,
here's the deal: when you race, my buddy, we call him, Vaj.
Yeah.
We call him 10-second Vaj because no matter at any time he gets off the fucking track, he is pissed.
Yeah.
He is pissed. And he's just a vet novice, and he's pissed.
Yeah.
So you can.
He's a vet B rider. He's a vet B rider.
Okay, vet B rider.
Don't let him do that.
I'm just saying, like, your guys' level, you got to back out a little bit, because you guys are in the moment. You got all this adrenaline. Shit. Us fans got to relax on judging you guys immediately after shit happens because you're in the moment, right?
Exactly. I think that was the other thing. And I actually talked to his, I don't know what position he is. I feel bad for not knowing. So no disrespect to Kris.
Kris is one of the owners.
Solitaire.
He's a co-owner of the team.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I talked to Kris on the phone today for about 10 minutes.
Okay.
And
good.
So he called me, and me and Kris and Ryan have all talked before, like in the past, and we're all cool with each other. So
good.
It was mostly just to clear that up. But he was mad at me after the race, but he called today and he was like, dude, like, I'm sorry, like, for what I did. And I just wanted to clear that up with you. And, like, in the moment, I wasn't really, like, sure of why you did what you did. But, like, I understand now, like, why you were pissed off. And I was just like,
right.
And I understand why they were pissed off, too, So,
well, good. I'm glad
all around, everyone's under control now. And I just wanted to come and clarify that.
No, thank you for that. And like what Kris said, right? It happens to everybody. But dude, you're crushing it this year.
Yeah.
You're doing great, man. You're really riding well. Yep, fantastic.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
I don't know if you knew this, but I wrote about you in Daytime just because I know some of the backstory. Like, you were ready to bounce. You were ready to quit, and you got a little bit of help, and then you're like, hey, I'm giving my last go.
Yeah, Privateer Island podcast.
And here we are.
I did one.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Same shit?
Same shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then. Well, fuck me then.
No, man. Yeah, it's a really cool story. You're riding great. BRMX, and you guys have you've really worked well for each other. So it's good.
Thank you.
Good
also, Steve, I got a quick question.
Yes.
Just about the start thing in Seattle. Who was saying that I was not that I care at all. I think it's hilarious, but can you name drop on who said that I was jumping out of the ruts, or was it just rumors?
Jumping out of the rut. No, I never heard that. And I never heard that until the review show. Weege is the one. Ask Weege if he can tell you, because I never heard that. Weege mentioned it in the review show.
Like,
that
while racing?
No, someone was saying he got great starts in Seattle.
Yeah.
I got a text that week about Yoder's got a big bore. I'm not going to name who told me that.
Okay.
But then Weege said on the review show that he had heard that someone said Yoder was starting out of the rut in Seattle, and that's why he got good starts. And I never heard that before until Wygant said that. So I'm not sure Yoder, but I'll tell you what, they're just trying to keep the privateers down, man. So
I wasn't mad about it.
I
just was wondering.
No, I don't know. But by the way, though, I did talk to Julian, your team owner, and we're going to give you a wild card spot for our LCQ race in Denver. So you're crushing it, and we're going to let you ride that thing. Bring your 250F.
Oh, really?
Yep, and you get in. So hopefully you can do well.
That's
and make some money.
I'm so sorry. I'm going to sound like an idiot right now, but
hang up on him. He doesn't know what the fuck it is.
That's the LCQ race, right?
Yeah,
like
LCQ challenge
guys
race.
Get the LCQ point.
Yep, that's it. And Friday afternoon.
All right,
dude.
Well, how's Yoder
How
supposed to
the
know?
fuck? Do you even like dirt bikes, Hunter?
How would Yoder know this? He rides another class.
You fucking race for a living. You tell me you don't go on social media?
Maybe he doesn't.
Hey.
I don't know. I think it's fine. He doesn't know. He's asking.
Jesus.
Steve.
Yeah.
I want you to take this with no disrespect meant at all.
Okay.
Kiefer, same with you.
Okay.
I don't listen to any
You hate dirt bikes.
podcast stuff. I don't listen to any podcast stuff. I don't go on Racer X or Vital or anything like that.
Okay.
I'm super green to Twitter as of like the last week.
Okay.
So
okay. So explain to us why
you can take this information and run with it however you want.
I'm
but
running right now.
I don't know what's going on in the moto industry besides what I'm doing during the week. As far as my training with, my teammates and what's going on here at south of the border.
Okay.
And that's about it.
Hunter, what the fuck do you do all day then? I know you train. I know you ride. I know you got shit going on. You're a young kid. So this is abnormal for me. Not to say that's wrong or right, but like, are you an old soul? You just don't look at social media?
That's exactly what it is.
Okay.
I come back. I'll run you through a day real quick.
Yeah, run me through a day because I'm mind blown right now.
I wake up. I'm living on my own now, too, here at south of the border, so everything's a lot harder than it is normally at home. Shout out to my parents and my mom for, taking care of me. I wake up, I eat some breakfast, I go warm up for 15, 20 minutes. We'll go do some motos with my trainer, with my boy Simonson and Natsuki. Come back, make some lunch, go hit gym.
Okay.
Make dinner.
Okay.
And then usually by the time we're done, so I don't start riding here till about 11 on most days. So I'm not done till 2 or 3. And then by the time, you do gym for an hour, it's probably 6 o'clock when you get done. Make some dinner. And then usually I'll clean up with that stuff. And if I got time, I'll browse the internet. I've been getting into reading some books lately. Just because
books, Kiefer, don't you feel like a shit? Don't you?
No,
feel...
I'm actually genuinely curious of what the hell he's doing. Like, like what? Okay,
yeah.
You're gonna make fun of him for books now?
No. I don't. Maybe that's why he doesn't text me back. 'Cause he's not on his fucking phone.
He's in books. He's
right.
reading books.
So I'm just curious. Like, there's not a lot of people out there like you, Hunter. Then after what you explained to me, I understand being a professional dirt bike racer is a grind. It's hard, but you usually have a post like, will we see a Hunter Yoder post like, hey man, I ripped a hole shot? Nope, don't see it.
No, usually my posts are race recaps from the weekend.
Hold on.
I've actually gotten in trouble a couple times for not posting enough on social media.
Correct. That's what I was about to get at.
Various sponsors.
Yes.
Yeah, I've gotten in trouble a couple times.
But I feel like this is a new thing because I remember looking at you and when you had your ex-chick, you were posting stuff about your ex-chick. Like you were on social.
Well, hold on, because I got in trouble for that too because I didn't post her enough also.
Right. So you just gave up on it. Like, I'm out.
Yeah, social media is like, I try to stay off of it as much as possible.
Okay.
When I come to south of the border, I actually put, I think it's like an hour screen limit on my phone for each day.
Okay.
Wow.
Good
job.
Right.
Yeah, I got to stay focused. Dude.
I respect it, man. I just, it's so rare. I don't hear it. So that's why I want to know.
You know what it is, Kiefer?
What?
And I'm going to be completely honest with you.
Please.
After last summer, not knowing that I was going to race or not, like, I was telling somebody the other day, actually, like, going to the track and doing all that stuff becomes, like, routine.
Yep.
And so all it is I'm just trying to break out of old habits. And, like, the whole me not racing again was, like, a serious question. And so now that I got, like, a second chance, I want to, everyone says it all the time, like, oh, I'm going to make the most of my opportunities, but I truly want to use all the time I can to make the most of my opportunities.
So that means there's no chicks running up in your new crib? No chicks?
No.
Okay.
I'll say that. Yeah, you can ask anybody here.
All right.
I'm on the straight and narrow right now.
Okay, he's reborn.
Cool, man. Well, that's awesome. Thank you for calling and talking about it. And congrats on getting in my LCQ race on Friday at Denver. I'll let you know more information as we go on. But
thank you, Steve.
Yeah,
I appreciate
it. No
it.
problem, man. You deserve it. You've been really riding well.
Good job, Hunter.
And,
Yeah, you have.
It's been great, man. So thanks for calling
Yeah,
in.
thank you, guys.
All right. Thanks, Yoder.
Yeah.
See you.
Later.
Bye.
All right, buddy. That's Hunter Yoder talking about the altercation he had with Cole Thompson. It got heated after the race.
Oh, it did?
Yelling, screaming. Chris Elliott was there. Ryan Clark, Yoder, Thompson, all of it.
You ever met his dad, Hunter's dad?
Yeah, I met him this weekend. Cheered me on at Glen Helen one time.
He's shit.
Didn't even know who I was.
He's a brick shithouse.
Yeah. Well,
I don't want to fight that dude.
Yeah. You all right, let's go to commercial break. JT, Carson Mumford coming up. Race Tech Rant, X-Brand Tear-Offs. Lots to get into.
Lifeswap?
Tits. Is everybody taking it okay on Twitter?
No, but does it matter? Is it going to change your mind?
Does anything matter, Tits?
Yeah.
Yeah, what does matter to Tits?
Not a lot.
All right, everybody. We'll go to commercial break. Be right back after this with more PulpMX Show.
Hey, man, you beaten off?
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high-quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Hey, in case you didn't know, Racetech is the world's largest aftermarket suspension modification company. All Racetech products include award-winning gold valves and settings are 100% guaranteed and made right here in the US of A. Racetech also offers state-of-the-art precision engine services and parts to all engine builders. The staff has over 65 years of championship-winning experience. It's so good that many of the top privateer teams such as SGB Honda, Team Solitaire Nuclear Blast Yamaha, and Motul AJE Gas, as well as Jerry Robin, Kevin Morans, and many more, choose Racetech for their superior performance, reliability, and their customer service.
Hey guys, what's up? My name's Kate Clayson, and I choose Racetech because I love their desire to strive for perfection. I think we all know that perfection isn't possible, but getting to perfection is always the goal, and I think that is something that both myself and Racetech have always worked towards, and I think they can help you get there too.
Hey guys, this is Alex Ray. I use Racetech components in my SGB suspension and also the Racetech engine. The reason I like it is just because the engine's super reliable, tons of torque, and also on the suspension side, it just gives it that plush, nice feeling.
Hey, it's your boys over at Team Solitaire. If you don't run Racetech, here's what you do. Put your hands behind your back and run your face into a f***ing wall. Racetech.com.
What's up, guys? This is Kevin Morans, and I choose Racetech because of their convenience of having Racetech centers all around the United States. Obviously, within my Decker Performance suspension, works really well. They're very high-quality performance products. Definitely check them out.
Hey, guys, this is Jerry Robin, and I choose Racetech because the reliable motors, good power, good suspension, and obviously it's great people around, and I've been there for a long time, and they're awesome.
Visit Racetech.com and use code PULP22 to save.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CV4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin Adaptive Design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow @Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like the Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hey, in case you didn't know, Racetech is the world's largest aftermarket suspension modification company. All Racetech products include award-winning gold valves and settings are 100% guaranteed and made right here in the US of A. Racetech also offers state-of-the-art precision engine services and parts to all engine builders. The staff has over 65 years of championship winning experience. It's so good that many of the top privateer teams such as SGB Honda, Team Solitaire Nuclear Blast Yamaha, and Motul AJE Gas, as well as Jerry Robin, Kevin Moran's, and many more, choose Racetech for their superior performance, reliability, and their customer service.
Hey guys, what's up? My name's Kate Clayson, and I choose Racetech because I love their desire to strive for perfection. I think we all know that perfection isn't possible, but getting to perfection is always the goal, and I think that is something that both myself and Racetech have always worked towards, and I think they can help you get there too.
Hey guys, this is Alex Ray. I use Racetech components in my SGD suspension and also the Racetech engine. The reason I like it is just because the engine's super reliable, tons of torque, and also on the suspension side, it just gives it that plush, nice feeling.
Hey, it's your boys over at Team Solitaire. If you don't run Racetech, here's what you do. Put your hands behind your back and run your face into a wall. Racetech.com.
What's up, guys? This is Kevin Moran's, and I choose Racetech because of their convenience of having Racetech centers all around the United States. Obviously, within my Decker Performance suspension, works really well. They're very high-quality performance products. definitely check them out.
Hey guys, this is Jerry Robin, and I choose Racetech because the reliable motors, good power, good suspension, and obviously it's great people around, and I've been there for a long time, and they're awesome.
Visit racetech.com and use code PULP22 to save.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for listening to the PulpMX show presented by motorsport.com, Fly Racing, and guys at Decal Works. Kris Keefer is in studio.
Hi.
Justin Brayton on the line earlier, as well as Benny Bloss, and we are going to talk to Jason Thomas right now, and then Mumphy.
Think he's mad at us too?
Who, JT?
Yeah.
I don't know if he knows yet.
No.
Tits probably texted him, though.
Probably.
Firepowerparts.com, Firepower. Dean Wilson getting a top 10. Finally. Dean's been gunning for that top 10 all year long, Firepower Honda. And he did it, man. Rode really well. So thank you to the folks at firepowerparts.com. Please check them out at your local dealer at motorsport.com. Whether it's batteries, whether it's the chains. A lot of privateers are using Firepower parts out there. Our buddy Cade, Firepower guy. And, the list goes on and on. So, and congrats to Dean Wilson, the Firepower Honda team, for his ride this weekend. So thank you to the folks at Firepower. Check them out, man. They got a lot of parts, a lot of hard parts. The Firepower guys are doing some serious things. Keefer, and then the batteries, of course, work really well.
I need to learn the part number for the new battery.
Yeah. Is it out yet? I
Yeah,
think it's out. Yeah,
it's out.
It's out. Right. So you can get the 23 Yamaha batteries on firepowerparts.com.
What's weird is the 22 battery fits the 23.
Yeah, but it bounces around a little bit or something.
Oh, that's what it is?
Yeah, there's something going on with that. All right, let's get into our next guest of the night. It's from Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Kinetic Mesh. Looking forward to getting some. It's Jason Thomas. What's up, JT?
Not too much. Are you still racing this weekend, or did that go out the window?
That's out the window.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very
okay.
It's very disappointing. It's a very unfortunate circumstance.
Disappointing to who?
You know, lots of ins and outs to this.
Yeah. So the whole week got smashed, JT. If you didn't know that already.
Oh, I heard.
Okay.
I heard. My the last 20 minutes of my life got smashed too.
You're not as disappointed as Randy though, so it's okay.
Yeah. So, MXGP today. By the way, they raced today, Easter Monday.
I was up watching it.
You were watching it?
Yep.
So, what happened to the Bullet? Just to break this. I mean, you guys are Bullet fans.
Yeah.
What happened to the Bullet? I didn't watch anything today. I saw highlights from the qualifier, and that's it.
I'll let JT start.
I did not watch. All I saw was his post where he said he wasn't fast enough. So I am probably not the best person to give a lot of insight yet.
Oh, I figured you would have watched at some point. Okay.
No, I was at work. I was at this thing called work all day.
Well, I know, but yeah. All right.
No, it's been really busy there. I would have loved to, but I didn't have time.
He just got passed, honestly.
Yeah.
He was up front. Second moto, he was second and got passed. First moto, he was about third, fourth, and just kind of stayed there.
Mm-hmm.
So nothing really to write home about. I mean, he came home with the fourth.
Track didn't look great, right?
It's hard pack, slick, rocky a little bit, so it's not his forte. But I would think Old Hurlings would have been fine pre-injury.
This was not an existing GP track, I don't believe.
So it hasn't been there since 2018.
Oh, okay. So they did have GP there before?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't remember the name. It didn't look familiar.
Yeah, it's not Udavalla.
Fraunfeld, I believe.
Yeah.
All right. So Renault won, though.
Renault won.
Yeah.
He looked good, man. Like, well, I take that back. So Prado is unbelievable on starts, right? We all know this.
Right.
First moto, he's always really good first moto. So I didn't expect him to be as good at the second moto, and he was still pretty good, but didn't wrap it up. And Renault took it and passed him, and then just kind of walked away. So.
Oh, okay. Prado won the qualifier again. 30 points.
Yeah.
In the bag so far for him.
Yep.
He's
So
perfect.
How much do you hate these qualifiers, Steve?
No, I mean whatever. I don't. Yeah, I mean they're ridiculous. They're dumb. It was
Why do you hate it?
It was a
It's
source
part of all their racing, though. It's a part of F1. It's a part of MotoGP. It's a part of MXGP. So they're following the same model. It's not like they just came up with this novel idea. It's kind of spread across all of racing in Europe.
You're just pissed off because of the 10 points. You want it less.
Well, I think it's way too many points. Yeah, it's absolutely way too many points for that.
But it's the same. Like, it's the same across all. I understand your point. I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I'm just saying they're not some outlier that came up with this idea. Like, everybody's kind of doing it over there.
Okay, but also, would you not agree that motocross is much more dangerous than Formula One or whatever else you want to talk about?
It's more dangerous than MotoGP or F1. I don't think it's definitely not safer than MotoGP.
Okay.
I don't agree with
see
that.
a lot of
They're doing like 230 miles an hour or something crazy.
Yeah, but the amount of injuries in MotoGP are lower.
They get hurt all the time. Those guys get hurt all the time.
So I don't know anything
All
about
the time.
MotoGP. Do they give points for qualifying?
Yeah, it's the same in F1. It's the same in MotoGP. Same as MXGP.
Got it.
They all have sprint races on Saturday, and they all get points.
Okay, I would love to debate on the attrition rate of motocross racers versus MotoGP guys as far as who starts the season and who finishes. Obviously, Marquez got hurt a bunch of times and this and that, but generally speaking, I'd like to see the stats on that. But you're asking these guys on the very, very dangerous sport to race again is my point. It's 20 minutes, it's not 30,
no, I know.
but you're asking them for another race, and you're not giving them any extra money, and you're putting enough points on the line, 10, to now take chances and take risks. So you're basically asking these guys.
I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I'm not. I don't have a strong opinion. If you want to say you don't like it, I'm okay with that. I'm just telling you. I don't think that they just dreamed this up. Right? They had a model that they kind of saw, and were going with. That's really it. Like, if you don't like it, I'm totally okay with that.
Here's the deal. As a fan, I love it. So you're speaking as a racing standpoint and the rider standpoint.
Well, why would you love it as a fan?
Because then I know these guys are going to go for it. Okay. Last year, they would race, and you would see a race, but the guys in maybe third and fourth are just kind of, okay, I'm good. But if you're in the hunt, And you're in fourth. Hey, man, I can get an extra point.
Well, there's these things called motos on Sunday. You get 2 of those.
I know, but it's just an extra race for us fans to get excited about.
What do the F1 guys get for qualifying points, JT?
I believe the models are exactly the same, and I'm guessing a little bit, but they're all very similar.
I don't remember any qualifying for F1.
I don't either.
Points.
They don't get
Yeah,
points.
it's all fairly new. There's sprint races on Saturday for this is the first year for MotoGP, and F1 was the first year last year.
What are you saying, Marks?
Just saying, there's still a small distinction between sprint races and qualifying, but yeah.
Oh, so the sprint races.
Sprint races, you do get points, yes.
Right.
But
okay.
I'm not. Then I'm kind of lost.
But that's the same thing, though, right?
Go ahead, Marks.
As what now? Sorry.
That would be the same thing then, though, right?
The sprint races and qualifying?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Sprint race versus what MXGP has as their qualifying race on
I see what
Saturday
you're saying.
are the same thing.
Yeah, I'd say the same thing.
Oh yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, that would make more sense.
I don't. Yeah, it's dangerous enough, and it's silly. Too many points, and these guys aren't getting any extra money or anything. So
what do you think needs to happen? I don't think they're going to go back. I think that ship sailed for better or for worse. You don't like it, I'm okay. But what do they need to do to make it right in your eyes if they're not going to go back? They just compensate them?
Well, less points. Like, less point. We have these 30-minute motos. A Grand Prix tradition is 30-minute motos. It used to be 40. Now it's 30. That's where you make your points. That's how you win the championship. The best rider. Now you're making it a shorter race. You don't need as much endurance. You can rely a little bit on better starts, which is what Prado's.
But I don't think they're going to go away from that. So I'm saying from here to ease the burden a little bit.
Less points.
I don't think they're going to do that, though.
Okay,
I think
that's
already been decided, right? The team signed off on it. They had the riders try to make their stand last year. That didn't pan out the way they wanted. This is where we are. So I understand you don't like it. I think you want them to change it, but I don't think they're going to. I think you just have to try to find a way from here where everybody can accept it. So that's kind of what I'm getting.
Well,
to.
if you're not going to not have them race, and you're not going to have less than 10 points, then there's absolutely nothing that you can see being done.
Well, you're saying no more money, so I was thinking that was maybe a way that you would.
Well, I would imagine the next round of contracts, if this thing stays up, the agents will fight for it. I've never seen a GP rider contract, but I would imagine that if the next guy that's up will be like, hey, I need whatever, $5,000 if I win one of these things or something like that. Okay. And I don't know if the teams would agree to it. Who knows? There's not a lot of money there, anyways, in for a lot of those racers and teams, right? So. All right, let's get into Glendale, JT. Not a thrilling race by any means. Triple Crown, of course. I think the 7 points is huge. I think this is going to be – I'm not claiming it at all over. Lots of races to go, but 7 points was a big swing. It's going to take a long time for Cooper Webb. We got a guy who's won 7 races to a guy that's won 2, and now he's 7 up. So huge win for for Eli Tomac in my eyes.
It was big. I'm not as devastated on the 7-point thing. There's just so much racing left that I don't think anything is lost. Sure, a 7-point swing matters, but I still think if Cooper Webb's going to prove himself to be the champion, 7 points is not going to be the deciding factor. He's just going to have to win down the stretch. Eli's been too consistent. He hasn't been making mistakes. He hasn't been doing the weirdo Eli stuff outside of a once or twice here and there. We've seen it, just strange rides. But that's seemingly not the Eli that we have anymore most of the time. So I come back to the fact that if Cooper Webb wants to be champion, he's just going to have to straight up beat Eli Tomac. And I don't know if he can or can't. But I don't think either of them are looking at it going, you know what, this thing is looking like it's going my way now. I don't believe that to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said earlier, for me, I'm not really concerned about 7 points because I know he could make it up fairly easy. And I would say JT is right. It's not the old Tomac where he's winning or 8th. I think the worst he's going to get is a 5, which we saw with his neck. But, I mean, 1 to a 5, it could happen really easy with Coop winning and Tomac getting at the 5th. And we just saw how it could go the other way in Phoenix. So
the only reason, Tomac said that his neck was a problem, and you don't really know if it was or not. He's not one to make excuses.
What was going on in Tampa?
No. But that one, yes. But that was a 5th. So, but the neck, Indy, the neck, and then he said Detroit he wasn't back all the way, and then he won the next 2 races. So you're like, okay, I believe it really was a neck a neck injury that was holding him back. So you're counting on that again, and he won the last 2 races that he was healthy for, quote unquote, right?
Yep. I mean, I don't have a lot to argue against saying Eli's been the best guy so far.
Right.
My only point is, I think if you're Webb and you're like, okay, how am I going to win this title? I think you just have to look at yourself in the mirror and say, I've got to go beat him. I've got to be better than him down the stretch. I don't think he's going to give it to him. I don't think, I don't think that anything is lost yet. Cooper's one of the most headstrong riders we've ever seen. We know that. And I think deep down he's telling himself, I've got to prove this. And I don't think he would really want to win it any other way. I think he wants to go beat him and not leave any asterisks on the table. I don't think he would want Eli to have issues or put up weirdo rides. Would he take it? Sure. But I think he's the kind of guy that just wants to go prove it. And that's up to him to decide whether he can or can't.
Well, yeah.
But that's what I think it's going to take.
We will see that.
Also, too, for me, if it was someone else besides Coop being 7 down, I would be concerned. But it's Coop.
Okay.
And kind of what JT said, he's a gnarly, very strong mental person. So it doesn't bother me as much if it was like Sexton down 7 and that was in that position.
I would be bothered by the track conditions at Salt Lake City and Denver and the altitude as well. Those are the last 2.
Cooper's been good at Salt Lake.
He has.
He's been better than I would have thought otherwise.
Have you seen Cooper fade?
Done well.
Ever?
Cooper fade?
Yeah,
yeah, probably not.
Right, exactly. So the elevation is a mute point.
I think going into this weekend too, just to put a bow on it, I think that Cooper knew this was going to be a tough one. You look at the results. No one knows trends and results and where you're good or bad better than the riders themselves. So he knew this was going to be a really difficult one to match Eli. I'm sure he hoped for the best and hoped Eli wouldn't be as good or hoped he would crash or do something. But I think if you go in and you're like, yeah, it's going to be tough, man, and you come out 7 points down, yeah, it sucks, but it's not catastrophic. And you know it was going to be one of the most difficult ones left. Eli's just been lights out at Glendale, period, and Cooper has not. When your average finish is 7th, high 7, like almost 8, you know that you have not been very good there.
What are you doing?
Waving your dog.
Oh, okay. All right, we got some phone calls here. Question for JT about the Formula helmet on 2 calls about the Formula helmet. First up, it's Rob. What's up, Rob? What's your question for JT?
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, so JT, I was just curious. I could have sworn in previous shows you talked about updates to the Formula. Do you recall that? Coming down the pipeline?
Maybe.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I know you can't disclose everything, but I was just curious if we can expect those. Sorry?
I can't disclose anything, but yes, please continue.
Well, can we expect those updates to the CC as well? That's just what my question was.
Yeah, I can't. I would love to talk to you about it. I literally cannot. I've signed legal documents that said I can't talk about it. It's not like I'm trying to be a jerk or anything. I just can't talk about it quite yet. I promise you that day is coming, and I will be very relieved when I can. I literally just can't yet. I'm sorry, dude. It's not anything I want to do.
All right, cool.
All right, well, appreciate it.
Yep.
All right,
Yeah,
well.
Man, sorry. It's coming soon.
All right, well, fuck off then.
Yeah. Okay, Alex has another question about the Formula helmet. What's up, Alex? Hope you don't have,
Hope you got a formula question.
Yeah.
Way to answer on the night.
Listen,
thank you guys for
Okay.
taking my call.
IP and it just is what it is.
All right, Alex, go ahead. Alex has a formula question. Let's hold on.
Great. Thanks, guys, for taking my call. I appreciate it. So right now, I just got back into riding after 3 years off, doing some single track stuff in New Jersey. And I'm looking for a helmet, and I'm syncing the formula, but I'm wondering what type of updates are coming soon or some type of different colorways.
Colorways. JT colorways?
Gotcha, bitch.
You got me?
I swear, JT, I didn't set this up. I
don't think anybody got me. I literally, you could waterboard me and I wouldn't talk about it. So, we will have new colorways for 2024 as we always do, for sure. And I would bet there are some updates coming down the line very soon as well.
All right, there you go, Alex. Just get the one, Alex. Why don't you get the one now? You just got back into riding. You're not some top pro guy. I guarantee you motorsport.com has a good sale going on formulas. You know, like, why do you need the latest, greatest one? The Formula helmet is fantastic as it sits right now, Alex. I'm telling you, it's great. Even Keefer.
I'm not even paid by Fly.
Keefer is bought and paid for by competing brands.
And it's a really good helmet.
So.
All right, I'm going to put it in my cart right now. I'm on Motorsport right now.
Perfect.
I'm going to get the white, putting it right in my cart.
Did you go through the banner on PulpMX.com?
Yeah, of course I did. What else would I do?
All right, thank you. Perfect. Thanks, man. Enjoy the helmet.
Yeah, thank you guys very much.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, man. Sorry, I can't talk more.
I mean, you don't need the latest, greatest.
Basically,
one.
Steve just sold the helmet. JT didn't fuck all on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What? Oh God. Okay.
It's okay. So this guy was calling in earlier. I don't think he's on the phone anymore, JT. But he. Oh, maybe he is. Is this Kris?
Is this still
I'm
Alex?
still on the phone.
Ask me the same question.
Kris, this is the dumbest question. And did you not, Kris? Did you not call last week and wait on hold for like 3 hours?
You didn't have a show last week.
Okay, the last show.
He waited
now who's done?
140 hours.
Like, Kris, go ahead. You've been waiting.
I've been on hold for 2 weeks.
You've been waiting to ask this question. It's a ridiculous question, but you said you wanted to talk to JT.
It's back.
So go ahead.
Tell me why. Tell me why it's a ridiculous question.
Well,
If we
just
can't even
ask
say
it.
Just
shootout,
ask JT.
Why is it cool
Hit me with it.
that Cooper Webb can pretend to shoot someone when we can't even call a race a shootout? Explain why that's so dumb.
JT.
Are you asking why we can do one and not the other? Is that the official question?
Sure.
Okay. Well, we live in a world that doesn't make a lot of sense, Kris. You can say lots of things about
not a lot of
you
sense.
can say lots of things about lots of people and not anything about other people. That's just the world we live in. Political correctness is not my favorite thing in the world. So,
but okay,
I don't have a great answer
okay,
for you.
right.
I don't make the rules. I hate most of the rules that we have to live by these days.
Chris,
So,
Chris, here's the deal. So there's a lot of gun violence in this country, and saying shootout, which we used to say, probably isn't politically correct, right? And Cooper's doing the guns, but you're not going to see Feld, the promoters, use the term shootout anymore for obvious reasons, and I get it. And then you're also not going to see Feld saying, look at Cooper Webb shooting down Chase Sexton, right? Like Feld is not going to use either term for either of these guys. So when you say, why do people call it the showdown and they're talking about the guns, well, that's just an individual choice of people online or people, your friends or whatever. But Feld is not going to use Cooper Webb using the guns, as a advertising and say, Cooper Webb shooting down Chase Sexton. They're not going to do that. They're also not going to say shootout, if you know what I mean.
I do. I understand that.
Yep.
I guess my next question then would simply be, wouldn't someone in Cooper's camp say, that's probably not a good look?
Well,
have you met Cooper Webb, sir?
Yeah, I think
a little bit rhetorical, but
I think
I promise you,
no,
he
I've not
doesn't
met
care.
him.
Yeah, like
he does not care.
I don't. Everybody makes an individual choice, right? Individual choice of what they feel comfortable saying or doing. Kyle Peters on our last show went a little far, and I probably should have edited it out, and I didn't. And he said something that I didn't really think was cool. But
what was that?
Well, I don't want to say it now.
Oh, I was here. I don't remember.
No, Kyle Peters, you were not here.
Oh.
Okay. So, anyways, Kyle Peters felt comfortable saying that. I don't really feel comfortable saying that. And Cooper Webb feels comfortable, using imaginary guns with his hands. And Feld is not comfortable promoting shootout anymore, Kris. So I don't know why you're.
It goes back to nothing to make sense.
Yeah.
It's political correctness.
Yeah.
They don't want any backlash of using that term. I don't blame them. They're running a business. Cooper Webb, he's a little bit more degas. Like he doesn't care, and
he's an outside contractor.
Yeah.
And it's his decision to make.
Right.
Like it totally is.
Yep. So thanks, Kris. Thank you, man.
Fair enough.
Hope we
Thanks,
answered
fellas.
it. Thank you. He's been waiting a long time to ask that question.
Oh, that's good.
It's a really risky proposition for a business like Feld Entertainment or Feld Motorsports to put themselves under. Why would they do that? Like, why would they take that risk other than just because they want to? Like, I don't. It doesn't make any real sense.
All right, X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs.
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
Rapid fire. X-Brand Goggles, choice of champions everywhere. Freddie Norn wearing X brand out there, and Josh Strang in the GNCC series as well. Craig DeLong, X brand guy. Hunter Lawrence goggles look strangely like a lot of the X brand Lucid, as does the FXR Factory Ride goggle that Kris Keefer wears sometimes.
Nope.
You'd never wear it?
I don't wear it.
Oh. You've never worn it?
I have, yeah.
Oh!
I have.
Well, there we go. Pulp Show 23 is the code to save at X brand goggles, EKSbrand.com. Great goggle. The Lucid goggle, everybody but Wygant can change the lens. Super easy. So he hit us up on a group text.
Yeah.
The Scott Prospect.
Yeah.
You've used them.
Yeah.
Couldn't figure it out.
Really?
Couldn't figure out how to change a lens. Said he Googled it on YouTube, everything. Still couldn't figure it.
So I guess I need to do that on Keefer Inc. testing to do a how-to. And that'll be a hit.
No, there was no help.
It's
for him.
literally 2 red tabs you slide. I mean, you.
It's boop, boop.
Boop.
His wife figured it out.
All right, everybody. So X Brown goggles, Choice Champ Zero. These questions are submitted by Corey Moser.
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Rapid fire. Here we go.
Steve.
Yep.
Is there a life lesson or advice you were given as a kid that you plan to pass along to Aiden this week?
Nope. Nope, there's not.
Poor Aiden. What could have been? He could have blossomed and flourished.
Listen, we're going to do this. I'm not making.
Don't say it.
No. I don't know when. We're going to do this.
Oh,
but I was going to ask you tonight.
Me?
Yeah, about doing this. What behaviors or habits do you want me to correct in your wife and son? Because
wife and son.
Or wife or son.
Whoa.
Like I will work on this.
Okay. Yeah, I already got that.
You know.
Yes.
Like
so two things I would love you to
How's it
help.
working out when you've been doing it to me for 15 years?
I'll get this handled, but next time. So, all right.
Oh, want me to tell you real quick?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't want to get you in trouble.
No, you get me in trouble.
All right.
JT, if you had to life swap with Steve or Keefer, who are you
Nope.
picking?
I'm not doing it with anybody. I'm good.
This is
It's going swimmingly.
Unbelievable.
I would never do that. Like I can't. For one, I have a full-time job, so I can't just gallivant down to the high des for a week and fill somebody else's shoes or.
Can we pretend
sleep in
you
their
die
bed or
if you
whatever
don't
the
pick
hell,
one?
Whatever the hell you guys are going to do, get naked in each other's hot tubs. I don't know what was going to happen, but I can't do any of those things.
What if you had to, like, the job's like, hey, you can do it, go ahead. What are you doing?
That's not had to. Like, that's the job telling me I can go do it. I mean, if I wanted to take vacation for a week, I'm sure I could do it. But I still don't really.
Why does he never just play along?
I don't know, man.
Like, live in a fantasy world.
Now you know how
Just live in a fantasy world.
Now you know what I have to deal with.
What do you want me to do? Make up an answer? Well,
if you had to life swap, that's the
if you
question.
had to.
I would ride pack mules from Vegas down to the high des with all of my belongings, and then I would feel right at home. I would take Augie in like one of those. You know how people ride bicycles and there's like a cart with their child in it? I would put Augie in a cart like that on behind my pack mule.
Like E.T.?
And we would cross the des.
Okay.
You are something else.
We just needed you to pick someone's
Right,
life.
like, it's not that
my
hard.
life or Kiefer life that you would want to do it with. That's all.
I would pick Steve because he gets to just chill all day and watch old hockey, and then he has to go on the radio for a while.
There you go. See?
Sounds like our.
We got the
Was that so hard?
Alrighty. Jesus.
And that is very false, but whatever. We'll take the answer.
It is. Yeah. It is not false.
All right, we'll just move on.
You do write obs, which is like 15,000 words for some reason.
Yep.
And that's it. Then it's old hockey. Then it's hockey and Raiders games, old Raiders games, maybe some Blue Jays games.
Keep ripping.
All right, let's move on.
Now we can't shut him up about it.
Yeah.
You are a loon ball.
Now he's all about it.
Yeah.
Kiefer, what's the coolest product you've gotten to test so far this year?
Ooh. Coolest product I got to test. I don't know about coolest, but the most, I don't want to say innovative, but strange, funky looking, but it actually worked, was this thing called Slip Shot.
I thought he was going to say your swing arm balancer, JT.
Oh, that thing's so good. They need to bring that back.
Slip shot.
The Slip Shot.
The clutch thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it actuates your clutch in a way where your clutch doesn't slip and you get maximum traction.
Right.
And it looks really robust, not very pretty looking, but it actually does work. And I know a couple teams have tried it, and they said, man, we really do like it, but we don't want to run it because there's too much of it up there. So
like easily damageable? Yeah.
Correct. So that's it.
Did you ever use a slipper clutch?
I've tried it, yeah.
How was it? I never used one, but it was like all the rage there for a while.
Oh, yeah, take away your decompression.
Yeah, so it really helped on decel stuff and braking, kind of made your rear end feel a little bit more dead. So I can see why some of the guys liked it, but if you're old school like us and you're taught one way to ride, if you used your clutch, it really made this weird, funny judder vibration through your clutch lever, and it was really strange to ride. So if you could learn to lay off of it a little bit, then it worked. So
yeah, our guys loved them. Like at Yamaha, everyone loved it. Yeah.
Steve, what are the keys to holding court in the press box for Keefer?
I didn't. You don't hold court. You just go up there and talk to your friends.
That's false.
And then other people make wild assumptions about you.
Listen, I'm going to lay this out for you. So when you go into the press box, which I know most people don't get to do, but what happens is Steve picks his seat first.
Oh, he does?
Okay. And then the crowd assembles around him. They just fan out.
Stop
from there.
it.
Is there like a cool area and not cool area, kind of like high school?
No, that's where Steve has to choose.
Okay.
Steve chooses his spot, and then they fan out from there. But anytime you walk into the press box, unless there's like something really interesting going on the track, everyone is looking in towards Steve. Like they're kind of angled.
That is not
towards
true.
Steve, like
a beam of light.
Like theater seating. Like they're kind of angled in towards Steve, and he's the center. I'm telling you, I've watched this for years. They're waiting to see what he's going to say, and then there's a lot of nodding, and they kind of like elbow each other and nod to each other. Yep.
This is actually interesting because
not true.
There's
It's
half
not
truth.
true.
It's half truth.
No, we just talk with friends. It's conversations with friends.
Is there ever a time where you pick your seat and Weeds or Dark Side comes in and goes somewhere totally different, and not next to you, and you're okay with it? Or do they always if there's open spaces, I'm going next to Steve?
Well, I pick my spots on the track and the TV viewing for the live timing / replays.
Okay.
And sometimes I'm by myself a little bit, and then sometimes guys move over to where I am.
Okay.
But I'm just.
There you go.
But I'm going. I don't care where they are because I'm going.
I understand. I'm not saying you are doing. I'm saying you choose, and then they assemble near you.
Assemble!
You are
Listen,
the sun, and they are your planet.
If Dark calls in, he'll set the record straight. I'm pretty sure this weekend.
I feel like Dark would be the guy not to do that. I feel like he was like, yeah, Steve's there. That's okay. I'm going to go over here. Like he's not going to be by you all the time.
Yeah.
No, because they're going to talk. Like they all want to get the takes and the things that Steve has to
So
say.
I have got
with
this vibe, JT.
It's just the dynamic.
I have got this vibe. I've been in there, right? And I am not the media guy. I'm part of it, but I don't feel like I'm media, right? But I feel like there's definitely a cool crowd and then the not so cool crowd.
Well, yeah, there's the regulars,
right?
And that's Steve and his cronies, and then there are just the kind of randoms that show up that nobody really knows. Maybe they work for a local paper, like the Washougal Free Press or something, like that. They're kind of off by themselves. You see some people, you're like, are they media? Or are they just here? Like, do they just know someone?
Does Steve acknowledge those people?
No,
absolutely
not.
If I don't know him, I don't.
Okay.
No, he's definitely not going mountain biking with them.
No.
But yeah, it's the same group, same small group.
Yeah, we're like Cheers. We got Norm, and we got Cliff, and we got Sam, and we got Woody. You know,
they come over, then Sean comes over, starts high-fiving people. Steve berates him about pizza or whatever he doesn't have.
That's one thing I was looking most forward to, is just talking shit about there was no food or something in the press box.
Yeah, Sean's been better.
The conditions have improved significantly.
Oh,
there's
they
coffee,
have. Absolutely.
There's snacks, there's water. Yeah, it's nice. It's like a break room.
All right.
JT, we don't see a lot of hard pack blue groove tracks, but who's the GOAT of those track conditions?
Ezra Lusk.
Ooh, good pick. You wouldn't think Barsha would be good in those conditions, but holy shit, it worked.
My theory is that he knows he has to be calm. So then he knows he can't ride like himself. He has to be normal.
But he was revving the piss out of that thing.
Yeah, but I think that yeah.
Just
worked. I don't know. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying I was down on the track, and he's just revving to the moon.
Yeah.
But he was making it work.
All right.
Keefer, assuming Pookie doesn't put out, when's the last time you had a week-long dry spell?
Heather Shark weekend. It's a week. I'm fine with it.
All right.
Steve, you're going to have a surplus of friends this week with the Keefer's open door policy. Who are you most looking forward to hanging out with your way out?
Janky. Would Janky have come up?
Oh yeah, Janky was going to meet you at the race.
Oh, he was?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I like Janky.
But James.
James cool?
Yeah.
Dave's cool. Vaj no longer. Ghost of Vaj no longer.
Ghost of Vaj not there.
Yeah. All right.
JT, have you been able to leverage all your TV time into the dating scene or on your Tinder profile? What's your go-to pickup line?
Tinder, no. Dating, it does help. Yeah. If you meet a female and say, I can't be there to hang out with you this weekend, but you can watch me on Peacock. That helps. It does.
Peacock.
I would use it too, man. Run with that shit.
Yeah.
And then they go, what is Peacock? And I'm like, have you ever seen Yellowstone? It's on there. Yeah. And they're like, oh, yeah. Okay.
You're like, I'll be the guy with the biggest arms on TV. That's the first thing Heather said. You popped up on TV, and I wasn't even in the room. Heather's like, damn. I'm like, what? What happened? She's like, nothing. JT's on. I'm like, oh, what happened? She's like, nah, his arms are ripped. I'm like,
cut.
Damn.
Yeah.
All right, last one. Kiefer, what are you most and least looking forward to this week in your very normal everyday life?
These questions were obviously submitted before,
Right.
Yeah, not quite as fun.
Most looking forward to was, that's a great question. It's between Pookie and going out to Red Rocks to mountain bike. Those two things.
Or if you're a little bitch.
Okay. Least looking forward to was the fantasy podcast with JT, Paul, and Dan.
You're still doing it, by the way.
We're still going to get you on.
Yeah, you got to do it.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. You're going to give us our update. You played fantasy for the first time, right? By the way, the PulpMX fantasy that we did on the show with you, Kiefer, we just smoking all of us.
How?
I don't know. Team Perfect 10, smoking all of us.
What's his riders again? Does it say on there?
No, it doesn't say on there, but you can look back. All right, JT, Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Thanks for coming on, man. Appreciate it. And we'll see you in Atlanta.
Later.
All right.
Okay.
See you guys. That's Jason Thomas, everybody. Moving right into our next guest. He's a friend of the show. He's been a friend of both of ours for a long time. Brought to you by the folks at Renegade Racing Fuels, whether it's JB or Will Hahn winning championships. Max Anstey, Dean Wilson using it now. Renegade Racing Fuels is the only fuel that these people will use for championships and races out there. And Renegade is your guide and partner to get the whole shot and be the first to get to the checkers. The fuels burn cooler, cleaner, and more consistent than the competition. Renegade offers real octane and not overhyped marketing octane bullcrap. Renegade Racing Fuels is looking for dealers and distributors as well. So hit them up. Tell them you heard them from Pulp.
The Renegade Rat?
Renegade Rat, yeah. Did you try some Renegade yet?
I have.
Yeah. And you like it?
We're going to put it up on Pulp.
Oh, yeah. When's that happening?
This week.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I had it ready to go for next week, but now we can do it this week.
Okay. All right. Fantastic. Looking forward to Renegade Racing Fuels test on PulpMX.com. Bringing you our next guest, the fill-in rider at Monster Energy Pro Circuit, Carson Mumford. What's up, Mumphy? How are you, man?
Doing good. What's going on, guys?
Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it. Congrats on the ride. I know we're a little bit late, but that's awesome to see. We're all stoked for you, I think. But I have to ask you, Mumphy, the first race this weekend, what was going on?
A whole lot of things, really. I obviously had to slide out in the first turn before the red flag, and I burned my arm pretty good right there, and I think Pierce just didn't have time to get to his brakes or anything, and I kind of smashed my arm on his head pipe in between my bike. So not only was it burned up pretty good, it like swelled up immediately and was kind of like my elbow was like filling up with fluid and getting hard to bend. But I'm still dealing with that little bit of a nagging calf injury.
Okay.
Just taping it up and stuff. And they red flagged it, and then I think I was like fifth or so after that on the next start. And that split lane, I was struggling with that triple out of the corner pretty much every time. And I got wheel spin on it like the first lap, and frame cased it, and I was like, oh, I had to just jar my leg.
Oh,
So then I lost like 2 spots right there because that was such a good passing spot. And then next lap, I'm like, all right, I'm going to lean back a little bit and try not to get wheel spin. I leaned back and I wheelied over the face and just like had a big save, like bashed my face off the bars where I was like looking under my goggles. My helmet went up so far and like just took the wind completely out of my sails. Like, of course, I just smashed my leg again when I landed on there because I kind of have to ride on like the middle of my foot when I'm going to case something or something like that. But just like really took the fight out of me. Like, I feel like normally when someone comes up to like try and pass me, or I'm in the first few laps, I'm like aggressive. I have a lot of fight. If someone passes me, I go for the pass back in the next corner. Seemed like after that, I was like lap 3. It was anytime someone came up on me, I like only had a little bit of fight in me because I was just so like dealing with so much pain. I was just trying to. Looking at it now, I just watched film. It looked like I was just surviving the track. I wasn't racing it.
Well, that's why I had to ask. It was very unlike you, and I was like, oh boy, like I don't know, like I was thinking like maybe he re-injured something, maybe he bike broke, maybe I don't know, man, because it was very unlike you. The other 2 ones though, I felt like you were in the fight. You rode pretty well. Were you happy with those ones?
Not really. I mean, 9th and 10th, those, like, again, like I started like 6th, and for the first 5 minutes of the race, it looked like, okay, like maybe you're finding your flow or whatever. I had more fight, and then it was like, I don't know if the pain just started setting in a little bit more or I made some more mistakes. The second main, I definitely made the least amount of mistakes and got in a pretty good flow, and even like the last couple laps, I reeled back in Oldenburg, and I still finished 9th. But yeah, I mean, I'm not really stoked on it,
Okay, all right, yeah, definitely a little unlike you for sure. What did Mitch have to say?
I think just from watching it, like you can just tell that I wasn't riding like my full aggressive self, and I mean, it definitely showed results wise. But yeah, it's tough because I really, really want to do good, and I want to put the bike out on the track every weekend. That there's part of me that's like, you got to put the bike out on the track every weekend, so don't do anything stupid and blow this opportunity. But then there's part of me that's like, I know I'm capable of doing well. I want to exceed my expectations,
Yeah. What % healthy are you right now, if you had to put a number on it? What do you think?
Like 80% probably. Yeah, maybe a little less, honestly. Like, I still can't even do a calf raise on one leg. Like, the calf just doesn't really work.
Yep.
So with this track, coming from Seattle to this track, how much did you have to adjust to the bike? I mean, obviously the bike's going to feel completely different. Did you have to make any changes?
Nothing really. The bike handle's like amazing, dude. Like, I have really done such little bike adjustments since I've been on this team. They started me off when I initially got on the team with Forkner setting because he likes a little bit of a softer feel, and so I was just kind of getting used to it. And then after a couple weeks of riding that, they're like, hey, we're going to put a little bit of stiffer setting on, and that's just what basically I've been riding since. And it looks good to me when I watch film, and it feels really good on the track. I never really have anything that I'm like, I don't know how the bike's going to react when I'm coming up to it. So the bike's really amazing, dude. Like, the motor, the chassis, everything is just such a good package, dude. It's unreal.
Is it a little bit – I asked Bloss this, and he kind of admitted it a little bit, which I was surprised from Bloss, a veteran. But is it a little bit of pressure being the only guy for Mitch Payton, pro circuit? Like, is it – I mean, you've had the spotlight on you your whole life, but is it different?
I don't think it's any added pressure from the team. It's just like after that first race, I just felt like an absolute letdown. Like, I'm like, dude, these guys drove all the way out here for me. Like, I feel just terrible for my mechanic having to put in these hours. Like, for me to go do that, like, I'm like, Jesus. Like, I would love to just, like, repay them with, like, a great finish, Obviously, there's no way for me really to repay them other than that because, dude, they are putting in so many hours, and the bike is so top-notch and everything. So I would agree with Kris a little bit on that. Like, it's hard not to, really, because with Cameron being there, he's such a good rider and like a podium guy every single race, right? So, not that like I'm not a focus on the team, but I would say he's the main focus, right? He was in the championship hunt and had a chance at winning every race he was in, and so I was just like, okay, if I make mistakes, no big deal. Just kind of get through it. And then here I'm like, okay, I need to be on my game. You know, they're coming here for me, and you know, I'm one of the I guess a little bit, but it's nothing from the team really. Like the team's still the exact same. They treat me the same. I feel like I just wish I could have repaid them with a good finish. You know?
I think most of these guys that are on Carson's level, like all the pressure comes from themselves. They know what they're supposed to do. They're on the premier team. They know they are expected to do well. It's not like you're getting a talking to going, hey man, I expect you to get a 3rd or 4th today. Like you got to do this. Like you already know. Like I have to do good.
Exactly. It's not like you're on 50s again and your dad's like, come on, man, we drove all the way to this race. You ride terrible. You know, they know how it is. And professional athletes don't always have their best days when they're supposed to, but you would like to, right?
You good with Mumphy now, Kris?
That's a great thing. So for everybody out there, I fucked Carson pretty bad. So me and Carson are buddies. Like, and then I had people blowing me up when he got hurt. Like, hey, have you heard from Carson? He got hurt today. I was at Glendale, and I'm like, no, man. So I texted him. I'm like, hey, heard something happened. You all good? He's like, I'm going to the hospital. He said leg or something. I don't know exactly what you said, but I wasn't even thinking. I was so distraught. I was so bummed out. I was like, oh, not only for Carson, but the team. I tweeted it out, right?
Yeah.
And then Carson hit me. He's like, hey, can you take the tweet down? And I'm like, you know what? That was such a dumbass move by my part. Like, I'm an idiot. And he's like, you know, I thought you were just calling me because we're friends. And it was like, what the fuck? Like, I could just read into the text.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, I feel like an asshole.
Right.
Like, that was on me.
So
I wasn't calling you to put it up on Twitter, but I did. So just FYI, I was actually calling to see if you're okay.
You're good.
I
Any
do
other
that too.
context, it would have been fine. Just bad timing, dude. Like, as with other guys getting hurt on the team and everything, you know how it is.
Well, then also, Kris, you did say Achilles, I think, in your tweet, which turns out not to be.
Yes, correct. So, I screwed it.
Yeah, but I've done that, and then because
Who
I just
hasn't done that though, right? It's always like, oh shoot, I didn't mean to say that, and everyone's done that.
Well, but then I'll do that with a rider, a friend of mine, but I'll be like, hey, can I tweet this?
Yeah, that's what I need to ask.
And most guys will say sure, but I will always ask, can I put this out?
But I even feel greasy doing that when I'm not texting you because to tweet it, you know?
Yeah.
So anyway.
Yeah.
You
guys are high des rats.
Yeah. And then I talked to Carson's dad. I'm like, dude, I think Carson's pissed at me. And he's like, really? He didn't tell me. And I'm like, I don't know, dude. He was pretty pissed in the text.
God, yeah.
He leaves me on red now. He's like, fuck this guy.
No.
So when we were bicycling, you know, high des and all over the mountain bikes and shit, you said you were cramping in your calf. Is that the kind of same thing because you were just pounding whoops the whole frickin' end of the year? Is that something that aggravated?
2 whoop pads?
Yeah.
I think so. Like, yeah, I remember I was complaining about like my calf a little bit then, and I think it was because I rode whoops for 2 weeks straight, and you're just kind of driving your heels down over and over. And then obviously I had my wrist injury, so I was fine. And then when I got back riding, I was trying to fit so much riding in so many days because I wanted to be my best self for this team, you know. So it was like trying to ride 4 or 5 days a week off of not, and then I'm so sore going to the track every day, but it's not like you're going to call out because you're sore. Everyone's sore, you know? And then, yeah, I mean, dude, I was trying to do everything I could, whether it was stretching or this or that, ice baths, just to be prepared for every day. And I think it just caught up to me. Like, one day I showed up to Glen Helen, pretty sore, my legs and stuff, and I ride pretty on the balls of my feet. And, yeah, I just went into transition nice and smooth like normal and just pop. And I jumped the jump, pulled off the track, and I rode up to the box fan. I'm like, dude, I don't know, but I think I might have broke my leg or something. And they're like, what? You didn't do anything wrong. Like, you didn't overjump anything? And I'm like, I can't walk. Someone's got to, like, hold me on the bike. So I get my stuff off, and they're all looking at my leg. It obviously looks totally normal. And I'm like, dude, I'm telling you, I felt something pop really bad.
These guys are like, whatever, bro.
Yeah. You tired, bro?
Like, I can't. Yeah, I can't bend my foot at all. Like, something super bad. And they're like, are you sure? You know, like, and then once I got my boot off and everything, it took a lot of pressure away. So all of a sudden I was like, whoa, I feel way better. And they're like, dude, are you crying wolf? You know, it was a weird deal. So then I drove pretty much straight from there because I couldn't walk to go get an MRI. And yeah, it was just torn.
That's so weird.
Yeah, that is a weird deal.
Super weird.
See, if you're just like a vet guy and ride flat-footed, you're better off.
Yeah.
Fuck the balls of your feet.
That's why I ride flat-foot. I don't want to end up like
Or twice a week.
Yeah.
Should have stuck to the twice a week.
So is this thing going to get better? Like you said, 80%? Like what's the – or is it just going to keep hurting because you keep racing and riding?
Yeah, I think it's going to hurt for a little bit of the Supercross season, honestly. Supercross is tough because it's just like you have to ride so perfectly on the balls of your feet or you'll grab an edge, and you have to drive your heels and the whoops and everything. And then obviously I need as much bike time as I can. So it's just going to be a little bit of a nagging injury, I think, the rest of the season. Like I've talked to Dr. G about it. I go see Dr. G twice a week, and he's like, you take 4 steps forward and then you ride and you take 3 steps back. You know, normally a person in your situation would be 100% healed, feeling nothing, but you're trying to ride 3-4 days a week, and, you know, you're not always perfect, so you're just kind of always aggravating it. So I'm sure once outdoors takes off and the tracks are a little less, like, gnarly G-outs and, you know, you can kind of get away with a little bit more things on the outdoor tracks, but I'm sure it's just going to take some time.
So does that mean are we going to go through outdoors with Mitch, or what are we doing?
I have no idea. Not at all. I haven't heard anything. But hopefully I can just try and do what I did at Seattle, show a lot of speed, and hopefully good things will come, you know. I would love nothing more than to do good for Mitch outdoors, but, you know, he's got a full squad coming for outdoors, so we'll see.
Really? I thought it would be less because some guys are hurt, so there is a full squad.
Yeah, some guys are hurt, but you got Hammaker coming back. I know I think Jet Reynolds is coming back, and he's got a few guys, so Shimoda's obviously going to be there. So just going to try and do my very best. Obviously, he told me from the beginning that, you know, he didn't have a spot for me outdoors, and you know, I think that's still how it is right now, but I'd love to kill it and try and make something of it, right?
Renegade Racing Fuels bringing you Carson Mumford on the show, renegaderacingfuels.com. Again, championship proven. Dean Wilson, Max Anstey using it now, and Firepower Honda.
So let's paint you a picture. So if Mitch said, hey, I don't have anything available for outdoors, are we going to go race outdoors? Is that something you would want to do? Maybe stay on a Kawasaki with some Mitch parts? Or
I would love to race outdoors no matter what I have to do, no matter where I'm at. I love racing, and I really don't see it any other way. So whatever I have to do, if I'm on a PulpMX bike, we'll do it.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Listen, you and your dad have known Mitch for a long time. You know, you were one time a Team Green kid and all of that, and now he's your boss, and you're a fill-in. Has the relationship changed? Is he gnarlier than you thought? Is he the same guy that you've known for all these years? What's that like, the dynamic between you two guys now that you're riding for him?
Well, I feel like Mitch has always been my boss. You know what I mean? When I was a little kid, it was always like, you know, you get a hard time from your parents, and then they always play good cop, bad cop, you know? If my dad wanted to get on me about a section or something, but he didn't want to get on me really, he'd be like, Mitch, you got to go tell him, you know? Or vice versa. I mean, there's a couple of times at amateur races I'd be like going over to Mitch like, oh, my dad's yelling at me, or, you know, and he's like, oh, it's okay. And then vice versa.
Yep.
So he's always been like a good mentor, boss, and, you know, we've kept in touch over the years, but I think he's really good at kind of leaving the stuff at the track or at work, you know? Like, obviously, we're not stoked on how this weekend went, but, like, after the race is done and after, you know, he's done working at the shop, I think he's pretty good at turning it off and just being normal.
Okay.
Which is nice.
Yeah. I wasn't sure how that would change things for you guys because I knew you'd known him for so long, right?
Yeah, but I like it. Like, I've heard Dino kind of say the same thing. I like how he's almost like a father figure when he'll just shoot at you straight. You know, if he doesn't like what he's seeing or he thinks you can do something better, he's not going to hold back and not tell you.
Yeah.
Or have someone else tell you or do it in a weird way. He'll just say it straight to your face and, you know, and then you move forward. So that's good. You always know where you stand with him.
Yep.
And I definitely like that about him.
Well, and I'm sure you guys know, Keefer and Carson, you know, but like high-profile riders riding for other factory teams have used Mitch for advice.
Yeah.
They've gone down and sat with him, and he's helped families. He's helped rider agents. He's like, you could have nothing to do with Mitch Payton as a 450 factory guy and lean on him for advice, and or whatever, a problem, You know,
Yep.
I think he's like Yoda in the industry a little bit.
He's old school in that way, for sure.
Yeah, he's Yoda.
We need that, dude. We really need that in our sport, for sure.
I think some of it is, too, not just from all the years that he's been around and what he's done, just like what Carson said, he's straight up. And there's not a lot of that within our sport.
Right.
Yeah. And if he's wrong, he'll admit it.
Right.
Like, if he, he might get on you about something, and then down the road he'd be like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have said that, which is awesome. It's just how, I feel like my relationship is with my dad. He'll shoot it to me straight. He's not going to sugarcoat it. And then if he's like, well, maybe I shouldn't have said that, he'll tell me. And it's just, exactly where you stand all the time.
Right. What's the status of the Mumphy compound? What's the status of this? What are we?
Still grinding up there.
I thought it was for sale for a little bit, and then you were back at it. You were building 2 whoop pads, and then you were back, and then guys were renting it, and I was like, I thought it was for sale. So, yeah, I don't know what the status of the Mumphy compound is.
Yeah, still out there, still grinding, still dead as rat.
Yeah.
Probably be up there this week or probably be up there next week. So, yeah, still there, still grinding.
Okay.
What people don't see, it's in BFE, right?
Right.
Carson's watering. He's a big part of the whole process. He was living out there. When I say living out there, I mean
that little house that's there.
Living out there,
right.
training.
Going to town for groceries or go to Keefer's to cycle. That's what I did, dude. It was really, really good for me, I think, because even just teach me ways to save money. I realized I only need to spend $60 a week on groceries, and that's it out here.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just need to focus on my training, and you can see the progress so much more because there's literally no distractions. All I did every day, like Keefer said, I'd wake up, I'd water, I'd prep a section or something, and then I would just ride. And then as soon as I would get tired, I'd take a break, and then I would just ride. And there'd be days I'd be out there riding till 3 o'clock because I didn't have anything else to do. So I think it's good in a lot of ways to be out there.
No chance Carson knows this, but it's like Rocky in Rocky 4.
Right.
Going to Russia.
Yep. Drago.
You're just in those cabin in the mountains, and what do you
climbing hills?
Climbing hills, yeah, all of that.
Yep.
You know what we're talking about, Mumphy, or no?
No clue. My bad.
Jeez.
My bad.
No, it's not your
old school race.
I can guarantee you that Rocky has been played in that house that you live in now from the previous owner.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm sure about that. Renegade Racing Fuels, bringing you Carson Mumford on the PulpMX show. Please check out renegaderacingfuels.com for more information on that. What do we got? We got a showdown coming up in New York, right?
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
Yep, weekend off for West Coast.
Yeah.
And then I think it's a showdown, right?
I love these showdowns. I think these things are awesome. Yeah, they're so great. Yeah.
It's going to be really good. I'm excited. I think being on such a great team and having this opportunity, it's really changed my mindset a lot. Last year I was really stressing about oh shoot, there's a lot of factory guys. Hopefully I make the main.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm kind of looking at it now okay, there's a lot of factory guys. That's just another way for I could prove myself that I'm one of these guys. Every single guy out there, if I beat him, it shows that I deserve this ride,
So don't bullshit us here. No one listens to this show, so don't bullshit us here. But you've ridden some good bikes.
Right.
You have,
yeah.
Carson. But how does this thing rank?
It's definitely the best bike I've ever rode, and I'm not sugarcoating it.
Yeah.
There's so many things I could pinpoint on this bike that it's just so good. Like I said, I literally haven't touched any clickers on the bike, and that's I feel like that's unheard of, really. I mean, that's really unheard of in my program through the years. I'm always kind of tinkering here and there, trying to get that, you always feel like you're 2 clicks away from greatness, but I haven't touched a thing, dude. And anytime I've started to think about something, they change it already, So it's like they're a step ahead of me in a way, and dude, it's so good. So that's why a 10th place off of, jumping in the season late, last year I would have said oh yeah, that's a great ride for me.
Mm-hmm.
But this year I'm no, I got way more in the tank.
It's got to be confidence inspiring too, knowing you got a badass bike on the starting line and say, I'm going to get a good start.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
For sure. It helps a lot. It is I really can't put it into words. There's a lot of things on this bike that you kind of envision how it should work, and it just is exactly like that. The transmission is just so good. I can't stress that enough.
Yeah.
Transmission and the chassis is I seriously can't picture a bike out there that is better than that.
Are you downshift to first gear guy in corners?
No, but fifth gear whoops.
Wow.
Jeez.
Yeah, and it pulls out of the corner like it's in first gear, so it's amazing.
Have you ever had a bike with taller first and second and that kind of ratios? Have you ever had a bike like that?
Like taller, like it winds out quicker?
Yeah, like like it winds out longer.
Yeah, I think the Suzuki was kind of like that. It was real snappy off the bottom.
Right.
I think, every bike's just different, and some just suit some really good. I think the Suzuki was what you're explaining, how it's just real snappy off the bottom.
Well, no, I was more talking about the transmission gears. So
where you can use first a long time.
Yeah, you can lose first a long time because you have a factory transmission with more gears, with more teeth.
Oh yeah, I can jump a Supercross triple in first gear on this thing. It's pretty crazy.
Really?
It's really, really crazy. Yeah.
To this day, as much shit as I tested, I've never got to experience that.
Right.
Like jumping
Why
something.
Why don't you go to the high des and do some laps on his bike?
No, dude.
Why?
I'm out.
No one will know.
Look, I was there with Aiden and him when they were practicing whoops, and
yeah.
Aiden was sucking it up. I go,
Right.
give me this fucking thing. And I
Yeah.
did the Vuillemin around,
Yeah.
and I just did
Yeah.
a little bit, and
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm good, dude. I'm out. Let's go. Leave it to those guys.
Well, can you take on the outdoor track or something?
I would love to do that.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I don't know about anything about Mumford's place, but A-Ray was riding around the jumps, and he's a main event guy. And he's riding around the jumps. So that's all I need to know about Mumphy's place.
Mumphy's place isn't like gnar. There's some sections like good rhythms, but it's not like you're going to die, right?
Right.
So it's just those guys are good, and yeah, I don't want to be casing any jumps. I'm all straight. Like I saw what Aiden did, and he cartwheeled. I'm all
Yeah,
good.
poor guy, dude. Poor guy. I was so bummed. Every day I was like, dude, just don't crash. Because every day you're going to build on top of the day before. And
yeah.
I look over, and he's just full endo. I'm like, no.
Oh, I didn't know he did this at Mumphy's place.
Yeah.
I didn't know where Aiden did it at.
It was his
okay.
first day actually on the whole track because
Yeah.
him and Carson were just doing whoops.
Yep.
And then he got a little bit cocky and sloppy with his technique, and then there you go.
Yep.
It happens.
Well, every day, too. He started off, like, real slow, hitting every whip. And we're like, all right, cool. And then he'd get a little bit more confident, We get more and more laps, and then I think you get real confident by a little off more than you can chew. Remember, he had that huge crash just on the whoop track, too?
Oh,
I'm like,
yeah.
God, dang it, dude. You're setting yourself back. And then he's like, oh, I'm sore. I'm taking a week off. Come back next week. Brrr, full endo.
You're right, though, Carson. Like, it's building blocks, right? It's just slow building blocks. And when you get hurt, you're back at the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It really
sucks because you feel like an idiot sometimes. Like, if there's a section that you're not doing or someone's hitting the whoops way faster than you or this and that, like, you feel like such a girl. Like, man, why can't I just pin it? Why can't I just suck it up and block it out? And then it seems like sometimes you do, and then you're like, why did I do that? Like, I could have just said it's a bad day and just rode the next day. But
Yep.
yeah, sometimes your ego gets the best of you, it seems like.
Yep.
You know what I was really bad at Supercross? I always, I knew everybody was watching. I was in this fishbowl, right?
Okay, yeah.
And I was like, I can't do that.
Full send.
Don't do that because I'll crash and someone will see. So I was always paranoid about if I send it here, I'm going to weed it. So I don't want anyone seeing that. So I was really shitty at that.
You can't be like that at all.
You can't do that.
That's terrible.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Horrible. No wonder I suck so bad.
I always think about when you get on a Supercross track about how narrow it is compared to what you ride during the week. Or
Crazy.
You see the tough blocks on the jumps, and now things are a lot tighter. You know.
Well, it seems like all the test tracks too. You're riding that goat trail line. That's just like it's got low lines pretty much everywhere. Like you're running the corner real low, and then like going off the side of the jump because you're scrubbing this and that.
Yeah.
And then you show up to the race, and everything's like a square. Like you're up in the corner, you cut down, and then the transitions, like you're hitting it where it's the steepest. And it's crazy. Like I hate tough blocks. I'm sure every racer does, but my first year Supercross, I was like, dude, this is nuts. I can't even ride around here. Every single jump, I'm cross-rutting and jumping in the tough block.
I was just thinking about this too. Mumphy, Cameron McAdoo, and Joe Schmoda, Geico guys, all over at PC now. Yeah, never thought about that till right now.
What's crazy is I think I was at his facility when there was Geico guys, and they were all there at one point.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, Geico had 12 dudes. They had to go somewhere.
It's a good point.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a good
well,
point.
Everyone goes up there when it rains.
Yeah.
It's a fucking
but
national.
You charge them, don't you, Mumphy?
It just depends. Like some days the track's crappy and this and that, or some days like this year that we started charging people because I was hurt and I wasn't riding at all, so it was just wear and tear on our equipment.
Sure.
And I wasn't really getting any use about it, but normally when I'm riding and I'm going up there anyways, I would love to have people come ride, and the last thing they want to do is pay to ride somewhere super far. So it seems like I'm kind of begging people to come ride out there with me a lot of the time. That's why I was so stoked that Aiden was out there riding with me until he got hurt.
Right.
Just because I had a buddy. Like, I had someone to
to talk to.
Someone I knew that was going to suffer with me, too. Like, I felt like I was always just like,
Mumphy's like,
dude, he would send me photos. This dog just came up on the pad. I don't know where it came from, but he's hanging out. He's a cool dog.
Yeah.
I would feel like I picture Mumphy like Tom Hanks in Castaway. Wilson.
Dude, there's nothing up there. Like,
I know.
honestly, at
there.
night,
Yeah.
I'd be scared.
Yeah.
Because it's dark as shit.
Well, it's fenced in, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't stop people, man.
No?
No. Not tweakers.
Really?
Yeah.
Carson, you got tweakers that jump your fence?
It's pretty eerie out there. I'm not going to lie. Sometimes, I mean, it's pretty far out there to where, like, no one's coming out there, but you watch these scary movies and you just picture someone coming down that road late at night, and you're just like, you're almost in a cage at that point. Seems like you're just boxed in. They know where you are.
Yeah.
You been out there?
Like,
yeah. I went up there twice.
I've stayed out there a lot of times.
For the old owners.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've stayed out there a lot of times, and I've never really had anything go on that was like, obviously you're always like, you hear this or that, and you're like, oh, it's probably the wind the next day when you're not thinking about it, but
coyotes.
Yeah.
Coyotes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you hear those.
You would freak out. You wouldn't like it.
No, I know I wouldn't like it. No way. Yeah. No, it's.
I love it because I'm in BFE. It's
Right.
quiet and there's no one around.
Yeah.
That's my shit. I love it.
Windy though, right?
Yeah, it's great.
It's fine. It's whatever.
Okay. All right.
I mean, it's windy
Some
everywhere.
of the best riding too.
Yep.
Well, cool, man. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it. I hope you crush this thing and keep doing
Thank
really
you.
well, man. I love to see to see you do it. This is a chance for you, and you're a good dude. So yeah, let's get a little healthier than 80%, and yeah, do good things out there, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I feel like I did better at Seattle. I got to show my speed and got to lead some laps in the heat race and showed I still got some talent and some fight in me. So I really don't think it's out of reach for me to build on that. Like, I know if I just keep doing what I was doing there, that things will all work out in the end. So I'm looking forward to these last few rounds and just enjoying these good times with the team.
Cool, man. Thanks again, Carson.
Yep. See you guys.
Later,
See you,
brother.
man. Thanks. That's Carson Mumford, everybody. Yeah, Mumphy.
Jersey's gonna be ruddy.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
When I walked it after the main, I was like blown away.
Yeah.
How gnarly it was.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. All right, we got still lots more to talk about on the show. We got one after dark question. I don't know if you want to take it or not. Later, of course. But Sam's on 3. Question for Keefer. Sam, go ahead, man.
Hey, so I just got a bike for the first time in about 10 years. It's a 2020 CRF 250R. And I actually watched your video you did on YouTube a while back when the bike came out, kind of breaking down what the bike was like. But my question is based kind of around what I can do to be more comfortable on the bike since I haven't ridden in so long, and if it would be worth it for someone like me who's kind of just getting back into it to get my suspension adjusted and everything to hopefully help me get more comfortable on it,
Did you buy it used?
Yeah, I bought it used, so I'm not entirely sure if there's been anything done to the suspension. They did put like a Pro Circuit system on it and a few other things that seem mostly cosmetic.
So here's what I would do. First thing is I would take your suspension off. I don't know how much you weigh or how tall you are, but just to ensure that it has fresh fluids in it, and we talk about that always on the show, is like just make sure your seals, your bushings are all set. But while they're in there doing that, they can see if it's been changed, right? So if it's been revalved, they'll be able to tell that. And then for me, if it was revalved for that rider, I would at least get your spec in there, give him your weight, your riding ability. So then you know that you're at a baseline for yourself, right? It's really hard to get a used bike and have someone else's valving inside of it, and you're wondering why is it.
Yeah, think about its valve for.
Yeah.
Who knows, right? God knows who.
So just for peace of mind, at least know where you're at, and if it looks stock, then how much do you weigh?
So I am 6'2", at about 130 pounds. So I'm big, but also small at the same
You're
time.
dick and ribs, literally,
dude.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
6'2",
6'2". How does that even compute?
I don't know.
I don't know, man. I eat plenty of food. I I don't know. I guess it all comes out my ass.
But
well, still, so you carry a lot. You're going to be a lot of teeter-tottering because you're tall. So
yes.
Even though you are light, that stock stuff is valved heavier than who it's built for, which is you, right? So maybe some springs and some valving, so it probably wouldn't hurt to at least get that done.
And then Racetech can do that and use the code to save. Tell them you're a Pulp Show listener.
Yeah,
so.
And then for me, that motor is pretty solid. I liked that motor a lot back in the day. Had good bottom to mid, and it was a fun bike to ride, fun chassis. So I think you can start yourself off with some suspension and then just go ride and have some fun. Make sure your sag is set and follow the specs from your tuner.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much for the help.
All right, thanks, Sam. Enjoy, man.
Likewise.
All right, Noah's on one. What's up, Noah?
Noah.
It's Noah? Did I get it wrong?
Nope.
Nope, Noah.
What is it?
Brandon Ray.
Oh, is this Brandon?
B-Ray 388 and his sponsor, the Eggman.
What's up, B-Ray?
Steve?
How are you, man?
Doing all right. How are you? How's yourself?
Oh, we're good, man. Just, another Monday night here.
Yeah, we're sitting here watching it, and we're like, hey, only call in.
Cool.
We're trying to figure out what Brandon needs to do in these last 3 rounds, if there's anything he can do, 2 rounds, to try and get him in this LCQ Privateer Challenge.
Yeah, we have some wild card spots, and I need to figure out how many, because not all the 450 guys can usually make it. At least that's from my experience, and not all made it. But I mean, just wanting to be in is the first step, so I can put you on the list of guys, and I'll be in touch. I don't know what the criteria is. I'm putting Yoder in just because I kind of know him a little bit and talked to his team owner, and just got to know him a little bit, so I put him in. But you know what? Yeah, B-Ray, you've been all right this year. You've been doing okay. So speed's there for you.
Yeah, that's the speed's there. That's a good thing, but just the consistency part of it is what I've been struggling on.
Yeah,
and just staying off the ground is something I'm trying to work on. But
you've had some big ones.
Ground hurt.
Yeah, you've had some big ones.
He's not afraid to send it.
No, he's not. No, definitely not.
How's your ankle from that case job at Arena Cross?
Yeah.
Dude, it still hurts. I mean, I raced Glendale this weekend, and I shoved a brace because I'm wearing Tech 7s right now because I had some guy buy me 3 pairs of them.
Yep.
So I've been wearing those, and I shoved the brace in my foot, and it was fine, but I overshot a rhythm section, and it hurt. And then today I rode Paula, and I dabbed in the corner, and it hurt. So it's still hurting, but I'm just I'll have like a week off right now, and then hopefully it'll be all better by then.
Was it a sprain or what was it?
Hurt. Yeah, I sprained it.
Yeah.
And then I'm pretty sure it went my ankle, when I go to jump, say I'm just jumping on the ground,
Yeah.
And when my toes go downwards toward the floor, that's when it hurts.
Yeah.
So I don't know exactly. They just did an X-ray that same night that I crashed, and they said nothing's broken, but we didn't do no CAT or a CT scan or anything like that, or MRI or anything. Yeah, MRI. We didn't do no MRI or anything.
Was that on Instagram? Where did I see that? Was it on the Arena Cross show?
Arena Cross Instagram.
Was it on the Arena Cross show?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was bad.
Yeah.
It was bad.
But sometimes sprains are gnarlier than breaks.
For
takes
sure.
a while.
Hey, Darkside was getting to the bottom of it in Arizona. They had some time. Did an interview with Darkside.
Listen, we all strive to be like Mr. Side and his his journalistic skills. But no, B-Ray. B-Ray, I appreciate you calling. I just put you down on my phone on the.
Hold on.
What? Okay, what?
Does B-Ray actually listen to the show, or does the sponsor listen to the show?
we both listen to the show, and I want to be the official egg sponsor of the PulpMX show. We have the #1 organic egg in the country.
Really?
Okay?
So
yes.
So isn't there something going on with egg
sponsor.
prices right now? Isn't there something going on with egg prices? Are you just crushing it right now?
Yeah. Hey, ask about it. Derek Kelly, Darby, the whole Louis Nursery track out there. Everybody's on the SoCal SX. Everybody's on eggs. Talk to Alex Martin. Brandon was training with Alex Martin there. He's on the #1 organic egg in the country.
You know who isn't on eggs? Fucking Chipotle. They ain't on fucking eggs.
Yeah. Jesus, Keefer.
One more question for Steve with Canada, right? So, what would be your advice with Brandon doing outdoors on a 450, or what do you think about him going up to Canada and doing the series up there?
I mean, It's fun. Like, everyone has a good time. It's less serious. He'll definitely do well up there, but there's not a lot of money, man. And you're traveling cross country, so you're spending a lot of money. But the American dollar is worth 30% more. But I mean, it's tough, man. Yeah, I don't know if I can say like there's not a lot of support and stuff like that. But you'll have a blast. You'll meet people. People will take you in.
Here's the deal.
Okay.
Here's my deal.
Okay. All right.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I just thought about this.
Yeah. Okay.
If he goes up there and does good,
he can sell eggs at the track.
You got eggs?
Yeah.
If he does good, right, and then you get a ride maybe up in Canada, you kind of lose your way here in America. I think Brandon's still young enough that he needs to grind it out for a couple years here. He doesn't have a lot of time in the AMA series. He's just starting out. So I feel like what he's doing, he's on the right trajectory. He just needs to keep plugging away and not weed himself up.
That's right. Well, I like the word grind because he's heading to the grindstone May 1st. So get your grind on. Thank you, boys.
Thanks,
we
man.
love what you do.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
you guys.
Later.
Thank you for having us on.
I'll keep you on the
Later.
list. Thank you. Brandon Ray wants in
Ray.
on the LCQ race.
That's why I wanted to make sure, like, if a sponsor was like, hey, let's call Pulp,
Right.
because he's get you some money, or if the kid actually listens to the show.
I doubt the kid listens to the show. So I'm just going to go with the sponsor, but that's still fine.
Yeah.
That's still cool.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, let's get to our next caller here.
Oh, shit. That's David Bradshaw's bike. I just fucked up.
That's awesome.
Mr. Side?
Still awesome to this day.
Beyond disappointed in the two of you.
You can't do it, man.
Honestly,
Randy was already the
look,
start of it, so you can't be as
No,
depressed.
I heard, but I should have known, knowing Steve with the Red Garter, the Alta, that you cannot trust the man to do what he says. But Keefer, you disappoint me.
Yeah, I know. I get it, man. Like, I have nothing for you. Like, that's what I said on Twitter. Like, the guy's like, I would think Keefer would have done it, and you're right. So I don't know what to say. Like, yes, I'm a piece of shit.
No, I'm not going to go so far as a piece of shit, but it's,
Listen,
you always talk about being there, not cool guy
listen.
and people, being there for the fans, and you just let everybody down.
I feel like
Listen,
this isn't
Kiefer,
cool guy.
Don't get mad at me.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. But I'm going to tell the God's honest truth here.
Oh, my God.
God's honest truth.
This is going to be a shit pile right now.
No.
Yeah, it is.
No. Kiefer was the first one to be like, hey, man, like, Heather's a little worried about this. Maybe we shouldn't do this.
My God.
And, like, maybe, are we really doing this? You said, are we really doing this?
What?
You said, are we really
What
going
did you tweet out at 8 a.m.? I'm not ready.
Well, no, that didn't mean like.
Oh, now it doesn't mean.
No. I meant I didn't packed. I hadn't got my bicycles ready. I hadn't got my dirt bike ready. Like, my shit wasn't ready.
You know what's fucked, Dark?
So
what
is when we got on this show, we were 50-50. And then
we
now
are
the
50-50.
now the show has started.
We are 50-50.
Now it seems 70-30-ish.
No,
my fault.
We are we are 50-50.
You're fucked.
When Dark throws me under the bus about the Red Garter and everything else and says, I'm a piece of shit, I just want to stick up and say, like, it was Keefer who first broached the subject of, like, this isn't a good time. And then I obviously agree.
Dark, let me tell you the truth. Now you heard that story. When I came in the door, we both looked at each other. I go, are we doing this? And he's like, I guess. And that's how it went down. And that's only reason why I said that is because I saw the tweet, because I thought he was already like,
No, the tweet was,
I'm not scared.
I got nothing. I didn't do any work. I didn't got any of the show notes for you. I hadn't laid anything out. I did nothing. I was just tired. So that's where that tweet came from, like that part of it. So, but I mean, Aiden is, I get Heather's point too, where like Kris isn't going to be there for this big race. This is a big race, right? I don't even know, but this is a big race.
It's a big race.
Yeah. So, I get Heather's point too about that.
You can't do
I'm
that,
actually
dude.
surprised. I'm surprised that Heather is unsure because Heather seemed more confident than that, I guess.
No. Heather's fine with everything, but racing. The Aiden is, Aiden is number one, as we know in the Keefer's family. It goes Aiden, Oreo, Kris.
Thank you.
It's pretty accurate.
Is there anything else in between Oreo and you?
No.
James, maybe?
No, maybe my dad.
Okay,
and then me.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
Maybe Oreo, my dad, then me.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Aiden, Oreo, your dad, you.
Yeah.
Right. So, listen, Dark, and I don't.
Dick.
Dick. Yeah.
Like we have nothing for you, man.
Yeah, man. Like I don't know.
Oh, okay. Steve was speaking. I shut up for a minute because Steve was about to say something. But yeah, I had buddies text me like 30 minutes before the show in a group text, and they're like, "We're sick of hearing about this. It's been forever. Who even cares anymore? It's probably not even going to happen." I was like, "No, they're in. They're in."
Your buddies were right.
They were right.
They were right.
Yep.
Listen.
Listen to your buddies more, Dark.
All I'm gonna say is this is gonna happen, but we are not gonna talk about it until I'm at his house. That's. There's gonna be no hype. We've learned our lesson. We hyped it up twice. We failed our listeners. There will be no hype anymore. We will just be a man of action. That's what we will be.
You're still talking about it.
I don't even remember how this all started. It's been so long, right? And Steve swears that I said his job is easy.
Mhm.
And I don't recall saying that because it doesn't sound like something I would say because I know how much he works, right? He has a great work ethic. I think how it started was I said, dude, there is no way you could last a week doing what I do, which he thinks that means the same thing, like he doesn't do shit around here. That's not the case. All I'm saying is I do a lot. I ride a lot. There's a lot of things going on. So it'd be very hard for him physically to do a lot of the things that I do. And then when he gets home, he still has a lot of other things still to do. It's not just riding a dirt bike. So that's where it started. And there have been a lot of Glen Helen days this week, Dark, for him. Lots. And
I think you guys would both be miserable doing each other's jobs because they don't fit your personalities. But it really doesn't matter because it's never going to fucking happen.
Oh, okay.
And that's fine.
Yep.
That's your belief. And
that's fine, Dark.
and
I understand why you feel
Our
that
track
way.
record's not good.
Yeah, I understand why you feel that way. It makes sense.
Yeah.
So, can you before you go, can you please correct Mr. Thomas on the press box aspect of things?
I cannot because he's pretty fucking accurate. It's pretty much the way it works.
Fuck you, Dark.
Yeah, everybody.
Dick.
Dude, I mean, you are sort of the center of attention to a degree. Yeah, everybody kind of
oh my god
sits around you, and I don't think you do it on purpose. I won't say you do it on purpose, but that definitely everybody, the group, congregates around you, and then there are the outliers. And I have had friends from my show come hang out, and you do kind of almost ignore them a little bit. You have your group. And
hey, man, what's your name? My name's Steve. What am I supposed to do to these guys? Hi, my name's Steve. What's your name?
No, why don't you just say, how's it going, man? What's your name? Oh, I'm John. Nice to meet you, John. That's it. That's it. You don't have to fucking do anything.
Steve acts all the time like he's never made
But
friends.
here's the
Like, at
thing
some
about
point,
Steve.
He didn't know you.
Here's the thing about Steve. People will come to me and say, why is Steve such a dick? He doesn't talk. It's not like he is going out of his way not to talk to you. He's just there to do a job, right? And then that's what he thinks. He's not there to meet people. So I understand that point of view. You know, you meet Steve, great guy, nice guy, does a lot for you, usually is a man of his word. But I can see why some people are standoffish from Steve at times.
Yeah, I mean, I'm busy.
Go ahead.
I'm busy. Like,
you're busy until your friends are around, and then you'll socialize. Though, if you're clearly more comfortable with people you've associated with for a while than new people. But once new people, even like myself, get to know them, you open up more and are more.
Isn't that normal though for
inviting.
everyone?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's normal for everybody. First of all, I don't like if I don't know some guy, you think I'm going to be like, oh my God, dude, Mumford sucks. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to say that in front of people that I'm not comfortable with saying or making joke. And I'm just using Mumford as an example. Everybody calm down. I don't want to, because we make a lot of jokes up there.
Look, it took me a long time, Dark, to get naked in front of you, but I did it.
Jesus.
If somebody comes up to you in Atlanta
gay.
this weekend that you don't really know and sits down next to you and just tries to say hi, you'll say hi, but you'll be pretty short. But
Yeah,
if
I
you
don't.
know
Yeah,
them for
don't
a
sit
while-
down next to me. I don't know you. I don't want to sit down. Don't. Yeah, I'm not having a whole conversation with you. I'm busy working. That's my attitude.
But you don't know anybody until you spend some time and get to know them. And everybody you know now, you had to eventually let in a little bit, and it's not easy with you.
How did we get here?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh, JT holding
but yeah,
cord in the
JT
press box and all that. Yeah.
JT was right though.
Can we
You
talk
know what
about
I mean?
something more important before you get off the phone?
Oh goddamn! What is it now?
What's up with the chick thing?
we're not going down that road.
F you, dude.
Whoa.
I mean,
what?
Okay.
What about the metal queen?
Yeah, what about the metal chick?
Yeah, we're hanging out. We're talking.
Oh.
Okay, so why don't you want to go down the road?
What's that?
Why don't you want to go down the road?
Oh, I just don't want to get into a whole lot of details right now because it's new.
Oh my God.
I'll do it in private, but we're not doing it on the air because that shit just gets blown out of.
How's it blown? I went out with the girl. We had a good time. We talked about XYZ. We took her home.
Okay.
I mean, that's all. I mean,
Dark, can I bring up what you said about that girl on the track walk?
I'd rather you not.
oh yeah, is that what you texted me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
And how I broke it down?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's talk about that.
No, he doesn't want to talk about it, and I don't want to. Yeah, he doesn't want to talk about it. But that was pretty ballsy.
But did you know her?
No.
Okay, just a random.
Yeah, random.
Okay.
Yeah, that was just in the context of with my buddies.
Right. Did he? Do you
But yeah,
know?
just
Does he know what I said about that situation?
No, I didn't tell him.
Okay.
But
If you guys give a few more context clues, we might have all the pieces to this puzzle. So keep it up.
Dark is.
Dark, just say what you
Listen,
said. It doesn't matter.
As we know, Dark, like with the monster chicks, with the rider
He's
wives.
metal. He's metal.
You know, the head nods.
Yeah.
Dark's focus a lot of times goes askew when it comes to ladies.
Oh yeah.
He's not all there. He's looking. He's checking. He's focused. You know, like he's.
Yeah. What guy doesn't like looking at a hot chick?
It's been a minute. Let's just say that, right?
Yeah.
And when it's been a minute, you start focusing on things that you normally wouldn't focus on because it's been a minute, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I always can focus on beautiful women.
Yeah, but it gets amplified when you haven't released any pressure. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, I think this chick's into me.
Right. Right. When I'm 4, 5, 6 days deep, I'm a little foggy. I could be noticing more that I shouldn't be. Hey man, you beating off? Exactly. So I think it's just there's certain times where you come up with great things, and there's certain times where like, wow, that came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
You know.
I got you.
Yep.
All right. Well, yeah, I am talking to somebody. We're hanging out a little bit, but it hasn't gotten too serious.
Hey, Marks, his new chick's like digs metal.
Yeah, Lamb of
digs
God.
I mean, that's
She's-
that's
She's
good, right?
Lamb of God. She's all of it.
She's got lamb tattoos and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No tattoos whatsoever.
Oh, none?
You will be marrying this chick, I'm sure.
How many more dates have you gone out since the first one?
Like 4, 5.
Okay. Have you got a kiss goodnight and all that yet?
Oh yeah.
Nothing past second base?
No.
Second base only.
No, it's been pretty slow. But there's a reason behind that, which I mentioned to Steve, and he kind of blew it off. But yeah, it's just doesn't want to screw this up.
The rash, we get it.
He likes to throw.
Sorry.
That's awesome.
Jesus, Marks.
I have this rash on my undercarriage area.
This is why I just keep my mic off. I'm
Hey, Steve.
Marks, your mic was on there.
Is there a rash
Oops.
here? Can you suck the poison out here, please?
Oh my gosh.
All right, Dark. Well, I'm sorry to let you down, and we have no excuses. And yeah, I get it. So
Yeah.
you know.
How many darks do you get a day, Dak?
I couldn't even tell you. Too many to count.
I have people text me going, "Fuck you, Chris." Now I say dark when I walk around the house. I'm like, yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, literally, not only you guys probably see some of the responses on social, but like just walking through the pits, you'll be walking by and you'll hear dark.
So good.
It is taking off for sure, and it makes me laugh. It's funny.
Good. All right.
So yeah.
All right, man.
All right, guys.
Thanks for calling in. All right.
Sorry to hurt you.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
that's Dark Side. Everybody calling in with his weekly. He can't call in anymore because he's got the job with Vital and he can't do the wrap up show, but continues to call in every Monday night. Hey, the 8 o'clock hour brought to you by the folks at OGIO. Thank you to OGIO Power Sports. Use the contact form on PulpMX.com to email. No, wait. There's a code now for OGIO. It's PulpMX. Yes, just use the code PulpMX.
Yeah.
But go to OGIO Power Sports.
Correct.
Not the OGIO other stuff.
I've done that. And
yeah.
You will find not what you're looking for.
I know. I get emails still.
Right.
OGIO Power Sports, code PulpMX to save. There's something new coming from the road down to OGIO, too. I'm excited to see it. Well, I've seen it, but I'm excited to see it when it gets launched.
I think I know what it is.
I think you might do, too. OGIO Power Sports, please check them out. Use the code to save. Thank you to those guys. Also, thank you to the folks at Cherby's USA. Whether it's Adam Seen, Cirillo, Cooper Webb, Barsha, Anderson, many others along the way, Acerbis has fine-tuned their products to offer the highest level of performance and protection in the industry. Bring your bike back to life. Full line of replacement replica plastic kits, hand guards, more. Did you see their gray plastic this week? Acerbis
Oh,
had?
yeah.
Like the
Yep.
gunmetal, not gunmetal gray, like a flaky
Mhm.
gray, Metallica looking-ish stuff. Acerbis USA on social media, www.acerbisusa.com on the web as well. Thanks to the folks at Acerbis. If you want a deal from Acerbis, email us using the contact form on PulpMX, and we can help you get some deals. Also, I want to thank the folks at Maxima USA. Pulp 20 is code to save with Maxima and Pro Filter as well. So great oil. Pro Filter. Imagine a world where you never had to clean an air filter ever again. You just take the pre-oiled filters, drop them in your bike, throw the old ones away, and go. ProFilter.com. Oil and air filters for side-by-sides and dirt bikes and street bikes and everything else. So please check out ProFilter.com. Pulp 20 code on there too, as well as Maxima USA. Love the guys at Maxima. 4-stroke oil, SC1, contact cleaner, MPPL, all of that. Pulp
Premium
20 is code
1040.
to say. That's your choice?
That's a good oil.
I don't think Trevor sends me the good oil.
What's he send you?
Just like, they're, I forget what it's called.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Pulp 20 is code to say with those guys. All right, Keefer. So I want to kind of, Glendale wasn't like super stoking exciting, but
We
I
talk
do
about Derek Kelly.
No.
Okay.
I like Derek Kelly, but we're doing my thing right now.
Got
okay.
it. Got it.
Race Tech Rant coming up as well. Tits, the motorsport.com tweet at you segment. How many questions we got that don't involve Lifeswap?
10.
Okay. All right. So we're all right.
Yeah,
Okay.
we've got enough.
Fuck my ass.
All right. 450 class right now. I'm going to read down the list of Glendale I want you to give me like one or two sentences about each guy's Glendale or season as a whole. Your thoughts.
Okay.
I just thought it would be kind of fun to do.
All right.
A little bit like sponsor mentions. I also was supposed to run this by you before the show, and I didn't.
It's okay.
So it's
I'm
off
good
top.
at this
All
kind
right,
of thing.
okay, here we go. Just a sentence or two.
Got it.
We don't need a fucking
Paragraph.
on this stuff.
Got it.
All right. Eli Tomac.
Unexpected how consistent he was through the three mains.
Colt Nichols.
Having an 8th place is a good ride. I feel like he rode. If you were there and watched him ride, I think he rode better than what the results show.
Dean Wilson.
The fastest non-factory guy there is right now.
Jason Anderson.
Someone told me I don't think Jason's having a great year, but I think he's been as fast, if not faster, than when he won his championship. I just think the field's deeper.
Kyle Chisholm.
Not as good as last year.
Justin Hill.
The surprise of the 2023 450 year for me.
Shane McElrath.
The surprise of the 450 year for me, but the other direction.
The other direction, yeah. Benny Bloss.
Not a mutant.
Congrats, Benny. Josh Hill. I don't know.
It's a vanilla ice cream. I mean, take it. I mean, I'm not going to turn it down, but you're still going to eat it and have a good time. So it's always fun to watch him
All
ride.
right. Freddie Noren.
I thought he'd be better, honestly.
Grant Harlan.
For as small as he is, he's pretty strong on the bike and rides the whoops decent. Even though on Twitter he acts like he doesn't know how to.
Mm-hmm. Cole Seeley.
Oof. Still that same smooth, buttery style, but I think being away from the sport,
it's
hurt a little bit.
It's showing.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that he is as bad as he.
It's tough to get in two senses.
Bad
Steve.
is a bad is a wrong word, but as rusty. As
It's
he
not
is.
bad.
Yeah.
I just think.
Right.
Yeah, he needs more time, and everyone's kind of advanced.
Kevin Morantz.
I like it. I like that he's aggressive. I like that he throws it in there, and I like that he's not scared to try to. Even in Seattle, he was pushing a little bit over the limit to try to be up there.
Anthony Rodriguez.
Dude, I have nothing. I have no idea.
Just have no idea.
I have no idea. Like he is better on a 450. I can see that.
Okay. Josh Cartwright.
I would pick him over Harlan for best privateer, like privateer 2 status.
Yeah. Break this down for us. Can you do another contingency article too while you're at it?
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Justin Starling, bike problems in Glendale.
He said his shock is been like fading, or it just kind of goes away.
Yeah.
So seems weird. Says he's had that problem a couple times now. So I don't know.
Works Connection, PulpMX 20 is the code to save with WorksConnection.com. They sent me a sweet 2023 oil filter cover for a Yamaha.
Okay.
So I'm looking forward to putting that on my bike. And PulpMX 20 is the code to save with WorksConnection.com. We are giving away a Pro Launch Start device. Do you want to do an email contest or a phone call? What do you want to do, Keefer?
Let's do a phone call.
What number?
3.
Third phone call, 702-586-7857. Win a Works Connection Pro Launch Start device. Tits, get the year, make, and model, please, if you can. Third phone call, 702-586-PULP. Thank you to Works Connection for giving one away. Really appreciate those guys. And they got the skid plates and radiator guards and oil filter covers all in stock now for 2023 YZ.
And also, just for a little fun fact for the YZ, for the Works Connection, 22 mount, offset foot peg mounts that we make.
Yeah.
Or they made, sorry. They will fit 23s as long as you run a 22 foot peg.
Okay.
So if you're looking for some mounts, those will fit.
All right. Good to know. So thank you to the guys at Works Connection. 2 tickets to Paula, courtesy of Paula? Courtesy of who?
Just Kris Keefer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Courtesy of Kris Keefer. We got 2 tickets for Paula National. It's the opening round of the motocross series. Let's do that in email.
Okay.
Contest at PulpMXShow.com. Just put subject line Paula tickets. Contest at PulpMXShow.com, and we'll send them to you. And that's it. We'll just pick a random emailer. So go ahead and email us, contest at PulpMXShow.com. And thanks to Kris Keefer for giving us 2 tickets to Paula and Myron and all the guys. So
Myron.
We appreciate it. And Mumphy Dad, right?
Scott.
Yep. All right. Lots to get into. Race Tech Rant of the Night. Pulp 23 is the code to save Race Tech. I got a couple of them locked and loaded. And I don't. Marks, did you watch the race on the weekend?
Not all of it.
Did you watch the third start?
Yes.
Did you see Kevin Moran's?
Oh yes, I did.
So I like Kevin Moran's. He's a good dude, and I've helped him before, and I will still talk to him. But my Race Tech rant is, come on, Kevin. Come on, man. Like, he doesn't have the start. I watched it 10 times today.
Mm-hmm.
There's 4 guys ahead of him.
Mm-hmm.
He's on the inside. There's 4 guys ahead of him. He doesn't have it. He doesn't even shut off. And he nails Tomac, survives that one, and then weeds himself after that, almost takes Sexton out. Like, seriously, like, I know he got the whole shot in Seattle, and we all loved it, and he got $5,000 from his sponsor. That's awesome. That's cool. He's a great starter. I can't help but think he was trying to be like, look at me in Glendale. Like, look at me, I'm going to do it again. It was dangerous. It was dangerous. It could have taken out many guys. It reminded me of Osby's start in Dallas with Davalos years ago.
Yeah.
Like, dude, and it wasn't like he was second and just held it on, but lost. He didn't have it any chance in hell. What are you doing? Come on, Morantz. Like, if I'm Sexton and Webb and Tomac, and he gets $5,000 from his sponsors, they should just all put in $1,500.
Hey man, just don't take us out.
Yeah. Hey man, like, just please, here's your $5,000. All right, just here. I looked at my couch cushions, and it would be more than $1,500. I'm aware of that. Okay, I'm just not bad at math. But look, man, I looked at my couch cushions, and I found $1,700. Here, just take it. Don't do that again. Please don't do that again. Like, dude, it was gnarly. And then he ragdolled himself. I mean, he was lucky to not get hurt himself.
I see both sides. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I like his aggression because
he didn't
he's going
have it, though. He didn't have it.
But I don't think he was going for the whole shot. I think he was just trying to get as close as he was up to the front. I think he's a racer. He obviously knows where he's at on the starting line, who's in front of him. So he knows he's not going to get the whole lead
It
there.
looked to me like he was like, oh, I can get this.
No. I think he was just trying to dive in as hard as he could so he could be up there as much as he could so he can learn the pace. Because if you listen to him talk, he wants to be up there. He wants to learn.
I get it. This was dangerous to me.
I mean, yeah, you're right.
Okay. So
But not every rider makes the right decision.
No, they do not. You're right. So that do you have a race tech rant?
I do not.
Okay, my next one then is the futures race.
Oh.
I don't care about the futures, okay? I barely watched it this weekend.
Really?
Yeah, I don't care. Because we've had everybody that's come through the system is riding, like in the last 10 years, before 2022, rides a full-blown Supercross track. They're everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So they ride full Supercross tracks. It's not like back in the day, in the 80s and 90s, there legitimately wasn't any Supercross tracks, right? You could argue that the future should have been around in the 80s and the 90s. You know, that would have been more beneficial. Nowadays, if you're anybody, top amateur-wise, you've raced a Supercross track. So I don't get the whole get them experience on a Supercross track. They go race these guys have been racing the factory Supercross tracks forever. The real elite guys.
Riding, not racing.
Well, whatever. Riding. What's the difference? And if you're elite, you've been racing with the factory teams.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really get the whole get them experience on a Supercross track. I don't really get that. And on top of that, they're not like they're full of it looks to me like they're struggling a bit for entries on these a little bit too. Like not everyone's so stoked to be there. I know there's different requirements to race, but it doesn't look like it's just open to anybody to race, right? It's not. You got to be qualified or picked or whatever.
I think you could try to sign up, but they have to pick you, right? They could decline it if they want.
Yeah, I think you need to get points, different places at Paula on an outdoor track to get on the Supercross track. Don't get me started. Anyways, the point being, it's like Hayden Deegan races Pro Nationals at the end of the year, gets a top 10 at Paula, shows up at A2 Futures. Race, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
You race pro already. Ryder D raced 4 or 5 Nationals, won 4 Supercross Futures, and shows up this weekend at Glendale. Like, to me, Ryder D is a pro now. You are a pro. I know they have this thing where you can ride 4 Nationals and then still race Loretta's and all that. I don't really agree with that, but Ryder D literally showed how good he was at Supercross. Him and Hymas were on another level, and they battled it out, and Ryder D won a bunch, and Chance beat him a couple times, and whatever. And then he shows up this weekend, and it's like, that's not the intent of Supercross Futures. The intent of Supercross Futures is not for you to win 4 of them, race 6 of them or whatever he did, and then show up the next year after turning pro.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I talked to Ryan Villapoto, and I like Ryder D. He's cool. His family's cool, all of that. I talked to Villapoto, who was working with him. Villapoto was like, he needs gate drops. He needs gate drops because he hurt his thumb, and he didn't get gate drops. Well, sorry, man. Just don't show up at the futures for your – he's racing national. He's not racing any Supercross. So it's not like he's getting gate drop at a Supercross. Now, that's just abusing the system to me. I need gate drops. Well, you broke your thumb. Your gate drop will be at Paula in 2 months. And go to REM if you want a gate drop. You know what I mean? Like, you can go places to race.
Right.
Do you need a gate drop at a Futures when you've already raced the whole season of Futures and raced Pro Nationals? Like, it's just, to me, it's just taking advantage of it. It's just going out in front of people, and whether it's Hayden, whether it's Ryder D, I don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't understand the theory behind it. And if you're Ryder D and his camp and Kawasaki, and he gets beat by this Julian kid, that's not good. Like, he shouldn't get beat. He's had way more experience.
Right.
Plus, he's raced Pro Nationals.
Right.
So now he's been beat, and now there's like, oh, no, he got beat or whatever.
Yeah.
If he won, everyone go, well, of course he's supposed to win. He's Ryder D. He's won a bunch of them already. I don't see the upside to him riding, and I don't see that's skirting the system of what Futures is supposed to be. When Hayden shows up, when Ryder D shows up, it's these teams just being greedy and being like, we want more wins, we want to get more experience. Like, I don't like it. It's already being gamed. It feels like the system's being gamed already.
So how would you fix it?
Listen, you have that rule for Loretta's. Is it 4 motos? What is it? 3 points? Is it 45 points? What is it?
Oh, you're in the pros?
Before you can't go back to Loretta's.
45 points.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you have 45 points, you can't do a Supercross Futures.
Got it.
You're done. That's it. You got 45 points.
Do we even know what their point system is in that? I don't
know. From what I heard earlier, you can just keep racing Futures forever. Someone was telling me you could do it. If you don't get enough points and you're not turning pro, you could just be a 24-year-old racing Supercross Futures. There is no pointing out. They don't want you. They never thought about that. Now, Don't quote me on that, but I heard somebody told me that this weekend that there's no way to get out of Supercross Futures. If you qualify as an amateur, you can race it. That's it. Doesn't matter how good you do or how much you win or whatever.
I think there should be kind of some kind of point system. I do, even though I don't fully agree with what you're saying, I do agree on the fact like Ryder D, Chance, and those guys, after they had that full year, and they battle it out for the championship at where it was, Salt Lake, that's it.
I'm with you. Yeah, like and even Hayden, like, dude, what like the guy got a podium 2 weeks after racing Supercross Futures.
Right. So
you're ready, man. You're good.
I do think though that it is a lot different. We just talked about it with Carson. Like riding a Supercross track versus racing is totally different. No matter how much you go ride, if you've been riding 4 years on a Supercross track, your local Supercross track, it doesn't mean shit. But the whole day, the whole experience, the crowd, that's all a different experience as well.
I get you. But what did Faulkner do, and what did McAdoo do, and what did Mumford do?
Yeah, you just had to jump in.
Right, you just jump in. You got to jump in at some point.
Yeah.
And these guys were fine.
Yeah.
They seemed to survive. You know what I mean? I'm not arguing it's not different. And I'm not even arguing the Supercross Futures is dumb. I get it. Like, it makes sense. Well, for one, I'm kind of pissed because the Supercross Futures tracks have been lame. Glendale was lame. A2 was lame. Whenever these guys show up, the track has to be a little lamer.
Really? A2 was lame?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they had a little bump on the triple, and it was an easier track. I've noticed that. So, like, but I get it. I'm not poo-pooing Futures. Like, do I think they should be on a full night show? No, I don't. But whatever. In the world we live in nowadays, everybody gets a trophy, and the Supercross Futures reeks to me of everybody getting a trophy. Like, oh, they're not ready. Get them in there. Get them at night. Give them the whole experience. They're not ready for Pro Nationals. Let them get 45 points, but still race Loretta's.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a whole, like, it's just a bending over to make it easy for people, giving everyone a trophy.
Yeah.
In my eyes, it's kind of like that, what we've been doing in the amateurs versus pros.
I mean, Aiden raced the Combine last year.
Yeah.
And I thought that was great.
Yeah.
Because it's helping them get along, right?
I don't have a problem with it, but, like, highlighting these guys.
Yeah.
Highlighting it. Like, we got the Futures coming up at night. Like, I don't get that. We're making the, like, have Supercross Futures on Friday. Have it on Saturday morning.
But isn't that kind of defeating what they're trying to do, though?
Have it on Saturday. Well, what are we going to give them everything? Do you want to now give them $100,000 too? Like, is there something that they don't have to have right away? Or do we just got to give them the whole experience, everything?
Yeah.
Can they race Saturday at 3 o'clock and then make some track changes for the night show or something? Can they race Friday and the track changes for pros can happen on Saturday? Like, the blurring of the amateur and the pro thing is kind of what's, I think, is pretty lame. Like, to go race 4 nationals and get 43 points and then go race Loretta's?
Well, what's crazy to me is actually teams look at these Futures races.
Of course they do.
And they're like, I mean, Julian got a ride because of Anaheim.
Yes, absolutely.
That's how he got the ride.
Because I understand he's better at Supercross than outdoors.
Yes.
Is what I hear.
Yeah, we were talking about that the other day.
Right.
Like, I haven't seen him ride that good ever. Like, I was like, holy crap, he's riding really good.
Right. We're just giving him more and more and more. It's just everything. You're an amateur. You're basically, never mind, a kid like Mumford making 6 figures the whole time he's an amateur.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys are raking it in.
Right.
Under the table
Yeah,
and travel expenses and
free bikes
and sell your bikes.
Yeah.
These guys, there's a whole profitable, massive amateur scene going on. Okay, so they already have that. They have that. They're getting that. There's no, there's 10 to 20 amateurs that are making 6 figures a year, and they're crushing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they have that. But now, wait, hold on. That's not enough. Now we're going to give them a combine. We're going to give them rough motos. We're going to do that. Okay. All right, I get it. Hold on. Stop. We're going to give them Supercross Futures, and they're going to race at night, and they're going to be right beside Eli Tomac. We're going to give them that too. And if they're not good enough in the Nationals, they can go back to Loretta's after 45 points. And if you race Futures in one season and win 4 times and have a bunch of experience, you can still come back the next year and race. Like, when do we fucking stop giving the amateurs everything the pros got? Where's the gain to being a pro and just jumping in and being like, well, guess what? I'm 17, I'm 18, I'm now a professional. Let's do this. Let's see how I go. Let me make a living racing motorcycles. But now it's just like Fuck, man, we give these guys everything. We make the night show worse. We make the tracks worse because
Do you think the tracks are considering that?
No, the tracks are easier for the future races, 100%. The landings are, all of that.
Never even thought about that.
No, they really are. It's not a huge difference, but it's enough. And I just, where does it stop? We just keep doing it. And
the only thing I think of is like safety, right? We're just like what we talked about earlier. We're throwing these kids in the 250 class, and then we're spitting them out because they don't got a ride or they get hurt and they're gone, right? So I think besides the rider D and the chance thing, I agree with you on that. But having these futures races at night, giving them all everything that you talk about is good in the fact it's getting them prepared so when they do turn pro, maybe that is not going to
I'm with you.
Turn it in and spit them out.
I'm with you, but can we do it another time? Can we do it? Do we need more bikes on a track that we already know can't handle the bikes? We already know you walk the track at the end of a Supercross. It's fucking shot. Do we need another 20 guys doing 2 more races on that track, on that dirt? No, we don't. We need to do actually less riding to keep the tracks even better. So another point, we're tearing up our tracks with the futures.
Right.
I don't, again, I'm not saying cancel it, but there's just a time and a place for these kids to get experience and stop treating them like the professionals. And then if they don't cut it, they can come back the next year or they can go back to Loretta's. We're just,
Yeah. I don't know what the answer is because in other motorsports, they kind of like F1, they have F2, it's on the same day. They do those kind of things.
Yeah.
To groom them. To get in,
and I think the combine's a good idea. I think because the greedy promoters of amateur races want to run 5 laps and 100 classes, it's hurt the development of our kids.
Yeah.
Outside of Loretta's, and I think Texas and Loretta's, I think these places are getting better with longer motos. You would know better than I would, but I believe there's more than just Loretta's that does longer motos now, which is a good thing.
Yes,
for sure, because we were getting past a little bit and seeing some failure rates of kids. But can we just, stop with the mixing of pros and amateurs here and giving these kids everything?
There is some gray area, especially when you get to the top elite amateurs where they're like, hey, these guys are as good as between 10 and 12 times.
Of course they are, yeah.
Shit.
Dude, they're riding the Cowie track. They're riding the Yamaha track. They're going to Star. They're crushing it. You
look at the, Julian and Ryder and some of these top guys' times versus the A class times, in practice. You're like, well, shit, that guy's 13th, 12th.
That's what I'm saying, man. But they were that way right from the start, showing that they didn't need futures.
Yeah.
So
I think what we're missing is the top guys don't need it.
Yeah, okay.
The other 2/3 do.
Sure. And again, but can we just separate it a little bit?
Yeah.
Just kind of look. This rant turned into the whole thing. I didn't want it to turn the whole thing. You made it turn into the whole thing.
Sorry.
Race Tech rant. Pulp 23 is the code to save. Cody's on 1. What's up, Cody?
Yeah. So Steve, I agree with you on all that, and something to add on that. Brayton Spangle, who raced this one, I think he raced another one this year. He's 28 years old and was 7 or 8 seconds a lap slower than the kid who won that. So
yeah,
he's literally 28.
He's 27, 28. He's local here.
Someone told me you can just keep racing these things forever.
So I can go race futures?
100%. 100%. There's no. You have to be picked, right? You do have to be picked. Not everyone can show up.
Yeah, it's not like an amateur day where you just say, hey, I'm a B-class rider and go.
Right, but there is – I don't think it's that hard to get your points and what you need.
Yeah, I got to look into that.
Last year you had to race Paula outdoor track to get points.
Yeah.
The original plan was these promoters are going to build Supercross tracks, and somewhere along the line that went sideways.
Yeah.
And they just said, oh, yeah, you were just taking your outdoor points. You're good to go.
Right.
Which is also asinine.
Yeah, because I know Aiden was going to race some futures until he got hurt, but I don't know how that was going to work.
Right.
Yeah.
How about Arena Cross? Make Arena Cross that way. Send them back to Arena Cross.
Yeah.
I don't know. But, yeah, anything else?
Anyway,
yeah.
Steve, I agree. That was it. Anyway,
okay.
Thanks.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Tyler, what's up, man?
Hey, so if Supercross Futures is the way to Supercross, why can't they just do it on Friday, incorporate it into press day? Track's already built.
I don't know, man.
Why not?
Because they won't be able to handle the crowd. The crowd won't be there. And, whoa, God, think of the children. Think of the children that won't be in front of the crowds. The lights won't be on. What if the lights are on?
So to play devil's advocate a little bit further, would that help the Supercross future from yard sailing like they have the last couple of races because it wouldn't be under so much pressure because of the crowd and everything?
You know what? I have to say, I thought there'd be more yard sales than there are. There really isn't many yard sales in these future races.
Just what was the last one? Last features one?
Anaheim? Oh, Dallas.
Dallas there was in the whoops.
Yeah.
Dude, that was rough. There was kids everywhere for a minute there. Those whoops are big.
Yeah.
I still thought there'd be more yard sales, though. So,
yeah.
I don't know. But, I don't know, man.
I mean, you can make the track just a little bit easier on Friday and then just rebuild it for Saturday, and then you'd have less laps because we're already doing, 27 laps and the track are destroyed on Saturday.
It's the problem is these fucking teams, they screw up the signings of these kids over the years, and they pick the wrong ones, and they blow through them, and then they're starting to complain, wow, instead of like being like, hey, man, you picked the kid, you must suck as a talent evaluator. Instead of doing that, they just give the teams complain, and like they make their own mistakes, and then they complain, and then the promoters give them what they want. When actually maybe the promoter should be like, hey, man, why'd you pick the bad kid? The kid that wasn't going to make it, or the kid who blew his money, or the kid, who was injury prone, or whatever. So I don't know.
How do you feel?
Instead of signing them when they're I was just going to say, instead of signing them when they're 14, sign them when they're like 16, 17, 18, make them stay in amateurs for 3-4 years, make them stay in 250 class 3-4 years, give them a chance to actually develop like you talked about a million times, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, for sure. No, thanks, Tyler. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
How do you feel about KTM Juniors challenge?
I don't feel like tear out the track, no.
I know, but I'm just saying, do you don't care about that, though?
Well,
not so much the track thing,
like,
just
what do
like
you mean,
put him in the show, put him in the night show and all that.
No, you need an intermission.
Okay.
You need an intermission, like to go buy soda and whatever. And then if you want to watch the kids run around, cool.
Got it.
Like, yeah, I got no problem with that because you just need the break.
Got it.
But these Supercross features are tearing up the track.
Got it.
So, all right, Kyle's on one. What's up, Kyle?
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, how you guys doing? I just had a quick question for you. I mean, the Supercross futures, what... for someone who's like,
you got to turn down your TV, bro.
You got to turn down your. Hey, bro, you got to turn down your TV.
Who hasn't had this factory back.
Okay, all right, bye. Kris Keefer here, by the way. Hey, thanks to the folks at EVS, man. Really want to thank those guys. You know who uses EVS? Chase Sexton did. RJ Hampshire does. Kyle Chisholm. Axel Hodges. EVS-sports.com, the original protective gear company. They've been protecting champions and riders for over 30 years, and they don't plan to stop anytime soon. You know what else EVS made? Davies Donut.
Oh, the donut?
Davies helmet.
That was an
donut.
EVS deal?
I believe so.
Mm.
EVS-sports.com. The code to save with those guys is PulpMX. PulpMX saves at EVS-sports.com. And again, Axel Hodges, Pastrana, Chisholm, Hampshire, all those guys using EVS Sports and the original protective gear company. So thank you to those guys for coming on board.
Steph's over there now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
I found that out here last month. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. She is there. Okay, Kiefer, for your testing.
Yes.
What's been going on?
Well, lately it's been a lot of new bikes, still doing a lot of the factory editions and all those things. That's about that time right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then surprisingly enough, what's crazy is lots of confidential stuff that I can't talk about.
Oh, my God.
I'm just telling you what I've been doing.
Quiet down.
And then it's April already. So next month we'll have new bikes already to test, 2024s.
Really?
Can you believe that?
What's coming out?
KTMs will be here.
Really?
Yeah, always KTMs, Husqvarna,
I am
that
not
company
ready for that. Yeah.
will be here in May sometime.
Okay.
So, and I was gearing up for Lifeswap.
Yeah. Ride-engineering.com. Code is PulpFan20 to save. Chris, you work with Adrian at Ride Engineering there a little bit and do some good things with them. With the all-new YZ450 chassis, it's only fitting that a Ride Engineering redesigned their triple clamps around this model. The lower clamp is now less rigid in bumps and chop while retaining the steering precision you expect from a billet triple clamp. You tested this?
Well, you were about to on Thursday.
Oh.
That was one of the tests you're getting set up to do.
3 offsets, 20, 22, and 23.5. Ride recommends either the stock or 23.5 offsets for moto, or the 20s for Supercross and Arena Cross. Stock in that bike is 22, by the way.
Yep.
$649 a set. It's not just your wallet that's lighter, as they save half a pound over stock. Ride-engineering.com, PulpFan20 to save. Thank you to those guys for coming on board. Use the code SAVE at ride-engineering.com. Thank you to Guts Racing, Atlas Neck Brace, in motorcycleindustryjobs.com, EVS, Wiseco Piston, WUSA, John and Kristen, right here. Gosh. Hey, that at Edge wheel set we did was really successful for them.
Was it?
Yeah, they sold a ton. So
that's good. They deserve it. They're good people.
Yeah,
that picture you posted of them that day they're in here.
Uh-huh.
I've never seen so many comments.
Oh, John,
dude.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It's not.
Kristen was just getting.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So thanks to the folks at W Works Connection, Atlas Neck Brace, Guts Racing, FMF on board the drop. I use the drop. I get it all the time, and more. Also, I mean, I kind of want to do the Michelin read to make it up for Randy, but I feel like
we dropped a lot of Michelin in that whole deal.
Listen, we got to try to make it right.
Okay.
MichelinMan.com/motorcycle to learn more about the complete offering of Michelin motorcycle tires. Follow them on Instagram and Facebook as well. Thanks to Michelin Silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. Sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard versions. And please check them out, Michelin Starcross 6, personally tested by Kris Keefer. So thank you to those guys. Motorsport.com, tweet at Tits segment.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from
Motorsport.com. It's the Tweets at Tits Q&A segment where your twatted questions find answers.
Motorsport.com, great return policy on anything. I had to return some stuff for my project bike. Couldn't have been any easier. And great prices on aftermarket products or OEM parts. And if you don't shop there online, then please try them out. Trust me, you'll be very, very surprised. A dedicated team of gearheads there holding things down. Our own Talon Taylor, motorsport.com gearhead. And, great guys down there. Phil Nicoletti, also sponsored by the folks at motorsport.com. So please check them out. And love to be associated with them. These questions are submitted to @PulpMX Show on Twitter. And the guy over there.
Good luck to us.
Frappy Pete.
Frappy
Pete picks the best ones.
Yeah.
First one is from Jimmy G. It's for both of you. I'm a 57-year-old vet sea rider that's considering a trip to California to ride dirt bikes. Glen Helen is on my list. Are there any other tracks I should consider? When is the best time of year? Are there any desert parks you recommend for single track?
That's all you, Keefer.
Yeah, so the best time of year is winter time here in California. So anywhere between November and January is a great time. The tracks are better. The dirt is better. Tracks you could hit up besides Glen Helen would be Cahuilla. It's more of a sandier based, faster, flowier track. There's Paula, but it's a little bit jumpy and crowded. But for me, the top two would be probably Cahuilla and Glen Helen. And then if you wanted something a little bit more ruddy and tight, Paris would be a good addition.
Paris has the best dirt.
Paris?
Yeah.
The best dirt.
Dirt. Yeah. What?
Yeah.
What has better dirt?
Paula.
Really?
Yeah. Paula has good dirt. But Paris is great for ruts.
I have not ever ridden Paula.
What?
No, I've never ridden Paula.
Really?
Yeah.
Holy jeez.
Yeah. Maybe I did the
Have you
vet
been
track.
Cahuilla?
Yes.
Okay.
Cahuilla vet track is nice.
Yeah.
From the Thunder from Down Under, what's up with the Moto Media blackout from the Lawrences? Heard on another pod that Jet wasn't allowed to do interviews on press day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I guess he was telling people he couldn't do interviews, so I don't really know.
Why?
I don't know. Yeah, he wouldn't interview after the race either, so.
Huh.
Yep.
Like no one said anything about Jet, so why would there be any problem?
I don't know, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Seems weird.
It definitely does, because both Hunter and Jet generally are really accommodating to the media, and they're really great normally.
Huh. That's strange.
From Black Diamond MX, Keefer, when doing all the bike tests you do, what's the greatest takeaway from it that you can apply to your own racing or riding?
The best thing I can do to apply it to my own racing and riding is just what a proper setup and feel is like. So when I'm at the track, let's say I'm showing up to race day and I have a certain feeling on my own bike, I already kind of know which direction to go. So that is always a positive. The more you understand about what a fork does, a shock does, how your engine is delivered, and what those changes can do, really can elevate how you can race on race day when the track changes. So that is one advantage that I have, and I think Aiden doesn't really understand how much value there is in that. So having me around and kind of watching what he does and being on the same track, racing, which Steve was going to do this weekend, was race and then take care of Aiden. I think having me on the track with him has really helped, and just kind of knowing what to do. So for me, it's just being able to have that feeling. And with a lot of these guys, they don't know what that feeling is because they don't know which direction to go. And for me, that's the most important way.
By the way, troll training for Aiden, how's that going? You got him on the was that because of hanging out with Alex?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah? Huh.
Yeah, I kind of just talked to him a little bit about it, and then I've always liked Alex as a person.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty picky of who Aiden gets to do stuff with. So for me, it's worked out great. I think he's in his 3rd full week now.
Okay.
And what I like is everything's laid out for Aiden. Alex personally texts Aiden to see how he's feeling. He texts him and John, I should say. Him and John both get a hold of Aiden. And if Aiden has any questions, they're really quick to get back to him.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that Aiden is doing to the T of what they say.
Okay. Do you notice the difference yet, or 3 weeks in?
We'll find out this weekend. It's kind of like his first test. He's going to race.
Right.
But I've been doing 80% of the same stuff he's been doing, so I've been doing it along with him. And I'm telling you, it's a lot. It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
So it sure is tough.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Well, but one of Aiden's weaknesses is stamina, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Aiden's rides a lot, right? But off the bike training has been sporadic.
Right.
Because either I'm working in the back in the office or something, and he just kind of does schoolwork and then just checks out.
Yep.
So now he has to be held accountable, and they track everything. So far it's been awesome. It's easy to use. He can be on his phone. He knows exactly what he's doing. He goes and does it, and it's laid out for him, and it's basic.
Trolltraining.com. Whether you're a young up-and-coming amateur racer like Aiden, a vet rider trying to beat your buddies, or an off-road guy, Alex Martin and John Westling at Troll Training will prepare you for your best season yet. All aboard the Troll Train, trolltraining.com. Please check them out. We had Alex in studio. Alex is called in as well. And John Westling also very, very smart with this stuff. So please check it out, trolltraining.com. And if you're motivated, you don't need somebody watching over you.
Right.
It's a great program. So.
Yep.
All right.
Next one is from Mike Fogg. What has happened with drug testing the riders? It was a topic
Just
of
did
debate.
it this weekend.
Oh.
Yep, this weekend, drug tests.
Who got it?
The top 3 in each class, I believe. Yep.
Okay, well, good.
Right.
From Corey Mosier. How hot of a prospect is Lopes right now to other teams?
He's definitely got some people talking to him.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. See.
Like what teams?
Factory teams.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I think he kind of hurt himself this weekend, though.
Maybe, yeah. I'd like to see him do motocross too. Right? He hasn't done motocross really for years. So
that's a big thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Those teams all race motocross. There's no Supercross only 250 teams, factory teams. Yeah.
When's the last time he raced an outdoor? Do we know?
No, it's in the vault, sir.
So it hasn't been great that we remember.
No,
right?
No. His best ever, I think, was a 10th overall.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
From James Britton, how will the Beta SX team stack up against current OEMs? Also, Keefer, go test the 300 RX.
I don't hear anything about the Beta. I don't know what's going on, right?
Yeah.
Like, I talked to a rider this weekend. I know Dean Wilson talked to him last year. And I talked to a rider this weekend that said he was talking to him pretty seriously. And they said if he wants to go ride the bike, he's got to go to Europe.
Yep.
There's nothing here.
Correct.
Maybe not coming anytime soon, or I don't know.
The team that they do have is off-road based, right?
Yeah.
So the bike is here, and not the new bike that the GP teams are riding.
Right.
But I would say at least it's farther than 2 years out. That's what I would think.
They bought a rig, though, right? They bought a Geico truck or something?
I mean, I have no idea.
I think they did.
But I feel like I'm kind of plugged into that R&D world, and I would have heard where or what they've been doing.
I feel like it's April, and we would have known.
And I have heard nothing.
Right.
Yep.
So Triumph's coming in. Ducati's coming in, Lewis said.
Yeah, I've heard of Ducati, so I think that's legit.
Yeah, that's a legit thing. No, they're racing MXGP next year,
right.
Or MX2 or whatever, but something. So it should be interesting.
That'd be interesting what that thing looks like, huh?
I think it's going to look all exotic and weird. Right? Don't you feel like it'll be like remember the Aprilia that Coppins rode?
Yeah.
I feel like it's going to look
Cannondale.
like that. Yeah. All right.
From Ryan Hargrave, riders and teams all have injury clauses in contracts, but when a rider is hurt because of a mechanical or something out of his hands, does that change how the clause works?
Nope. Go fuck yourself. Sorry about that cam coming through the valve cover.
So what happened?
Well, he's just saying riders have injury clauses, but if the bike breaks while you're riding and causes you injury, nothing happens.
Do we know what happened to Cam's bike?
No, I don't. I haven't heard. No.
Okay.
But I'm saying, like, I believe some teams do pay the riders if the machine breaks, but they're not obligated to, and they don't always do.
Most of the time, wouldn't they, though?
I don't. Not that I know of.
Damn.
No. It's a rough world out there.
Shit.
From Jake Keefer, if you are Triumph, what are you looking for when signing a rider? A consistent, experienced vet type, or a guy who can help build the team and be an ambassador for the brand?
If I'm a new brand, period, I'm looking for one of each, right? I'm looking for someone that could help build the brand, notoriety, a good dude, some people that like, that still can ride decent, and then I'm looking for something that I can groom and take along for the ride, you know? So for me, it's both sides. It's not just one or the other. So
now Triumph's doing a 250 only team in 24, and then a 450 team. So Bobby Hugh was involved, so everyone's linking. Evan Ferry will be there as an amateur for sure. Everybody's looking at Jalik Swoll, another kid that Bobby's close with, right, that may not have a ride. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. But I think when you're looking for riders for Triumph to hire, look at Bobby Hewitt and his connections and his thoughts, his past guys for ideas on where they're going to go.
it'd be cool to see, like, Dean get that kind of test deal, you know, if he was if Dean's linked to Bobby somehow. But I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, I wonder if Dean would be interested in being an R&D guy, or how good is he? I don't even know if he's any good at it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he wants to race another year.
Does he?
So, yeah.
From Vin Diesel for both of you, how many hours are a set of OEM Husky wheels good for? I just snapped my first spoke at 142 hours, and he checks the torque every single ride.
You check the torque every single ride? Jesus.
Dude, that's impressive. He's got that many hours on that wheel because those spokes suck.
Oh, okay.
Like, I'll have a new KTM, and I'll be missing a spoke within 8 hours.
Oh, really?
And I check my spokes after every ride.
Right.
So it's amazing you got that long. So maybe off-road or something and last longer. But
you know, I had 2 flats the last 2 times I rode my Blue Crew.
Yeah, you got something in there.
No, I had a broken spoke.
Poking in?
And it was poking through the duct tape and into the...
So that means you didn't check your spokes that whole time?
That's exactly what that means.
Jesus. Thank God I'm going to be with you, Aiden, Saturday and Sunday. Thank God.
But I fixed it now. WUSA hooking
It
me
only
up
took
with
2 times.
Yep.
Right.
Fool me once.
Shame on you.
Fool me twice. Shame on you. Got it fixed.
Fuck.
I think most people don't check their spokes before they ride, to be honest.
What?
Not every ride. No.
Every ride.
Really?
Maybe not every moto that you're there.
No, but every day.
But like you go home, wash your bike, you do some prep, you check your spokes.
No. Oh, no.
Nope.
Hell no.
Really?
No.
Nope.
No. Check them when they're new. Check them a couple times when they're new, and then like one other time a few months
Travis,
later.
when was the last time you checked the spokes?
Oh,
on
yeah.
your bike?
Mark's is a great example. Yeah.
Last week?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, super good example.
Probably go home and check them tonight, to be honest.
Marks, when's the last time you checked your bike? Just if it was there.
You still got it?
I think it's still in the garage.
Oh
Yes,
my
exactly.
Literally, that's how much you check your spokes?
I have a torque wrench, sir. And once they're torqued, they're good. Once they're set.
No,
You
that's not how it
understand
works.
what a
You
torque
know
wrench
better
is,
that.
right?
Yeah, but you ride and it loosens up.
Do you at least do the tink check?
No, I never do that. I use torque only.
That's how my dad did it.
Yeah, that's how my dad did too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's quick and easy.
Amazing. From Shane Bagley, Keefer, what bike/product was your hardest to test?
Hardest to test. So everything that I've tested ECU related is very difficult because sometimes it's very tedious and there's not a lot of change. So you really got to pinpoint on the track where things are better or worse. So any time of mapping change, ECU change is pretty hard. I did a bib moose test just recently that was kind of tough because they all felt really similar.
Oh, really?
And I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, shit,
you're
like,
like,
it's
"Ah."
tough. And then I went back to a tube, and then it's so much different. So when these guys go to outdoors and they switch to a bib in the rear, it affects the suspension. So then you have to kind of make your rear shock a little bit different for the bib because it really deadens everything up. So I think just recently those two things were the most difficult for me.
All right.
Okay, we have a Keefer After Dark, but we'll save that for later.
All right.
That's old news,
Surprised
right?
they trust us doing that.
Motorsport.com. Tweet it, Tits segment. Please check out the Motorsport.com website. Go through the banner on PulpMX to help us out. Great guys. Tits, you've been using Motorsport, and how's been your experience so far?
Well, you set a very an example of abusing your preferred gearhead.
Yeah. Yeah.
So while I have not gone that far, it actually has been very helpful. So Motorsport's been great.
Listen, my gearhead is there for me.
He takes care of you.
Exactly.
Yes.
It's like you and the mountain bikes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do you want to do After Dark?
Yeah. Oh, we have to.
Okay. We got to.
We're gonna try to give them the most we can tonight.
Give the people what they want.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do Keefer After Dark next from GrillYourAssOff.com, and we are going to sign off and then come back with that. So before we get into the sign off part, Justin Brayton, Carson Mumford, Benny Bloss, thank you for coming on board. Happy birthday to my mom, by the way, too.
Happy birthday, Debbie.
Debbie's birthday today. And again, Yamaha LCQ Challenge tickets. Get that. We added Hunter Yoder to the pot. Denver live show Friday night. Keefer will be there as well. Weege and JT, of
Promise.
course. Yep. Millville Ride Day. Ride Day at PulpMX.com if you want to be entered into the raffle to come in. And did I give you 10 spots?
You did give me 10.
How we looking?
I haven't used them yet.
Oh, what are you gonna do?
When it gets closer, I feel like I'm gonna do something.
Yeah.
But I don't want to do it now. It's too early.
Don't you feel like you're gonna have 10 industry friends that you're gonna give them to, or are you gonna give them to?
No,
randoms?
I'm just gonna no industry guys.
Oh.
They get enough free shit.
Oh, so you're doing randos?
I'm doing random people.
Oh, okay.
Just normal. Maybe some hot chicks. Who knows?
Yeah, hot chicks. Big pulp listeners for sure.
Well, that's going to be some guy's listener, woman for sure. not a random chick.
All right, we're going to be right back with Keefer After Dark, everybody.
Okay.
I'm here for the gangbang.
All right, if you got little ones in the car, turn the radio off. And
Flip
all
it
of
off.
That. Yeah, flip it off all that, so we don't get in trouble. GrillYourAssOff.com, great company, fantastic seasoning. Thanks to those guys for helping us out as well for
Have
this
we got
segment.
anything lately from them?
Seasonings? I have some. Do you want
They
some?
still got queso?
No.
Dang it.
There was limited edition. Do you want some seasonings, though?
No, I'm all straight
okay,
there.
yeah,
I was hoping for queso.
Oh, yeah, no, they're all sold out of that. So thanks to those guys as well. So these are questions emailed to Kris Keefer for relationship advice and home life and that kind of things. I got an email here. Tits, you said you got a tweet, right?
You got that email
one
up on there?
single tweet.
Okay, and I got an email for you. All right. Here we go. Hey, Kris. First, I want to start off by saying thank you for the content that both of you provide. Even though I no longer have a bike, I enjoy the insight. Got a bike? I don't really know if this is really a Keefer After Dark question or just life advice in general, but I'm trying to turn things around.
Yeah.
I'll give some backstory. I'm 24 with a stable job that I enjoy. However, I have not had a girlfriend or sexual partner in nearly 6 years. I had opportunities shortly after my last relationship, but I ultimately blew the chance. It's been 3 years since I have seriously talked or been interested in someone. Now that I have moved for work, I don't have any close friends to hang out with. Besides not having buddies to go out with like you, I also don't care for drinking. So going to the bar to meet people isn't ideal. I've tried my luck with online dating, but nothing has stuck. I feel like the lack of home life is affecting my overall happiness, and I don't know how to get the train back on track. Once again, I appreciate all that PulpMX and Keefer Inc. provide. Thank you. 6 years.
And he doesn't like online dating.
Well,
he doesn't have any
tried
friends.
He's tried online dating. Nothing has stuck, and he doesn't like drinking and going to the bar.
Oh, man.
What do you do?
I don't think I'm a very good
I'll tell
guy.
you what you do. I'll
Go
tell you
ahead.
what you do.
Go, take it.
Okay, you don't have a bike anymore, so he doesn't moto.
Right.
So, you like softball?
Okay.
Join a softball, co-ed softball league.
Okay.
Right? Or at work, maybe they got one.
Yep.
Right? Or hockey, or softball, or like some
You got to be out there somewhere.
You got to be out there somewhere. You got to just sign up. You got to look like a dork. Look, I started playing hockey when I was in Vegas here. I don't play it anymore, but I was playing like a pickup game. I felt like a loser the first few times because I walked in, hey, my name's Steve. And you know what I mean? Like everyone kind of knew each other because they'd been playing for a while, but I still didn't really talk to anybody because that's me.
Mm-hmm.
But I played a few times and got into it, and, just that's what you got to do.
Right.
You just got it. So if you don't like, I would say, like Mr. Side, play with some of those apps, but he tried. And then I would say, well, go to the bar or a lounge, but he doesn't like that.
Right.
So now my next thing is softball.
So
co-ed softball, though.
It's not
unless you're into dudes, then dude softball.
Right. You got to be out there some type. You just can't be a hermit and expect something to knock on your door, right?
Yeah.
So you say, I haven't had a good experience with dating apps. No shit. Everyone has. But you got to keep doing it.
Yeah.
Because it's like throwing 20 lines out into the lake and then just letting them sit until one bites. One's going to bite eventually. So continue on with your online dating or online apps or whatever you have. You have to. You have nothing else. You're like me. You don't like to go out. You don't like to drink. You got to do something. So if you don't want to go join a softball league
What's
or something.
wrong with the softball league?
Nothing's wrong with that.
Well, you just laughed.
I don't
before
even
you
know
said it.
how many people actually do that still.
Lots of people do it.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I got friends right now that play co-ed softball.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Not
then-
here in town, but in Canada.
Right.
Like, yeah.
I just don't know how.
You make shirts up like Pete's drinking.
Yeah.
know?
Like a drinking league or something?
Yeah.
Okay. Like Heather was going to, her and her friends were going to do like a roller derby.
Marks, go ahead. Marks, chime in.
Oh.
Dog park.
Dogs?
If you don't have a dog, get one. Go to the dog park.
Okay.
Just think of the chicks at the dog park with their dogs.
Yeah.
Dude, easy money.
Easy money.
But do we
Easy
all
money.
agree that he needs to stay on these dating apps?
Yeah, I think so.
Because that's just another line out in the water that you can use.
Look,
And
if I had if there was a woman like Courtney Marks on those dating apps, I would stay on those things 24/7.
And there are.
There are not.
Yep.
There's a lot of those
Oh, they are everywhere.
type of Courtneys out there.
Oh, there's so many
One
Courtneys.
of a kind. Hi, babe. Definitely listening.
I'd fly the girls in from L.A., boy. And
Exactly.
Yep.
That's all we got for you,
Yeah,
man. Because
I don't think they get a blowjob before the main event.
Softball. Co-ed softball.
Oh.
Tits, do you have any advice?
Nope.
Okay, great. Fantastic. Thanks. Once
Thank
again,
you.
thank you for chiming in. What's the tweet?
What's the tweet?
Oh, yes. So from Too Fat to Ride, hypothetically speaking, a good friend's wife comes on to you. She suggests that the husband is cool with it as long as there is no kissing. Would you talk to said good friend about it beforehand?
What? One more time. Read the first part of it.
This
again.
guy's got a good friend.
Okay.
His wife comes on to him.
Right.
Before this guy wants to actually go through with anything, he wants to check with his buddy, like, hey, is this like for real cool or kind of what's going on type thing?
Yeah.
Oh, so she would have said, hey, my husband's fine with this?
She's saying that to him, hey, it's cool, but he's like, do I actually talk to him about this?
Yes.
Beforehand,
Yes,
or
you
you
do.
take her word for it?
Yes.
No, you do not
No.
take her word for it.
Yeah, that's the bad move right there. You got to like get your guy and be like, everybody out here in the room, okay? So far, we all agreed that this is good. And the guy's like, yeah, man, I'm into it. Then it's green light if you want it.
Yeah.
But for sure, like, especially if it's your BF.
But then you could cause a divorce if you'd be like, hey, I got to check with him.
Can I say something?
No, then that's what you do.
Yeah.
If this guy has to ask this question in this scenario,
Right.
like, just leave it alone. Don't even. You're out, bro.
Yeah, here's the thing. That's like me and Mark's being best friends, and I don't know enough about him. Like, Courtney would be down. Like, I would already know because he'd be like, dude, yeah, Courtney's down. Like, you
Right.
gonna come over tonight?
Yeah. You're saying like you would have an idea.
Right?
Right.
Yeah.
No.
Don't do it.
You know?
Like the motocross community.
I don't know, man. You got to be open, like everything, open, honest, lay it out there.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
And then there's no regrets.
All right. We got a caller.
Okay.
After dark caller.
Great. I love it.
All right, caller.
Anal bleaching.
Caller, go ahead.
You talking about anal bleaching?
No.
Not tonight.
No.
Is this me? Oh, shit. Oh, man. There's no ding or nothing.
What's up?
Shit, let me take it off Bluetooth. One second. Shit. Y'all picked up. Y'all, there's no dang. Hang on. Hey, Keeper, how you doing, buddy?
How are you, man?
Here we are. There we are. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, sir.
Sorry
Let's do this.
Sorry about that. So, good to talk to you, buddy.
Good to talk to you.
This is riveting.
Before I even get into my actual problem, I got a 17 CRF 450, but I hate the double fucking exhaust. Is it worth getting the single FMF exhaust, or is that a joke?
It shortens the power curve, so it depends where you want the power, but for me, the dual exhaust worked better.
It did work better.
Yeah.
I just hate, it's like I feel like I'm adding weight. I'm already fat enough as it is. I don't need to add a bunch of weight. Okay. So it's really not worth it. Okay.
No.
I'll get the Yoshimura then, right?
Cool. Yes, sir.
10-4. All right. So, long story short, so this is Billy from Butts Creek. So I met this chick at a party like in December, and she's like 60 years old, but a smoking hot 60-year-old.
Yep.
Well, I brought her to a party that my wife was bartending for. I have a smoking hot wife, and Steve's seen her titties, but I'm not going to say who I am. But I also fuck with that animal sometimes. Anyway, well, we just started like a text friendship. Well, Friday night she texted me something about like hot, steamy sex, and my wife found my phone when I was in the shower, and like she lost her fucking mind.
Yep.
And look, I love my wife. I've been with her for 20 years.
Yep.
I have pictures of her with me at Butts Creek. And I'm trying to repair this right now. Like, I literally lost all trust, like, almost instantly. It was like, basically, she's like, So I deleted the lady's number, and I deleted it all, and what would you do? I don't know where to go from here.
Well, there's not much else you can do there, brother. Like, if she caught you texting this chick, or she said what she said and she's going to have her own formulate of a truth what she thinks is happening, no matter what you say. So you have to reassure her, like, hey, you're my only one, and I want to be with you, and this chick's gone in my life. So if you don't believe me, maybe say, hey, confront the chick. Maybe she can confront the chick, you know?
Oh, she already said if she sees her in public, she's going to fuck her up.
Well, then, I mean, obviously she's not she's not going to bail on you if she wants to fight a chick, so I don't think she's going to go anywhere, dude.
Yeah. No, she loves me. We've been together. She's been through cancer, and we've had IVF, and we've had 2 daughters, and it's been a great run. And dude, I fucked her 4 times in the last 28 hours, so evidently she must be. Like,
well, she's probably doing is overcompensating, making sure you don't bail or you want something different. She's probably making sure you stick around, right? Throwing that pussy out there for you.
I guess. Look, evidently I'm doing something right. So, thank you for the reassurance, Hoss.
No problem, man. That was easy.
Hey. At the end of the day, I mean, okay. And I got one more thing, and I'll let you jump. Kelly Ripa. You know who Kelly Ripa is?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Kelly Ripa has wanted titties, like, for a long time, but I think she missed that window because she's like, I haven't had titties forever, so I can't buy them now. And do not take this the wrong way because I know you're not poor. If you get a nice grill, wouldn't that make you feel better as a person just like you bought your wife titties?
Oh, wow.
You know what? I get this a lot, actually.
You do?
Yeah. So here's the deal.
I had braces.
Yeah.
I'm not hating on you.
No, what's funny is, honestly, I don't even think of, like, of course, brush my teeth. I don't, my breath doesn't stink. But I have been like this for so long, and I'm so far removed.
You're Kelly Ripa. You are.
Okay. If I'm Kelly Ripa and I have no boobs or whatever you're saying, like, if Heather doesn't mind it, and I feel like I'm okay. Like, I'm good.
I feel like
I almost think it would be.
If it doesn't bother you, that's what matters, buddy.
Well, and it doesn't. Even when people bring it up, like, hey man, I know I got fucking gangly teeth. Like, it is what it is. And my dad gave me a choice. What do you want, a dirt bike or do you want braces? And of course, you see what I chose, right? So as I went along, I just never actually did anything about it because I didn't have a lot of money, right? And then never did a lot of things to my teeth besides brush them, floss them, and wash my mouth out. So
do something for yourself. This is like getting a new exhaust for my dirt bike or getting new graphics.
But I guess
you, man.
Don't you have to want your new exhaust though?
Yeah. So you don't want new teeth at all? Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I honestly
sounds like a really dickish move. I'm trying to be honest with you, buddy.
I got thick skin. It's okay, man. I get it.
Okay.
I know my flaws. It's all right.
You can afford it, and look, your smile would be so much better. I guess the way I was raised, Keefer, was that when people see you, the smile is the first thing they see.
You know what?
And your teeth are just all jacked up. I mean, you can fix that for a lot cheaper now.
Yeah.
Fix that, and you can do it.
You know what? You're right. Honestly, like never really thought. I'm just so busy doing stuff that I don't think about it.
Well, more power to you. Hey, I appreciate that. Okay.
All right.
I guess fuck you, dude.
Thanks for the call, man.
You got a smoking hot wife and a badass son. Hey, look,
he does.
I just was wondering, like, I mean,
no, it's okay because I get this question a lot. Actually, I never get to address it, so this is fine.
You don't need like new Jersey Shore teeth or anything. But okay.
Don't you think it's weird though, as if like creeping up on an older man to get braces? That's right. You think it's weird?
Yes.
No, not braces. Like basically, just shave them all down and they just put on new ones, kind of like they did to crackhead Hunter Biden. You know, they shaved his teeth off and put on new teeth.
Yeah, and that's all looks weird too when you do that.
I don't know, man.
This guy's
he got too big. You can't go too big. You can go horsey.
Thanks,
Don't
man.
go horsey.
Thank you for the call.
Later, brother.
See ya.
Hey, don't hang up, Steve.
Goodbye.
Steve, do not.
Okay. All right. We gotta go.
There's a reason why we haven't done After Dark in a while.
Yeah, there is a reason.
I'm on overtime.
Actually, we'll do After Dark again next time I'm up here, and I have some things that I've experienced with Heather that we can talk about.
Wow.
So personal experience, I think, will be better stories.
We
What?
may not be able to do it.
Why?
We'll talk about it after the show.
What?
We know. We'll just go. Can we go? Can we go?
Yes.
Justin Brayton, Carson Mumford, Benny Bloss. Best interview tonight. Hunter Yoder. Brandon Ray.
Oh, B-Ray.
Okay.
Yeah.
B-Ray?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, this last guy about my teeth. This is the best one.
Yeah, that was the best one. Yeah. All right. Thanks, everybody, for listening. Appreciate it. Use the code to save. As always, thanks for the people for growyourassoff.com After Dark as well. Use the sponsor. Thanks to the sponsors. Kiefer, thank you.
Thank you. Have fun at Hesperia, Steve.
Yeah. Sorry, everybody. I don't think Marks is. I think Marks is still mad.
I think Marks and Randy are the worst ones.
Yep, I think so.
Yeah.
Randy the first, and then Marks is trailing, but still upset. All right. Thanks to Swisscore and Moser and Pookie, of course, as well. Tits, thank you.
Yep.
Marks.
It's 2 minutes over. He's out.
Yeah. Marks, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Great work.
Okay.
And thanks to Roto as well, Swizz and Moser.
Thank you, guys.
And everybody. All right. We'll see you next week, everybody.
Later.
Why does he have such, not much knowledge or bad questions or whatever?
He's dumb. Yeah, he's just
nice guy, Steve.
Yeah, no, he's just stupid.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.
I am the sword inside your flame. I will burn.